Preface and Introduction to On the Parts of Animals by Aristotle, translated by William Ogle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Preface. The biological treatises of Aristotle are more often quoted than read, and it may be added, more often misquoted than quoted correctly. None perhaps have fared worse than the De Partibus Animalium, which forms the central portion of that great trilogy, in which are set forth successively the phenomena presented by animals in life, the causes that have determined their structure, and the process of their generation and development. The crabbed and obscure style in which this treatise is written, its corrupt text, and generally the difficulties of language have kept off the biologist, while the simple Aristotelian has been deterred by a subject matter as a rule alien to his tastes. Yet to both the treatise offers much of interest. In it the Aristotelian will find some of the best examples of his master's method, while the biologist can scarcely be void of curiosity as to the first serious attempt to assign its function to each separate part of the animal body. It has been hoped, therefore, that this volume may be welcome to both, offering to the one a faithful and intelligible rendering of the text, and to the other a body of notes which have been made much fuller than would have been necessary had they been meant for those only who had already some acquaintance with physiology. In neither part of this undertaking can I hope to have escaped many a blunder. It is indeed the consciousness of this that has caused me to keep the following sheets in my desk unpublished, though written many years ago. And even now, when I have been induced by friends to venture on publication, I do so with extreme diffidence and misgiving. Of this, however, I feel assured, that those persons who are most competent to detect my shortcomings will also be those most disposed to make full allowance for them, for they will best know how difficult a task the preparation of a volume of this kind is in reality, easy and simple as it may seem to one who has never tried it. The Translator. Nota bene. The references in the introductory essays and in the notes are to Becca's 8vo edition of Aristotle, published by the Clarendon Press. At the bottom of each page of the translation, there has also been added a reference to the corresponding place in the Berlin 4º edition. End of preface. Introduction. How came these adaptations about is a question coeval, we may be sure, with the first recognition of the adaptations themselves. The answers to it fell of old, as ever since, into two main divisions. One group of philosophers there was who fancied that they found an adequate cause for the phenomena in the necessary operations of the inherent properties of matter, while another sought a solution in the intelligent action of a benevolent and foreseeing agent, whom they called God, or nature, as the case might be. Look, for instance, said these latter, at the backbone. See how marvelously it has been constructed to suit the animal's requirements. Not made of one solid mass, as is the femur or the humerus, but subdivided into small pieces, so as to allow of the animal making such motions and bendings as it may require, while at the same time, in spite of its subdivision, so firmly bound together are its parts as to supply a rigid support to the frame. Or look again at the alimentary canal and at the blood vessels. Each part requires a supply of matter for its due nourishment. What but foresight and intelligent purpose can have made these channels throughout the body to meet that necessity? Or see again your hand. Notice how admirably it is made. What an exquisite instrument for the purposes of an intelligent animal, and how useless for one without such mental capacity. And then consider that it is man, and man alone, that has been endowed with it. Is it possible not to discern a foreseeing intention in this limitation of the organ to the creature that alone can use it with advantage? In all this, said the materialist, you are mistaken. The fetus in its mother's womb is straightened for space, and forced to lie in a bent attitude. Its backbone gives way to the bendings, and is necessarily broken up into a series of short pieces. The animal, then, makes the best use of it may. As for the stomach, the intestines, and the blood vessels, they are simply formed by the fluid in the animal substance, driven hither and thither by the motions of that substance, making channels for itself where it can most easily escape. The hand, again, was not given to man because he was already intelligent, but an animal among the millions of possibilities chanced to develop a hand, and, having it, made use of it, and by its means became intelligent. But, said the teleologist, if this be so, if all be due to chance combinations which the multiform play of the laws of matter brings about, how comes it that we everywhere see adaptations? Combinations there should be without adaptations, combinations even where the organs and the life are ill suited for each other. And are there not such, said the materialist, partly anticipating Darwin, as before he had partly anticipated Herbert Spencer, are there not such about you on every side? You have but to open your eyes, and you will see them everywhere. When the rain falls in seed time, you say the gods send it that the crops may grow. But you shut your eyes to the storms that come in harvest, and wreck the farmer's hopes. The rain, whether it do good or harm, is alike the result of necessity. So also is it with things that live. All kinds of combinations are produced, but those alone survive that have the necessary conditions of survival, the rest perish. Even of such as are able to survive, is it true that all are suited for their life, in the sense that your hypothesis of an intelligent creative power would require? Do we not see on all sides living monstrosities and deformities, whose existence is incompatible with design, and only explicable if referred to blind necessity? These, if such there be, are no more, said the teleologist, much as Paley said after him, than the blunders of an artist. You will find errors in the composition of the best writer, faults in the work of the best sculptor, but the presence of these will not prevent you from believing that writer and sculptor worked with a preconceived intention and for a definite end. So began, and so was carried on that venerable strife, which ever since has divided thinking men into two factions, and which still, though 20 centuries have passed away, is fought with unchanged weapons, and with increasing bitterness, and in which neither side has ever succeeded in reducing an opponent to submission, while each has never failed to claim complete victory. Between these two opposite views, Aristotle had now to decide. He had already in his Historia Animalium set forth the phenomena of animal life. He had now to consider to what cause or causes these phenomena were attributable. Were they due to mere necessity, or to the action of intelligent foresight, or at any rate of some principle that acted as intelligent foresight would do? To neither, he says exclusively, but to both, though in very unequal degrees. The motions of the heavenly bodies are governed by necessity, and by necessity alone. But in the works of nature, that is, in the phenomena of terrestrial life, this necessity is a comparatively unimportant factor. Most is the outcome of design. Still some part, though but a small one, is the result of necessity. There is indeed one sense in which everything in the animal body may be said to be the result of necessity. When a man builds a house, he must, in order to realize his plan, of necessity have walls, roof, and the like. To have these, he must first have bricks, stones, mortar, and what not, and again to furnish these, clay, lime, and the other necessary materials must be previously forthcoming. So is it with the animal body. The design of nature cannot be carried out without the necessary antecedents. In this sense, then, all the parts of the body, and all the successive stages by which they are developed, one after the other, may be said to be the result of necessity, for all must necessarily be there if the plan of nature is to be realized. This hypothetical or conditional necessity is, however, clearly not what is meant by Democritus and the materialists when they say that all organisms are the result of necessity. They speak of absolute, not of hypothetical necessity. They mean, that is to say, that organisms are evolved as necessary consequences of the inherent properties of matter, not merely that the existence of the organism implies the pre-existence of the necessary conditions for its production. In short, that the antecedents determine the end, and not the end the antecedents. Is this, asks Aristotle, in any degree true? In some measure, he answers, it is. But that measure, as already said, is but a small one. Nature, in making plants and animals, can but use such material substances as exist. Now, these substances have many properties. Suppose then that nature has selected one or more of them for a given purpose, in virtue of their having this or that suitable property. She must take them not only with this desirable property, but with all their other characters, whatsoever these may be. And these other properties, which were not the cause of the selection, will afterwards assert themselves, and give rise to necessary consequences not included in her design. Thus, "We must not expect to find everything in the body made for a purpose. Its parts are mostly the result of final causes, but their material constitution entails as necessary consequences much that is incidental and undesigned." De Partibus Animalium, Book 4, 2, 8. These incidental and unforeseen results may be perfectly useless, nay, may even sometimes be baneful. But, on the other hand, they may be laid hold of by nature and incorporated in her scheme, though not originally included within it. The excreta, for instance, are the result of necessity, for the body wears away, and the products of its decay, together with the surplus and the indigestible parts of the food, must necessarily be eliminated. But these excreta are in many cases utilized and converted into means of defense. Or, to give another example, The formation of the skin is the necessary consequence of the exposure of the external surface to friction and evaporation, and the growth of hair upon the scalp is the necessary and incidental consequence of certain arrangements in the skull, which were intended by nature to answer another purpose. But this skin, when once formed, and this growth, though undesigned, are utilized by nature and turned to account in furnishing a protection to the parts beneath against excess of heat or cold. In other words, then, nature does the best she can with the materials that are at hand, but the properties of those materials are beyond her control, and such consequences as follow upon those properties are the results of necessity. A similar notion of the limitation of creative power runs through the whole of the Timaeus. The gods, in making man and animals, do the best they can, but they deal with a more or less intractable material, which often baffles their efforts. Let us always, and in all that we say, says Plato, hold that God made them as far as possible the fairest and best, out of things which were not fair and good. Galen also, some centuries later, took much the same position when criticizing the Mosaic cosmogony. Moses, he says, teaches us that the Creator is Lord over the necessary properties of matter, and that he can suspend or modify them at his will. He tells us that the Creator can make an animal of any matter he may please, a man from a stone, an ox from dust. This we deny. The laws of matter are antecedent to the Creator, and obligatory upon him. He can only work in harmony with them. He can choose the best which they allow, but not the best absolutely. Aristotle, then, admits that necessity is a factor in the world of life, and this not merely in the sense that living bodies consist throughout of ordinary matter, retaining its original properties unaltered, but also in the sense that some parts of living structures are the simple outcome of such properties, uncontrolled and undirected by design or final cause. What he denies is that the whole organism, or more than an inconsiderable part of it, can thus be explained. It is ridiculous, he says, to suppose that such phenomena as those of organic life are merely the result of chance, meaning by chance, as I understand him, no separate mysterious agency, but such uncoordinated combinations of necessary causes as are too tangled for man to unravel, and whose results are therefore not to be predicted. The very essence of chance is its uncertainty. Chance is the principle of the inconstant, but the phenomena in question present a high degree of constancy, and can be foretold with more or less precision. It is quite plain that besides the necessary forces of matter, there is something else at work which guides and coordinates these so as to make them converge to a predetermined end. If a man cannot see this, it is absurd to argue with him. As well try and convince a man born blind, who denies the existence of color. You see a house or a ship, and without hesitation you infer that such house or ship was made for the purposes to which ships and houses are subservient. Why? Because they are manifestly adapted to those purposes. Why then, when you see a plant or an animal with equally manifest adaptations, do you hesitate to draw a similar inference? True, in one case you can see the agent at work, while in the other the agency is invisible. But why should this make any difference? The agency in the latter case is invisible, because it is an internal force, a something acting inside the material. It is as though the visible shipwright were away, and his art were inherent in the timber itself. It is the case of a physician getting well, not that of a physician curing another person. Moreover, if the agency itself be out of sight, the model from which it works is visible enough, is as visible and palpable as the model of the ship or the plan of the house, and like them examinable before either is constructed. For the germ or seed will not develop after any chance pattern, but will grow in the likeness of its parent. Nature's model is that parent form. The seed of an olive will not produce any chance plant, but an olive like that from which it came. Man gives rise to man, and horse to horse. The doctrine of Empedocles ignores this fact. You say, or Empedocles said, that the multiform interaction of the countless combinations of matter gives rise to every conceivable form of being, but that those forms alone survive that have the necessary conditions of survival. Be it so. But the olive and the man are not the only beings that have these conditions. Why then do they always produce offspring like themselves? Why not any one of the other countless possible forms of life? Clearly, because there is something else than the chance combinations of necessary properties of matter guiding and directing these to a preconcerted end. This something else is what I call nature. I grant that, as nature is invisible, her existence is an hypothesis, but her works are visible, and the hypothesis is founded upon the contemplation of these. If you ask me whether this hidden force acts, as the builder or the shipwright, with conscious deliberation and conscious adaptation of means to ends, I do not know. Even art is not always deliberative. The highest art goes straight to its end without deliberation. So too, the swallow builds its nest, and the spider its web, without deliberation, and yet each in nicest adaptation to its wants. Why may not nature be a similar force implanted in matter, undeliberating, though guiding to a rational end? All I assert is that there is something at work in living bodies more than the common necessary properties of inanimate matter, something which, whether deliberative or not, acts as would an intelligent agent, selecting the best end and reaching it by the most appropriate means. Invariably, however, when there is plainly some final end to which a motion tends, should nothing stand in the way, we say that such final end is the aim or purpose of the motion. De Partibus Animalium, Book 1, 37. In other words, in the works of nature, as in those of art, it is the desirability of the end which in some way or other determines the antecedent processes that lead to it. But you say that what I call nature occasionally produces deformities and monstrosities. Does the artist, your builder, let us say, or your shipwright, never make a blunder? Do such blunders make you infer that the artist had no definite end in view? Monstrosities are nature's mistakes, or rather they are her failures, for they are due not to any imperfection or uncertainty in her action, which is invariable and faultless, but to the uncertainty of her materials. The substances in which she works are of indefinite composition, and her work cannot therefore possibly be uniform. The monstrosity is not nature's work, it is the victory of matter over nature. Thus it is that though there is nothing of haphazard or of chance in nature herself, nature being invariably the source of order, yet her operations appear to be liable to exceptions, and her rules to be of general rather than of universal application. In all our speculations, therefore, concerning nature, what we have to consider is the general rule. For that is natural which holds good either universally or generally. De Partibus Animalium, Book 3, 2:16. There is an apparent difficulty here which requires a moment's consideration. Aristotle held the properties of the elementary forms of matter to be fixed and immutable. How then could he explain nature's occasional miscarriages by the indefinite character of the materials? Clearly, if the properties of the elementary bodies are fixed, when once an organism has been formed from them with a certain degree of perfection, any failure thereafter to attain at any rate to an equal degree must be attributable not to the necessary properties of matter, but to the faulty selection of material. For the properties of matter manifestly cannot be inconsistent with such perfection as has actually once been realized. Nature, therefore, must have been held by Aristotle either to have been an influence acting with limited intelligence, or to have been in some way or other hindered in her choice of materials, to have had, that is, her freedom narrowed by something more than the ultimate properties of elementary matter. The latter was undoubtedly Aristotle's view, and the limitation consisted in the materials with which nature had to deal not being the ultimate elements themselves with their immutable properties, but those compound substances which were in reality the simplest actually producible bodies in existence, the pure elements themselves never being actually presentable as such, in a condition that is of isolation. Had nature been able, as a modern chemist, to take so much of each or any of the elementary substances as she pleased, and to form from them compounds of fixed composition, and therefore of fixed properties, her operations would have had a fixed basis, and her invariable purposes have been carried out with invariable precision. But in making earthly organisms, she had to deal with materials as they actually exist on earth, and such were of indeterminate composition, and therefore of indeterminate properties. For it must be borne in mind that though Aristotle distinguished chemical union from mere mechanical intermixture, he had of course no notion either of combination in definite proportions, or even of preferential affinities. There was no such thing as definite composition or definite compound substances. One piece of compound matter might more or less nearly resemble another, but that it should be identical with it in composition, and therefore in properties, was, in the infinity of possibilities, not to be dreamed of. Every sample of material would differ more or less from every other, and organisms made from such materials could never be precisely alike. The heavenly bodies, being formed of a single, pure, uncombined elementary substance, were free from such variability, and their phenomena were therefore absolutely fixed and eternal. But earthly substances were all compound, and therefore all indeterminate. Their compound character introduced an element of chance, which often thwarted nature's efforts, the faulty matter refusing to take the form she would impress upon it. There is a question to which one would gladly find an answer, but to which no sure answer is forthcoming. Did Aristotle suppose that there stood anything in the background behind this mysterious organizing force which he personified as nature, and if so, what was it? That the force which constrained the material of each individual organism to develop into the form most suited to the requirements was the same force which, acting on a larger scale, brought the fishes of the sea, the fowls of the air, the plants of the earth, and in short all forms of life, more or less completely into harmonious relations with each other, and established an ascending scale of interdependence, in which plants should minister to animals, and animals to man, may be fairly assumed. But this is only to remove the question one stage back. Whence did this universal nature, hetu holu physis, derive its principle of harmony and excellence? Was it a something self-existing, or something like the orderly discipline of an army, which, though apparently inherent, is in reality dependent on a general in the background? Aristotle himself asks the question, but gives no answer. This much, however, seems clear. The general, if general there were, could not be the extra-cosmic God whose existence is postulated in the metaphysics, the unmoved that causes motion as an object of desire. For his life was an undisturbed ecstasy of self-contemplation. But whether there were other divine essences of less serene attributes answering to the inferior gods who in the Timaeus are interposed between the demiurgus and mortal beings, of whose intelligent activity nature was but the expression, is a question which, whatever surmise we may form from a few stray and hazy passages, admits of no definite solution. In the biological treatises, there is no reference whatsoever to the relation in which, if in any, nature stands to God. In these, Aristotle limits himself to the teachings, or supposed teachings, of the senses. These revealed to him the phenomena of animal life, and he wrote of them. They showed him also, or seemed to show him, as plainly as his eyes showed him the existence of color, that these phenomena were not explicable by reference to the ordinary properties of inanimate matter, but implied the action of some other and coordinating force. They told him also something of the conditions and limitations under which this force acted, and with these also he deals. But they told him nothing of the origin of this force, and whatever may have been his ideas as a metaphysician, as a biologist he was silent. Having in the first book of this treatise laid down his general position, Aristotle proceeds in the rest of the work to deal with the application of his views to particulars. With this purpose he takes the various parts of the body, both tissues and organs, one after the other, into consideration, and professes to examine in each case how far the structure is the outcome of necessity, how far of apparent design. Such, I say, is his profession. His actual practice is merely to see if it be possible to find any use, real or imaginary, for a given structure, and if such can be devised, at once to claim that structure without further argument for design. Seeing how fertile was his fancy in generating final causes, it will be readily understood how scanty a margin remained after this process as the share of necessity. One set of structures indeed there was, which seems to have caused him much difficulty. These were the organs, which we nowadays know as rudimentary parts. the inutility of these was too striking to escape notice, and seemed to exclude them from the predesigned plan of nature that makes nothing without a purpose. Were they then the offspring of mere necessity? To this question Aristotle never gives a definite answer. He speaks in many places as though nature worked under some kind of restraint, the obligation of which is never clearly defined, whether, that is, it is self-imposed or dictated from without. This restraint consists in the existence of certain definite types or patterns, in more or less close accordance with which each organism must be made. Nature, for instance, can fashion this or that bird to fit the exact mode of life which is preordained for its species, but in so fashioning it, she must not transgress certain limits. Each and all birds, through all their varieties, must present in form and composition the essential characters of the ideal bird, which constitutes the avian type. If any part in this type be useless to the special animal created, nay, even if its presence be actually prejudicial, yet it must still be there in some shape or other, by way of token (semeu karin). The most that nature in such a case can do is to reduce its size, and, inasmuch as the ultimate composition of all the animals in a given class is precisely, or almost precisely alike, she can only do this by diverting the material which should have gone to the full formation of the useless or prejudicial part into some other organ where it may be of use, or at any rate not equally injurious. So that, in fact, the organization of an individual species of animals is not always the best conceivable, but the best of which the essential type of the class to which that species belongs admits. Aristotle, as I have said, never expresses himself clearly on this matter. Did nature herself make these types, and adhere to them in her afterwork with the obstinacy of a prejudiced inventor? Or was there some external necessity coercing her, and driving her against her own better judgment to make her products in part futile? I take it that Aristotle was not himself clear as to his own views on the matter, that his opponents, or his own mind, had pointed out the impossibility of reconciling the existence of rudimentary organs with the strictly teleological position, and that he met the difficulty with a phrase, by way of token, leaving it really unexplained. The giant share which Aristotle allots to final causes, and the almost complete exclusion of necessity from consideration, make the main portion of his treatise to consist of little more than an attempt to assign to each part of the animal body a definite use, so that the work becomes rather one on the functions of parts than on the causes of their existence, and might almost have been styled, as was Galen's later work, a treatise De usu partium. Very possibly it was on this account that the designation by which Aristotle himself refers to the work, On the Causes of the Parts of Animals, was in time superseded by the vaguer title De Partibus, which it has ever since borne. We have now to enquire how it fared with Aristotle in his search after final causes, in his attempt, that is, to assign to each organ its proper function. It must be confessed that his success, as measured by what has been attained in modern times, was but small. In dealing, indeed, with the external parts, he was more happy. His account, for instance, of the adaptation of the visible parts of birds to the varied modes of life in this class of animals is admirable, and reads like a chapter from Cuvier, whose unstinted praise was lavished on it. But with the internal organs it was otherwise. The most that can be said is that he devised an ingenious system which included in its range pretty fairly all such facts as were known to him, but which in its conclusions was far wide of the truth as now ascertained. This was indeed inevitable. He was trying to solve the complex problems of biology while the ancillary sciences were yet unknown. Anatomy was still in its first infancy, physics embryonic, and chemistry hardly as yet conceived. What possibility was there that digestion or respiration should, under these conditions, find an adequate interpretation? This explanation of Aristotle's failure to assign to the several internal parts their several functions seems to me a sufficient and a true one. It is more usual, however, to account for it on other grounds, and to attribute it to his carelessness in the observation of individual facts, his hastiness in generalization, and the imperfection of his method. A few words on each of these alleged causes of defeat, and first as to his supposed inaccuracy of observation. I cannot but think that this has been, to say the least, enormously exaggerated. Were we indeed to suppose that Aristotle had committed all the extravagant blunders which critics have laid to his charge, the accusation would have to be admitted as just. But a very large proportion, at any rate, of his supposed mistakes have no other ground than the careless mode in which his writings have been studied. They are not mistakes of Aristotle, but mistakes of his critics. To give a few examples, it is laid to his charge that he represented the arteries as void of blood and containing nothing but air, the aorta as springing from the right ventricle, the heart as beating in man and in no other animal, and as not liable to disease, the gallbladder as situated in some animals on or close to the tail, reptiles as having no blood, and so on, till the list might be swollen with almost every conceivable absurdity. In reality, not one of the errors here enumerated was made by him. Still, I am far from denying that there are strange misstatements of simple facts to be found in his works. That there is but a single bone in the neck of the lion and of the wolf. That there are more teeth in male than in female animals. That the mouth of the dolphin is placed, as in rays and sharks, on the under surface of the body. These and the like are strange blunders, however they originated. This much, however, seems to me beyond question. These were not the personal observations of the same man who had noted the heart beating in the embryonic chick as a punctum saliens on the third day of incubation, who had distinguished the allantoidean development of birds and reptiles from the non-allantoidean development of fishes, who had unravelled with fair accuracy the arrangement of the bronchial tubes and their relation to the pulmonary blood vessels, and who had not only given zoological and anatomical details concerning the cephalopods, which both Cuvier and Owen regard as truly astonishing, but had described 9 species of them, with so much precision and happy a selection of their distinctive characters as to enable modern naturalists to identify pretty nearly all. Is it possible to believe that the same eye that had distinguished the cetacea from the fishes, that had detected their hidden mammae, discovered their lungs, and recognized the distinct character of their bones, should have been so blind as to fancy that the mouth of these animals was on the under surface of the body. Although a statement to this effect occurs twice over in the Greek text, yet it is to me as incredible that it should have been actually made by Aristotle, as it would be that Professor Huxley should make a similarly palpable misstatement about an animal with which he was perfectly familiar. If it be asked how we can account for the presence of the erroneous statement in the text, we have not to go far for, at any rate, a very possible explanation. We have only to remember the strange vicissitudes to which the original manuscripts of Aristotle's treatises are said to have been subjected. Hidden underground in the little town of Skepsis, to save them from the hands of the kings of Pergamus, who were then collecting books to form their famous library, and who, in so doing, apparently paid but little regard to the rights of individual owners, they were left for the better part of 2 centuries to moulder in the damp. Platarum et Tinearum epulae. And, when they were at last again brought to light, fell into the hands of Pelecon of Teos, a man who, as Strabo says, was a lover of books rather than a philosopher, and who felt no scruples in correcting what had become worm-eaten, and supplying what was defective or illegible. To what extent this corruption of the very fountainhead took place, we have now absolutely no means whatsoever of ascertaining. We are, however, I think, justified in assuming with much confidence that such palpable absurdities as the one which has just been mentioned were due to this sacrilegious interference with the text, and should be put not to the account of Aristotle, but to that of the incompetent Apellicon, or his fellow transcribers and emendators. Similarly would I explain another blunder already mentioned, namely the statement which occurs in the Historia Animalium, that in certain species of animals, namely men, goats, sheep, and swine, the teeth are more numerous in the males than in the females, a blunder which has been quoted, with others, by Mr. Lewis as an instance of Aristotle's carelessness in observation. That this statement is due to interpolation or correction of the original manuscript, I feel the more assured, because in other passages in the De Partibus, when the distinctions between males and females as regards their horns, teeth, and their offensive and defensive weapons generally are discussed, no such erroneous statement is to be found. It is said, and said correctly, that horns and tusks are often larger in the male than in the female, and horns frequently wanting in the latter when present in the former. But as to any difference in the number of the teeth, there is not a single word. We can readily conceive how an incompetent editor, finding in the manuscript a half-legible passage relating to the teeth of male and female animals, may have so filled up the gap as to convert a difference of size into a difference of number. Some of the more striking blunders in Aristotle's treatises, especially such as occur only in single instances, may, I think, be fairly thus explained. As to others, we must remember that Aristotle, like every writer on a vast subject, had to rely in great measure on the statements as to matters of facts made by others, and this the more implicitly as the opportunities of verifying these statements were but rare, neither menageries nor museums of anatomy having as yet come into existence. There is indeed a tale that Alexander supplied Aristotle with animals from all the countries into which his expeditions led him, but this story is so plainly fabulous that it might be passed over entirely without notice, had it not received the sanction of the great Cuvier. On voit, en effet, says he, par l'exactitude avec laquelle Aristote décrit plusieurs animaux de l'Inde et de la Perse, qu'il est sur les yeux les objets eux-mêmes. 5 animals are mentioned as examples of this statement: the elephant, the camel, the hippelaphus, the hippardium, the buffalo. As regards the first 2 of these, the description given by Aristotle is fairly complete, and inasmuch as these animals, being tamed, would present no difficulty in transportation, it is not impossible that Aristotle may actually have seen them. I can, however, find no evidence that he had done so, there being nothing in the description which might not easily have been communicated by others, while some remarks are made which seem to me much more compatible with the latter view than with the former. As regards the other 3 animals, it is astonishing how Cuvier can speak of their being so accurately described as to imply actual examination. They are only mentioned once, altogether in a few clauses. Historia Animalium, Book 2, 1, 20, 21, 22. Just as they might be if Aristotle were citing a passage of a letter from his pupil Callisthenes, who accompanied Alexander, and with whom Cuvier himself supposes Aristotle to have kept up a continuous correspondence. The hippelaphus may be identified with much probability, though no actual certainty, with the nilga, and the wild oxen are undoubtedly buffaloes. But the details given in this passage are quite insufficient to determine what animal is meant by the pardium or hippardium, and to prove this, it is enough to say that Cuvier, who must have been speaking at second hand and relying upon some utterly untrustworthy authority, actually identifies it with the tigre chasseur or cheetah, whereas it is said by Aristotle to have a cloven hoof and horns, in this resembling the hippelaphus, and has been supposed by some to correspond to the giraffe. Cuvier, the historian of science, is, as I have often found, an authority of very different value from Cuvier, the biologist. Whether Ptolemy Philadelphus, not very many years after Aristotle's death, instituted a museum with a zoological garden attached to it, more richly supplied with animals than any that has since existed, as is stated, may be doubtful. But that no such collection was open to Aristotle is, I think, indisputably shown by the utter absence of any allusion to it in his treatises. Thus Aristotle, in all probability, had never had the opportunity of personally examining any of the larger carnivora, either alive or dead. The stories of hunters, always prone to exaggeration, were the only source of information as to the habits of these animals in life, and if a chance skin hung up in a temple to commemorate an escape from a perilous encounter may perhaps have sometimes given a more direct notion of their external aspect, yet the internal parts, spirits of wine or other preservatives of organic structures not having as yet been discovered, must have been entirely beyond the reach of investigation. A hunter, noticing the thick and solid neck of the lion and the wolf, jumped to the conclusion that it contained but a single bone, and did not hesitate to report as an actual anatomical observation what was in reality a mere supposition. Nor does it imply any great credulity on the part of Aristotle that he should unhesitatingly have accepted such a report. For it is not the actual falseness of a statement, but its inconsistency with our previous experience, which makes the ready acceptance of it to be an act of credulity. a modern naturalist knows from an examination of a vast number of species that, as a rule, to which there is scarcely an exception, the mammalian neck contains 7 vertebrae, and that in no known instance are there less than 6. Possessing this knowledge, he would show great credulity were he to accept without further question any account of a mammal with but 1 cervical bone. But to Aristotle, who had not this previous knowledge, there would seem nothing strange in such an account, and as there was nothing in it to rouse his suspicions, he would accept it without question. In no instance do we find similar outrageous errors when Aristotle, as he often does, states a fact to have been derived from his own observation. So far indeed as I can judge, he seems to have been anything rather than a careless and inaccurate observer. It cannot of course be maintained that he was able to observe with the precision of a modern man of science. His substratum was insufficient for this. To observe, unless the phenomena be of the very simplest, it is not enough to keep the eyes open and to watch with honest intention for what may turn up. To be effectual, observation requires a stock of previous knowledge. He that has most of this will see best and most. Tell me, said even the long-experienced Faraday, when asked to be witness of an intended experiment, tell me what you expect me to see, that I may be able to see it. A second source of Aristotle's failure is found in his habit of hasty generalization. That he was constantly generalizing on a very scanty basis of facts cannot be denied. The stage to which biology had then attained made this a matter of necessity. The first stage in every new science is the simple accumulation of facts. The next, if it may be called next, seeing that it must go hand in hand with the first, is the rough sorting of these facts and the reduction of their chaos to some kind of order. This is effected by temporary generalizations, which, though they may be very far from the ultimate truth, yet serve for the time the necessary purpose of enabling the observer to manage his otherwise unwieldy material. All that can fairly be demanded at this period is, that there shall be diligence in the collection of facts, and that the temporary generalizations shall not be obviously untrue. As regards Aristotle's diligence, there can be no doubt. Every chapter in his treatises bears testimony to it. What proportion, indeed, of the huge array of facts there stored was due to his own personal observations, to his dissections, vivisections, and occasional experimentations, what was borrowed from others, it is impossible to say with any exactness. For the works of his predecessors and contemporaries have perished almost completely, and the laudable custom of citing the authority on which a statement is made had not yet been established. As yet there was no mistrust of other observers, because as yet it was not known how easy it is for an observer to be misled. Aristotle does indeed occasionally mention a name, but it is the name of some one whose statement he rejects, and very rarely, if ever, the name of one whose statement he borrows. Nor must it be supposed that Aristotle's generalizations, though often false, were utterly puerile. Among them are not a few that, with little or no modification, have stood the test of time, and some even that, restated by moderns in ignorance of his writings, have been claimed by themselves or their admirers as deserving high credit. The law of organic equivalence, for instance, the general statement, that is, that nature must save in one part if she spends in another, be it true or false, has been claimed for Goethe and for Geoffrey Saint-Hilaire. Yet it had been stated in unmistakable terms over and over again in this treatise of Aristotle's. the advantage of physiological division of labor was first set forth, says Milne Edwards, by myself in 1827. Yet Aristotle had said repeatedly that it is preferable, when possible, to have a separate organ for a separate office, and that nature never, if she can help it, makes one organ answer two purposes, as a cheap artist makes spit and candlestick in one. That the position of an organism in the kingdom to which it belongs is not to be settled by a single differentia, but by a consideration of its aggregate characters, that the complexity of life varies with the complexity of the organization, that the structural differences of the alimentary organs are correlated with differences of the animal's alimentation, that no animal is endowed with more than one adequate means of defense against its enemies, that there is an inverse relation between the development of horns and of teeth, that no dipterous insect has a sting, that there is an inverse relation between growth and generation, that the embryo is evolved by a succession of gradual changes from a homogeneous mass into a complex organism, and that the development of an organism is a progress from a general to a special form. These and numerous others are instances of generalizations made by Aristotle, and which have lasted, with but slight modifications of his terms, to the present day. There remains yet the faulty method. Mr. Lewis, in an interesting chapter, traces Aristotle's failure to the absence of verification from his method of inquiry. Again, however, I would say that verification does not find its proper sphere in the early condition of a nascent science, when the generalizations are merely provisional, and though false, yet necessary precursors of more accurate ones. How far, indeed, Aristotle himself recognized the true character of his biological work may be a matter of doubt. Few men care to look on the results of their hard toil as provisional and ephemeral. I can, however, find no passage in which he betrays any confidence in the finality or permanence of his conclusions. In the absence of such, it seems but simple justice to credit him with at least the same degree of modesty as he evinced when speaking of his much more successful labors in another branch of science. I found, he says, no basis prepared, no models to copy. Mine is the first step, and therefore a small one, though worked out with much thought and hard labor. It must be looked at as a first step, and judged with indulgence. You, my readers or hearers of my lectures, if you think I have done as much as can fairly be required for an initiatory start, compared with other more advanced departments of theory, will acknowledge what I have achieved, and pardon what I have left for others to accomplish. De Sophisticis Elenchis 34, as rendered by Grote, 2, 133. So far, the comparison has been between Aristotle and his successors in modern times, for it is only in contrast with their achievements that we can speak of his results as failures. Such a comparison might serve in estimating their claims, but not in estimating his. For it is the gap that separates a man from his predecessors, not that which lies between him and his successors, that gives the true measure of his position. Let any one then compare Aristotle's physiology with that of the Timaeus, which Plato, as Galen tells us, borrowed from Hippocrates, and which we may therefore fairly take to represent the general views of the most prominent authorities immediately antecedent to Aristotle. In passing then from the Timaeus to Aristotle's treatises, one is conscious of passing into an entirely new order of things. In the former, we have airy and fanciful constructions in which imagination alone supplies the foundation, and in which facts, if introduced at all, are introduced merely as ornamental additions, in no wise essential to the fabric. In the latter, the positions have been inverted. What was the ornament has become the foundation. What was foundation has been converted into ornament. It may indeed be that sometimes these new foundations are but slight, and weak in comparison with the structure they are made to support, but they are at any rate substantial, and of the right material. Jamais, says Cuvier, speaking of his great predecessor, jamais il ne pose une règle a priori. And even if we allow, as perhaps we must, that exceptional cases may be found in which this too general statement hardly holds good, and in which Aristotle seems to lapse into the faulty methods of earlier writers, yet it must at the same time be conceded that these occasions are at most but rare, and that when they do occur, it is because, as with other men, so with Aristotle, practice falls somewhat short of principle. Neither should we forget that in most minds there exists an aesthetic craving after completeness, or, when this is not to be had, after its semblance, a craving which leads men almost irresistibly to fill up the gaps in their systems with such makeshifts as come to hand. And this weakness may be forgiven them, if only they are ready to pull down their stopgaps and cart them to the rubbish heap so soon as better materials can be obtained. That Aristotle, who manifestly felt this desire most acutely, and who in those early days of science had but scanty means of giving it legitimate satisfaction, should occasionally have had recourse to this palliative, can scarcely be a matter of surprise. But how ready he was to abandon it for better things, the following passage, amongst others, shows. Such, he says, after speaking of the reproduction of bees, such is the conclusion to which we are led a priori, and facts apparently support it. I say apparently, for the actual facts are not yet sufficiently made out. Should future research ever discover them, we must surrender ourselves to their guidance, rather than to that of theory, and theories must be abandoned unless their teachings tally with the indisputable results of observation. De Generatione Animalium, Book 3, 1025. It was by thus altering the basis of enquiry and substituting facts for theories, more than by actual observations, that Aristotle made a huge step in advance of his biological predecessors. And if, some 2000 years later, Bacon gained for himself an immortal name by insisting still more peremptorily upon the value of induction, it must be remembered that the instrument in his own hands was at any rate not more successful than in those of Aristotle. By the skillful use of scientific method to discover new truths is a noble achievement, but far nobler is it to discover the method itself by which alone such achievements are made possible, and to have done this is Aristotle's glory. That the method as left by him was not perfect, that there were flaws which the fuller experience of after ages detected and gradually remedied, may be allowed. Seldom, if ever, does a great invention come fully armed from the brain of its first author. Weak points there invariably are, which trial alone will reveal. To detect and strengthen these is to confer a benefit on mankind, but is a service which can never be put on a par with that rendered by the original conception. Inventions, to quote from a treatise already once cited, are either the final shapings of what has been partly elaborated by others, or they are original discoveries and but roughly shaped. The latter are the most important. The first step, according to the proverb, is the grand thing, and the most difficult. For first beginnings are as small and inconspicuous as they are potent. When they are once accomplished, the remainder is easily added or developed. End of the introduction. The Main Groups of Animals by William Ogle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Aristotle has left us no systematic classification of animals. It will, nevertheless, be convenient to arrange the chief groups recognized by him in a tabular form, and the form which seems most consistent with his views is that in which these groups are placed in linear series according to their supposed degrees of excellence. Before, however, doing this, it will be well to consider very briefly what Aristotle means when he speaks, as he so often does, of one animal being superior to or more noble than another, and also to inquire what were the external characters by which he thought such superiority could be recognized. When we have done this, we can proceed to apply Aristotle's tests of comparative excellence to his various groups, with the fair expectation of being able to arrange them in much the same order as he would himself have done. 1. The basis of all excellence is the presence of a soul, that is, the possession of life. Anything nobler or better than the soul cannot possibly exist. De Anima, Book 1, 5:15. And again, to be is better than not to be, to live than not to live. Things with a soul than things without, the soul itself than the body. De Generatione, Book 2, 1, 2. As things that live are superior to things that are lifeless, so also things with much life are superior to things with little. Souls differ from each other in their degrees of honor. De Generatione, Book 2, 3, 11. And the difference is thus set forth. The faculties of the soul are many, and though everything that lives has a soul, yet have not all souls all these faculties. In some souls there is but one faculty, in others several, in some all. The faculties are the nutritive, the sensitive, the appetitive, the motor, the intellectual. In plants there is no other faculty than the nutritive, but in all animals there is not only this, but the sensitive, and, as a necessary consequence, the appetitive as well. Some animals there are again that possess also the motor faculty, and a few, such as man and any other creature, if such there be, that equals or surpasses him in honor, in whose soul there is still further the intellectual faculty and reason. De Anima, Book 2, 3, 1. In proportion as the soul includes more or fewer of these successive faculties, will its possessor's place be higher or lower in the scale of excellence. At the bottom will come organisms whose life is confined to nutrition. Next, those that are also endowed with sensation. Then, such as besides feeling are also capable of locomotion; and lastly, those who add to these endowments the possession of reason. The few groups thus obtained will again be divisible into smaller groups, according to the degree in which each successive faculty is developed. There are degrees of nutritive power, of sensibility, of motility, of intelligence, and the question next to be considered is, what were the external characters by which Aristotle thought that he could determine these degrees? 2. The nutritive soul manifests itself, of course, in growth and reproduction, and the tests of its power are the bulk of the body, and the duration of life, which is usually proportionate to the bulk. "For, as a rule, big animals are long-lived, though not invariably." De long vitae, 4, 3. De generatione, Book 4, 10, 1. The number of the progeny is not so good a measure as might be expected, because the requirements of a large body on the nutritive material may prevent an animal of great size from being prolific. The sensitive soul is of course certainly present if the organism have external organs of sense, but a doubt may arise when, as in the sponge, there are none such. The test in such a case is to see whether the organism shrinks when irritated. The degrees of sensibility must be judged of by the number and perfection of the organs of sense, and especially of those senses from which are derived the perceptions which conduce most to knowledge. As to the motor soul and the intellectual, the tests are self-evident, and may therefore be passed over. But besides these special tests applicable to the several parts of the soul, Aristotle had other more general ones by which he gauged the excellence of the soul as a whole. Foremost among these was the temperature of the body. For though Aristotle would not allow, with Democritus, that heat was identical with the soul, that is, with life, yet he admitted that heat was its necessary agent, so that the two were inseparably conjoined, and the degree of the one became a measure of the degree of the other. "The nobler an animal is, the greater is the amount of heat it possesses, for with greater heat there must of necessity be combined a nobler soul." De respiratione, 13, 2. But how was the temperature to be measured? As Aristotle had no thermometer, he could only form a notion of the relative temperatures of different animals, either directly by touch or indirectly by inference from structure. On touch, though sometimes used by him, he apparently placed but little reliance. For, as he says, it could not tell whether the heat was intrinsic, or whether it was merely accidental and derived from without. Moreover, even supposing that touch were a sufficient measure of ordinary heat, it by no means would necessarily follow that it would be an equally good test of vital heat, which was something in Aristotle's opinion quite distinct in its efficacy from common heat, and would require to be measured by its own appropriate standards. He relied therefore mainly on inference from structure. The presence or absence of blood, and its relative abundance gave him indications in which he had absolute confidence. No less certain was the evidence given by the presence or absence of a lung, and by its degree of development. For, by his theory of respiration, the whole purpose of a lung was to temper the excess of heat. "Those animals," he says, "are the more perfect that have the greater amount of heat, and in animals that have blood, the measure of natural heat is the lung; for those that have a lung are invariably hotter than those that are without one, and among such as possess one, those in whom it is richly supplied with blood and soft in texture are hotter than those in whom it is bladdery or hard, or contains but little blood. De Generatione, Book 2, 1, 16. Besides the blood and the lung, Aristotle had a third structural measure of temperature in the brain, which shared, as he thought, with the lung the office of reducing excessive heat. The close connection, however, of the brain with the higher sense organs, and its delicate sympathy with the heart, made its presence and size a measure of the intellectual faculty rather than of the excellence of the soul as a whole. A fourth measure of animal heat, on which Aristotle placed great reliance, was the condition of the embryo when liberated from the mother's body. Impressed by the manifest action of heat in affecting the development of the eggs of birds and reptiles, he erroneously, though not unnaturally, inferred that the more mature condition of the mammalian embryo at the time of birth was mainly due to its having been subjected to a higher temperature in its mother's womb, and similarly that all other ovipara must be colder than birds and reptiles, inasmuch as their eggs were, as he thought, deposited in a still less advanced state. This, however, we shall have to consider at greater length hereafter. There remains yet a fifth among Aristotle's thermometers, which, almost childish as it now appears, yet requires a moment's notice. One of the primary axioms upon which all his notions of the material world were built was that it was the inherent property of heat, and therefore of everything possessing heat, to mount upwards. He fancied that varying indications of such a tendency were to be traced in the ordinary attitudes of animals. At the bottom of the scale came those humble creatures, in whom there was so little elevating heat that their bodies lay prostrate on the ground, or were even, like plants, actually attached to it; while at the other end came man, of all animals alone erect, and of all the one with most heat; while between these two extremes came animals in intervening gradations of heat and corresponding differences of bodily attitude. Such were Aristotle's tests of vital heat. The relative warmth of animals was not, however, his only, though his main, guide in judging of the soul's excellence. Another, to which he not unfrequently refers, was the degree of complexity of the organism. The nobler the soul, the more varied its activities, and the more numerous the instruments it requires. For when the functions are but few, few also are the organs required to effect them. For this reason animals present a greater complexity of structure than plants, and this complexity is again more marked in some animals than in others, being most varied in those to whose share has fallen not mere life, but life of high degree. De Partibus, Book 2, 10, 3. Nature might, of course, use one organ for many purposes, and so endow a simple organism with complex activities. Sometimes, indeed, she does so. But as in handicrafts, so in the body, it is better to have special instruments for special operations than single instruments for multiple uses. Nature never, therefore, when she can help it, acts like the artisan, who for cheapness makes a spit and lamp holder in one. In the more perfect animals, then, there are numerous organs, each with its separate office, whereas in less perfect ones, such division of labor is much less complete, and in some is so slight that, when the body is cut into bits, each separate fragment can continue to live independently for a short time, there being scarcely more unity between them than if the animal had been a plant, or an aggregation of distinct animals into a single mass. Quote, "But in animals of the most perfect conformation, no such phenomena as these are observable, because their nature has attained to the highest possible degree of unity." De Juvent. 2. Thus, centralization of vitality becomes a test of excellence, as well as complexity of structure, the one, like the other, implying division of labor. 3. These tests we may now proceed to apply, but it is important to bear in mind that no one of them was supposed by Aristotle to be sufficient by itself. The true nature of any group is not to be defined by a single differentia, but requires many. That is to say, its position in regard to other groups must be determined by a consideration not of one, but of all its characters, and by striking a balance between those points in which it excels and those in which it shows inferiority. How inadequate a single test may be, and into what confusion it may lead, Aristotle points out in the De Generatione, Book 2, 1:15, selecting the apparent degree in which the instruments of the motor soul are developed as an example. So also he admits that the test on which he chiefly relies in that treatise in judging of the heat of animals, namely, the condition in which the young are produced, is not a perfectly sure one, other conditions, such as moisture, having some influence, and even cold itself sometimes producing indirectly the same result as heat. But though Aristotle thus refused to accept any one test of excellence as sufficient, yet it is clear that he held some of his tests to be much more trustworthy than others. What was wanted was a test that should gauge the soul. But the soul is incorporate in matter, and such is the uncertain character of matter that the bodily organs do not always correspond with perfect strictness to the soul within. This makes it "impossible to classify by functions common to body and soul." De Partibus, Book 1, 3:12. As we can only judge of the soul through the body, every one of the tests has this failing. This is partly obviated by taking many tests in place of one, and by selecting those which give most direct information about the soul, that is to say, with the least implication of matter. Aristotle divides all terrestrial things into three great primary groups. Alpha, things without a soul, i.e., the inorganic kingdom. Beta, things with a purely nutritive soul, i.e., the vegetable kingdom. Gamma, things with a soul that is not only nutritive but sensitive, i.e., the animal kingdom. These three groups, he says, are not separated from each other by deep-cut lines of demarcation, but nature passes from one to the other so gradually and imperceptibly that it is sometimes difficult to say under which heading a given object should be classed. What group it was with such dim vestiges of life as to bridge over the interval which divided plants from the inorganic world, Aristotle does not say. We may, however, fairly suppose that he had in his mind the lichens and the mosses, of which latter Lord Bacon spoke as interposed between corruption and life. But As to the transition from plants to animals, he is more explicit, placing between them the indiscriminate collection of organisms which in after times were confused together as zoophytes, but for which Aristotle had no common name. This group, then, in which he included sponges, sea anemones, jellyfishes, holothurias, and starfishes, stood at the bottom of his scale of animal life. Their inferiority was shown by even their common sensibility being so scantily developed as to become sometimes of doubtful presence, while in none of them were there any organs whatsoever of higher sense. None of them, moreover, possessed organs for active locomotion. Such of them as changed place at all did so at the mercy of the waves and currents, floating passively about, like plants detached from the soil, to which the rest were more or less permanently fixed. As to the reproduction of these animals, Aristotle says but little. He supposed them to be developed spontaneously, and to be altogether without organs of generation, a character which, with the absence of a vent, and their simple structure generally, approximated them closely to plants. From this intermediate group we pass insensibly to true animals, that is, to organisms whose sensibility is indisputable. These form two great groups, those that have blood, and those whose nutritive fluid is not true blood, but something analogous to it, a division which coincides with the modern one introduced by Lamarck into vertebrata and invertebrata. To this division of animals into those with blood and those without, it is objected that the one group has but a negative character. The objection is drawn from Aristotle's own quiver, and is equally fatal to Lamarck's invertebrata. Aristotle's division may, however, be so expressed as to avoid this criticism: animals whose nutritive fluid is red, and animals whose nutritive fluid is white or colorless. But to this again it is objected that some worms have colored blood, and it may be added that there is a fish whose blood is colorless. Similarly, we might object to Lamarck's division that there are fishes whose chorda dorsalis is never replaced by vertebrae. Nomenclature is, after all, to a great extent a matter of simple convenience, and when a convenient name has been found for an undoubtedly natural group, exceptional cases to which it scarcely applies, though they require to be noted, yet hardly suffice for its displacement. Vertebrata will probably be retained in spite of the exception to its accuracy given above, nor are we likely to discard the familiar reptilia, though the pterodactyl flew, and though the turtles swim. I am by no means sure that Aristotle would have abandoned his group names even had he known of the exceptions to their accuracy. But did he know of them? Of the fish with colorless blood, it need scarcely be said he was ignorant. But earthworms can hardly have escaped his notice. It is strange, however, that he never makes definite mention of them. It may be, nay, probably is the case that the animals he once alludes to as popularly called entrails of the earth are earthworms. If so, we have another explanation of his division, for, sad to say, he thought that these were embryonic forms of eels, that is, of animals with red blood. The bloodless animals are in every respect less perfect than the sanguineous, and inferior to them. They are, as a rule, of smaller size, and live for a shorter time. They are colder, as is shown not only by their want of blood, but also by the almost universal absence of any special provision for refrigeration, such as gills and lungs and brain. The simple bathing of the surface with air or water sufficing, as a rule, to temper their small heat. Another proof of this cold nature is furnished by the immature condition in which they produce their young. None of them deposits a perfect ovum, an ovum, that is, which has attained its full growth. But if they produce an ovum at all, it is at best an imperfect one, an ovum, that is, that increases in size after it is deposited. And though this is true of some of the least perfect among the sanguineous animals, namely the scaly fishes, it is true of all the bloodless kinds. It should be said, in explanation of this latter ground of distinction, that the ova of fishes and mollusca, and other animals that lay their eggs in water or damp situations, sometimes increase considerably in size after being deposited. This increase was supposed by Aristotle to be due to actual growth, whereas it is in reality attributable to mere imbibation of water. This explanation applies to most of his classes of bloodless animals, but not to insects. These, he thought, produced something even less mature than the imperfect ovum of the water animal, and to it he gave the name of scolex. The scolex was distinguished from the ovum not only by being less mature, but by being metamorphosed as a whole into the perfect animal, and not, as the true ovum, serving partly for the nourishment of the embryo, partly for its development. It has been supposed from this that Aristotle had in some extraordinary way overlooked the eggs of insects, and fancied that these animals produce primarily grubs or maggots. This, however, was not so. He says that there are two kinds of scolex, one capable of motion, in other words, a grub or maggot, the other incapable of motion, and so excessively like an ovum in shape, size, and consistency as to be indistinguishable from it, excepting by considering its ulterior changes. The insects which produce the moving scolex or grub are those viviparous species in which, as in the flesh fly, the ovum is hatched into a grub before being extruded from the parent's body, while the ordinary oviparous insects and spiders are those which produce the motionless egg-like scolex. Why, however, it will be asked, should Aristotle have considered the scolex, whether in shape of egg or of grub, to be more immature than an ovum? Simply because the condition of scolex was antecedent to and preparatory of the condition of chrysalis or pupa, and the chrysalis or pupa, which neither ate nor grew, and was the motionless form which immediately gave rise to the perfect animal, was supposed by him to correspond to the true ovum of other animals. Though, however, it corresponded to an ovum, it differed from one because the whole of it was converted by metamorphosis into the perfect animal. Still less mature than the scolex was the generative product of certain testacea. This consisted at most of a slimy fluid produced asexually and scarcely differing from the inorganic mud, which could itself generate these animals spontaneously, though its power of so doing was somewhat increased by the addition of this excretion. The slimy substances to which Aristotle alludes are the agglutinated egg masses of gastropodous mollusks. Although he failed to see that these masses consist of a multitude of distinct ova, and are not a simple homogeneous slime, Yet, in recognizing them as the generative products of Testacea, he was in advance of the naturalists of the 18th century, who described these egg masses as distinct species of animals and gave them separate names. The ova of other Testacea completely escaped Aristotle's observation, and he supposed these animals to be generated either spontaneously or by budding from the parent, which is actually true of some of the animals included by him in the group, but which he also supposed to be true of the bivalved mollusks, such as oysters and mussels, which live in large communities and are often found adhering to each other's valves in masses, as though they had budded from each other. There was thus a regular series of gradations in the degree of maturity reached by the generative product of different animals at the time of birth, corresponding generally with similar gradations in the natural heat of the parents. In only one instance did the two series fail to coincide, namely in the case of the ovoviviparous fishes, which exception is elsewhere explained. Omitting these, the series runs: 1. The fully developed fetus of Vivipara, i.e. of Mammalia. 2. The perfect ovum of birds and reptiles. 3. The imperfect ovum of bony fishes, of cephalopods, and of crustacea. 4. The scolex of insects. 5. The generative slime of certain Testacea. 6. The bud, as in bivalves, ascidians, etc. 7. The absence of all generative product and consequently spontaneous generation, as in all lower groups, and even occasionally in the higher, up to fishes. The bloodless animals are divided by Aristotle into 4 great groups: the Testacea, the Insecta, the Crustacea, and the Mollusca, Malacia. This last group corresponds to the modern Cephalopoda, and in the following pages will be called by that name, to avoid the confusion into which we should be led by retaining Aristotle's name Mollusca, this title having acquired a different significance in modern times. At the bottom stand the Testacea, in which are included all the modern Mollusca excepting the cephalopods, and also the ascidians and the echini. Their inferiority to the rest is shown by their being completely or almost completely incapable of locomotion, by their having, that is, no motor soul, or only dim traces of it, so that they are repeatedly spoken of as sedentary, monima, in opposition to all other true animals, which are locomotive, kinetica. In this respect, they resemble plants rather than animals, as also they do in many other points, such as the absence of sexual distinction, there being only one species, namely the snails, in which there are any grounds for believing such distinction to exist, and in their mode of origin. For, like plants, they are generated either spontaneously or by budding, or from an excretion produced, like the vegetable seed, asexually. So nearly, in fact, do they resemble plants, that they seem intended by nature to occupy in the sea the place which these occupy on the earth, so that they may almost be spoken of as sea plants, while plants may be similarly looked on as land Testacea. They graduate insensibly into plants through the zoophytes, the echini, and ascidians, which are usually reckoned by Aristotle as Testacea in virtue of their external covering, being sometimes apparently included by him in the group of zoophytes. still further signs of the inferiority of the Testacea as compared with animals capable of greater locomotion are furnished by the simplicity of their structure, which accords with the simplicity of their life, and by the absence, or at any rate the doubtful presence, of the higher senses, hearing and sight. Next above the Testacea come the segmented animals or Insecta, in which group Aristotle included not only Insecta, Myriapoda, and Arachnida, but also intestinal parasites, and in fact all such Annulosa as were known to him, with the exception of Crustacea. These were superior to the Testacea in the first place because they were capable of locomotion, secondly because they had all the five senses, and thirdly because they presented generally, though not invariably, distinctions of sex, and reproduced their species by congress. They were inferior to the other two groups of bloodless animals in being occasionally sexless and spontaneously developed, and in producing, when sexual, a less perfect generative product, viz. The scolex. They are therefore distinctly stated by Aristotle to be the coldest of all animals that give off generative products, that is, of all animals excepting the Testacea. Their low position in the scale was also shown by their want of vital centralization. For after they have been cut into pieces, each segment continues to live independently for a space, as though the animal were a plant, or an aggregation of distinct animals united into a mass. The only reason, says Aristotle, that such a piece does not live still longer is that it has not got the necessary organs of nutrition, such as mouth and the like. Of the two remaining groups of bloodless animals, the Crustacea and the Cephalopods, it is not so easy to decide which was held by Aristotle to be the more perfect. In most respects they were on a par, for in both the sexes were always distinct, and in both the generative product was an equally immature ovum. Probably, however, the first place must be assigned to the Cephalopods in virtue of the great size to which they occasionally attain, and still more in virtue of their having a brain, a mark of superiority distinguishing them from all other bloodless animals. We come now to Aristotle's second group, the sanguineous animals, the vertebrata of Lamarck and his successors. These, doubtless, from time immemorial have been popularly divided into beasts, birds, reptiles, and fishes. Aristotle adopted the popular division, in the formation of which men had been guided by a happy instinct, and in so doing he has been followed by all zoologists, until almost in our own day the amphibia have been separated from the reptiles, and made to form a fifth class. First, however, he divided his sanguineous group into two subdivisions, the vivipara and the ovipara. Of these, the vivipara, including the biped man, the quadrupedous beasts, and the apodous cetacea, were manifestly superior to the ovipara, for their more perfect organs of respiration, and the more mature condition of their young at birth, testified indisputably to their greater heat. The ovipara include the birds, the reptiles, and the fishes. Of these, the fishes were clearly at the bottom. The stunted character of their external form, the absence of lungs, and the substitution for them of an inferior organ of refrigeration were unmistakable signs of inferiority. But more than all was this shown by their ovum being deposited in an imperfect condition. It was true that in one great subdivision of fishes the ovum was not so deposited, These fishes were ovoviviparous, that is, the ovum was hatched inside the body, and in some cases the embryo even formed a kind of placental attachment to the mother. But, says Aristotle, such ovoviviparity is not to be taken, like viviparity, for a sign of heat. On the contrary, it is a sign of cold. These fishes are of so cold a nature that they have not enough heat to harden the outside of their ovum into a shell. Their egg remains soft, and if extruded in this condition would soon be destroyed. It is therefore retained in the parent's body for security. There remain the reptiles and the birds. It is not easy to decide offhand which of these was held by Aristotle to be the higher in the scale. One would have thought that the manifest warmth of the one to the touch, and equally manifest coldness of the other, would at once have decided the matter. But strange as it seems, there is no passage, so far as I can ascertain, in which Aristotle recognizes this difference. Yet he had most certainly laid his hand on a living chameleon, and on a living tortoise, for he describes their vivisection, and it is impossible to imagine that he had never touched a living bird. The explanation, I think, is to be found in the fact already stated, that Aristotle drew a wide distinction between ordinary heat and vital heat, and would not allow that touch was any measure of the latter. Tried by his main vital standards, the two groups were on a par. Each had red blood. Each breathed by a lung, and in each this lung was of a bladdery and therefore an inferior character. In each the sexes were invariably separate. Each was oviparous, and in each the ovum was a perfect one, that is, had attained its full size at the time of deposition. The similarity between the ova went moreover still farther, for in each it consisted of a white part and a yellow part, and in each the embryo was provided not only with an umbilical vesicle, but also with an allantois. In all these characters, birds and reptiles resembled each other, and differed from fishes. The two groups, then, were on a par in all their main characters. Still we may, I think, fairly assume that the greater vivacity of birds, their rapid locomotion, their more varied life, and their comparatively erect position, as contrasted with the groveling attitude of reptiles, cannot but have led Aristotle to assign to the former the place of honor. And this accords with a passage where he classes animals by the degrees in which the parental instinct is developed. The purpose of nature, he says, is to give such an instinct to all animals. But in the lowest kinds, the instinct ceases to act with the deposition of the eggs. This applies to the bloodless animals, and as a rule to fishes. In the next group, the instinct lasts till the eggs are hatched, and then ceases. This applies to the reptiles, whom he describes as laying their eggs on the ground to be hatched by the heat of the soil, and coming backwards and forwards at intervals to see that no mischief happens to them. A step farther, and we have animals of higher intelligence that continue their care until their young have not only been hatched, but have attained full growth. Such are the birds, and most mammals, while lastly come man, and some few animals of high intelligence, who retain their affection for their young throughout life. Such were the main groups recognized by Aristotle, and such the order in which he apparently placed them. It would, I think, not be impossible, nor even very difficult, to apply the same tests to his minor groups, and arrange these also pretty much in the order in which he would himself have placed them. The zoophytes, for instance, would have been classified by him it may almost be said, were classified by him according to their apparent degrees of sensibility, their freedom from attachment, and generally their less or greater resemblance to plants. The fixed sponges, with their doubtful signs of feeling, being at the bottom, and the free and more manifestly sensitive starfishes at the top, while between them came groups less freely motor than the latter, and yet more clearly sensitive than the former, which were "in fact virtually plants and nothing more," namely the holothuri and sea lungs, which, though not actually fixed, yet floated at the mercy of the waves like "detached plants," and were as insensible as sponges, and the acalephae, which, though usually attached to the rocks, could, some or all, detach themselves at will. Of the testacea, again, we can hardly be wrong in supposing that Aristotle would have placed the motor and occasionally sexual turbinata at the top, and the sedentary and asexual bivalves at the bottom, while the univalves or limpets, usually fixed but capable of locomotion, would have held the middle place. The greater or less power of locomotion, the presence or absence of the higher senses, the degrees of vital centralization, of which the number of legs formed a criterion, and the position of the body in regard to its elevation above the ground, would have given to the subdivisions of his Insecta the following order: intestinal worms, Myriapoda, spiders, hexapodous insects. So we might go on with the other groups, but it is hardly worth while to do so, seeing what space the necessary collection of passages would occupy, and how much conjecture, after all, would have to be allowed. It will be as well, therefore, to limit ourselves to the main groups, and these may now be presented in the following tabular form. I. Sanguineous animals. Vertebrata. A. Vivipara, Mammalia. 1. Man. 2. Quadrupeds. 3. Cetacea. B. Ovipara, alpha, with perfect ovum. 4. Birds. 5. Quadrupeds and apida. Reptiles and amphibia. Beta, with imperfect ovum. 6. Fishes. II. Bloodless animals. Invertebrata. Alpha, with imperfect ovum. 7. Malachia, cephalopods. 8. Malacostraca, crustacea. Beta, with scolex. 9. Insecta, remaining arthropoda and some worms. Gamma, with generative slime, buds, or spontaneous generation. 10. Ostracoderma or testacea. Mollusca, excepting cephalopods. Delta, with spontaneous generation only. 11. Zoophytes. End of The Main Groups of Animals by William Ogle. Book 1 of On the Parts of Animals by Aristotle, translated by William Ogle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Every systematic science, the humblest and the noblest alike, seems to admit of two distinct kinds of proficiency, one of which may be properly called scientific knowledge of the subject, while the other is a kind of educational acquaintance with it. For an educated man should be able to form a fair offhand judgment as to the goodness or badness of the method used by a professor in his exposition. To be educated is in fact to be able to do this, and even the man of universal education we deem to be such in virtue of his having this ability. It will, however, of course, be understood that we only ascribe universal education to one who, in his own individual person, is thus critical in all or nearly all branches of knowledge, and not to one who has a like ability merely in some special subject. For it is possible for a man to have this competence in some one branch of knowledge without having it in all. It is plain then that, as in other sciences, so in that which enquires into nature, there must be certain canons, by reference to which a hearer shall be able to criticize the method of a professed exposition, quite independently of the question whether the statements made be true or false. Ought we, for instance, to give an illustration of what I mean, to begin by discussing the specific characters of each kind of animal, man, lion, ox, and the like, and by describing separately the distinctive features of each? Or ought we rather to deal first with the characters which all these animals have in common, and thus form a basis for the consideration of them separately? For genera that are quite distinct, yet oftentimes resemble each other in many of their phenomena, in sleep for instance, in respiration, in growth, in decay, in death, and in other similar affections and conditions, which may be passed over for the present, as we are not yet prepared to treat of them with clearness and precision. Now it is plain that if we discuss each kind of animal separately, we shall frequently be obliged to repeat the same statements over and over again. For horse and dog and man present, each and all, every one of the phenomena just enumerated. A discussion, therefore, of these several animals separately would necessarily involve frequent repetitions as to characters, themselves identical, but recurring in animals specifically distinct. Very possibly also there may be other characters which, though they present specific differences, yet come under one and the same category. For instance, flying, walking, swimming, creeping, are plainly specifically distinct, but yet are all forms of animal progression. We must then have some clear understanding as to the manner in which our investigation is to be conducted. Whether, I mean, we are first to deal with the common or generical characters, and afterwards to take into consideration special peculiarities, or whether we are to start straight off with the ultimate species. For, as yet, no definite rule has been laid down in this matter. So also there is a like uncertainty as to another point now to be mentioned. Ought the writer who deals with the works of nature to follow the plan adopted by the mathematicians in their astronomical demonstrations, and, after considering the phenomena presented by animals and their several parts, proceed subsequently to treat of the causes and the reason why? Or ought he to follow some other method? And when these questions are answered, there yet remains another. The causes concerned in the generation of the works of nature are, as we see, more than one. There is the final cause, and there is the motor cause. Now we must decide which of these two causes comes first, which second. Plainly, however, that cause is the first which we call the final one. For this is the reason, and the reason forms the starting point, alike in works of art and in works of nature. For consider how the physician or how the builder sets about his work. He starts by forming for himself a definite picture, in the one case mental, in the other actual, of his end. The physician of health, the builder of a house, and this he holds forward as the reason and explanation of each subsequent step that he takes, and of his acting in this or that way as the case may be. Now, in the works of nature, the good end and the final cause is still more dominant than in works of art, such as these, and necessity is a much less constant factor in their production, though it is to this that almost all writers would seek to refer their origin, though they do not distinguish the various senses in which the term necessity is used. For there is absolute necessity manifested in eternal phenomena, and there is hypothetical necessity manifested in everything that is generated by nature, as in everything that is produced by art, be it a house or what it may. For if a house or other such final object is to be realized, it is necessary that such and such material shall exist, and it is necessary that first this and then that shall be produced, and first this and then that set in motion, and so on in continuous succession until the end and final result is reached, for the sake of which each prior thing is produced and exists. As with these productions of art, so also is it with the productions of nature. The mode of necessity, however, and the mode of ratiocination are different in natural science and in art from what they are in the theoretical sciences, of which we have spoken elsewhere. For in the latter, the starting point is that which is; in the former, that which is to be. For it is that which is yet to be, health, let us say, or a man, which, owing to its being of such and such characters, necessitates the pre-existence or previous production of this and that antecedent, and not this or that antecedent which, because it exists or is generated, makes it necessary that health or a man shall come into existence. Nor is it possible to trace back the series of necessary antecedents to a starting point, of which you can say that, existing itself from eternity, it has determined their existence as its consequent. These, however, again are matters that have been dealt with in another treatise. There too it was stated in what cases absolute and hypothetical necessity exist; in what cases also the proposition expressing hypothetical necessity is simply convertible, and what cause it is that determines this convertibility. Another matter which must not be passed over without consideration is, whether the proper subject of our exposition is that with which the ancient writers concerned themselves, namely, what is the process of formation of each animal, or whether it is not rather what are the characters of a given creature when formed. For there is no small difference between these two views. The best course appears to be that we should follow the method already mentioned, and begin with the phenomena presented by each group of animals, and, when this is done, proceed afterwards to state the causes of those phenomena, and to deal with their evolution. For elsewhere, as for instance in house building, this is the true sequence. The plan of the house or the house has this and that features, and because it has this and that features, therefore is its construction carried out in this or that manner. For the process of evolution is for the sake of the thing finally evolved, and not this for the sake of the process. Empedocles then was in error when he said that many of the characters presented by animals were merely the results of incidental occurrences during their development. For instance, that the backbone was divided as it is into vertebrae because it happened to be broken owing to the contorted position of the fetus in the womb. In so saying, he overlooked the fact that propagation implies a creative seed endowed with certain formative properties. Secondly, he neglected another fact, namely, that the parent animal pre-exists not only in idea, but actually in time. For man is generated from man, and thus it is the possession of certain characters by the parent that determines the development of like characters in the child. The same statement, namely that the process of production occurs for the sake of the thing produced, holds good also for the operations of art, and even for those which are apparently spontaneous. For the same result as is commonly produced only by art may sometimes occur spontaneously. Spontaneity, for instance, may do the work of the physician and bring about the restoration of health. As a general rule, however, the products of art are such as cannot possibly be produced spontaneously, for they require the pre-existence of an efficient cause homogeneous with themselves, such as the statuary's art, which must necessarily precede the statue. Art, indeed, consisting in the conception of the result to be produced before its realization in the material. As with spontaneity, so with chance, for this also occasionally produces the same result as art, and by the same process of evolution. The fittest mode, then, of treatment is to say, a man has such and such parts, because the conception of a man includes their presence, and because they are necessary conditions of his existence, or at any rate of his perfection. And these conditions in their turn imply other prior conditions. Thus we should say, because man is an animal with such and such characters, therefore is the process of his development necessarily such as it is, and therefore is it accomplished in such and such an order, this part being formed first, that next, and so on in succession. And after a like fashion should we explain the evolution of all other works of nature. Now, that with which the ancient writers who first philosophized about nature busied themselves was the material principle and the material cause. They inquired what this is, and what its character, how the universe is generated out of it, and by what motor influence, whether, for instance, by antagonism or friendship, whether by intelligence or spontaneous action, the substratum of matter being assumed to have certain inseparable properties. Fire, for instance, to have a hot nature, earth a cold one, the former to be light, the latter heavy. For even the genesis of the universe is thus explained by them. After a like fashion do they deal also with the development of plants and of animals. They say, for instance, that the water contained in the body causes by its currents the formation of the stomach and the other receptacles of food or of excretion, and that the breath by its passage breaks open the outlets of the nostrils, air and water being the materials of which bodies are made, for all represent nature as composed of such or similar substances. But if men and animals and their several parts are natural phenomena, then the natural philosopher must take into consideration not merely the ultimate substances of which they are made, but also flesh, blood, bone, and all the other homogeneous parts; nor only these, but also the heterogeneous parts, such as face, hand, foot, and the like, and must examine how each of these comes to be what it is, and in virtue of what force. For to say what are the ultimate substances out of which an animal is formed, to state, for instance, that it is made of fire and water, is no more sufficient than would be a similar account in the case of an inanimate object, such as a couch or the like. For we should not be content with saying that the couch was made of bronze, or wood, or whatever it might be, but should try to describe its design or mode of composition in preference to the material; or if we did deal with the material, it would at any rate be with the concretion of material and form. For a couch is such and such a form of this or that matter, or such and such a matter with this or that form, so that its shape and structure must be included in our description, for the formal nature is of much greater importance than the material nature. Does then configuration and colour constitute the essence of the various animals and of their several parts? For if so, what Democritus says will be strictly correct, for such appears to have been his notion. At any rate, he says that it is evident to every one what form it is that makes the man, as if man were constituted by a certain recognizable shape and colour, and yet a dead body has exactly the same configuration as a living one, but for all that is not a man. So also no hand of bronze or wood, or of any but the appropriate materials, can possibly be a hand in more than name. For like a physician in a painting, or like a flute in a sculpture, in spite of its name it will be unable to do the office which that name implies. Precisely in the same way, no part of a dead body, such I mean as its eye or its foot, is really an eye or a foot. To say then that shape and colour constitute the animal is an inadequate statement, and is much the same as if a wood carver were to insist that the hand he had cut out was really a hand. Yet the physiologists, when they give an account of the development and causes of the animal form, speak very much like such a craftsman. What, however, I would ask, are the forces by which the hand or the body was fashioned into its shape? The wood carver will perhaps say, by the axe or the auger; the physiologist, by air and by earth. Of these two answers, the artificer's is the better, but it is nevertheless insufficient. For it is not enough for him to say that by the stroke of his tool this part was formed into a concavity, that into a flat surface, but he must state the reasons why he struck his blow in such a way as to effect this, and what his final object was, namely, that the piece of wood should develop eventually into this or that shape. It is plain then that the teaching of the old physiologists is inadequate, and that the true method is to state what the definitive characters are that distinguish the animal as a whole, to explain what it is both in substance and in form, and to deal after the same fashion with its several organs; in fact, to proceed in exactly the same way as we should do were we giving a complete description of a couch. If now this something that constitutes the form of the living being be the soul, or part of the soul, or something that without the soul cannot exist, as would seem to be the case, seeing at any rate that when the soul departs, what is left is no longer a living animal, and that none of the parts remain what they were before, excepting in mere configuration, like the animals that in the fable are turned into stone; if, I say, this be so, then it will come within the province of the natural philosopher to inform himself concerning the soul, and to treat of it either in its entirety, or at any rate of that part of it which constitutes the essential character of an animal; and it will be his duty to say what this soul, or this part of a soul, is, and to discuss the attributes that attach to this essential character. Again, nature is spoken of in two senses, and the nature of a thing is either its matter or its essence. Nature as essence including both the motor cause and the final cause. Now it is in the latter of these two senses that either the whole soul, or some part of it constitutes the nature of an animal; and inasmuch as it is the presence of the soul that enables matter to constitute the animal nature, much more than it is the presence of matter which so enables the soul, The inquirer into nature is bound on every ground to treat of the soul rather than of the matter. For though the wood of which they are made constitutes the couch and the tripod, it only does so because it is capable of receiving such and such a form. So far as has yet been said, it remains a debatable question whether it is the whole soul or only some part of it, the consideration of which comes within the province of natural science. Now, if it be of the whole soul that this should treat, then there is no place for any other philosophy beside it. For as it belongs in all cases to one and the same science to deal with correlated subjects, one and the same science, for instance, deals with sensation and with the objects of sense, and as therefore the intelligent soul and the objects of intellect being correlated must belong to one and the same science, it follows that natural science will have to include the whole universe in its province. But perhaps it is not the whole soul, nor all its parts collectively, that constitutes the source of motion, but there may be one part identical with that in plants, which is the source of change of quantity or growth, another which is the source of feeling or change of quality, while still another, and this not the intellectual part, is the source of change of place or locomotion. I say not the intellectual part, for other animals than man have the power of locomotion, but in none but him is there intellect. Thus then it is plain that it is not of the whole soul that we have to treat. For it is not the whole soul that constitutes the animal nature, but only some part or parts of it. Moreover, it is impossible that any abstraction can form a subject of natural science, seeing that everything that nature makes is means to an end. For just as human creations are the products of art, so living objects are manifestly the products of an analogous cause or principle, not external, but internal, derived like the hot and the cold, and the other material elements of our bodies, from the environing universe; and that the heaven, if it had an origin, was evolved by such a cause, there is even more reason to believe than that mortal animals so originated. For order and arrangement and constancy are much more plainly manifest in the celestial bodies than in our own frame, while change and chance are characteristic of the perishable things of earth. Yet there are some who, while they allow that animals were all generated by nature, nevertheless hold that the heaven was constructed to be what it is by chance and spontaneity, the heaven in which not the faintest sign of haphazard or of disorder is discernible. Again, whenever there is plainly some final end to which a motion tends, should nothing stand in the way, we always say that such final end is the aim or purpose of the motion; and from this it is evident that there must be a something or other really existing, corresponding to what we call by the name of nature. For a given germ does not give rise to any chance living being, nor spring from any chance one, but each germ springs from a definite parent and gives rise to a definite progeny. And thus it is the germ that is the ruling influence and fabricator of the offspring; for the offspring is that which in the course of nature will spring from it. At the same time, in the order of thought, the offspring is anterior to the germ; for germ and perfected progeny are related as the developmental process and the result, and result is in thought anterior to evolution. Anterior, however, to both germ and product is the organism from which the germ was derived; for every germ connotes two organisms, the parent and the progeny. For germ or seed is both the seed of the organism from which it came, of the horse for instance, from which it was derived, and the seed of the organism that will eventually arise from it, of the mule, for example, which is developed from the seed of the horse. The same seed, then, is the seed both of the horse and of the mule, though in different ways. Moreover, the seed is potentially that which will spring from it, and the relation of potentiality to actuality we know to be that of consequent to antecedent. There are then two causes, namely necessity and the final end. For many things are produced simply as the results of necessity. It may, however, be asked, of what mode of necessity are we speaking when we say this? For it can be of neither of those two modes which are set forth in the philosophical treatises. There is, however, the third mode, in such things at any rate as are generated. For instance, we say that food is necessary because an animal cannot possibly do without it. This third mode is what may be called hypothetical necessity. Here is another example of it. If a piece of wood is to be split with an axe, the axe must of necessity be hard, and if hard, must of necessity be made of iron, or bronze, or the like. Now, exactly in the same way, the body, which like the axe is an instrument, for both the body as a whole and its several parts individually have definite operations for which they are made, just in the same way, I say, the body, if it is to do its work, must of necessity be of such and such a character and made of such and such materials. There are then, as before said, two modes of causation, and both of these must, so far as possible, be taken into account in explaining the works of nature. At any rate, it is plain that an attempt must be made to include them both, and that those who fail in this tell us in reality nothing about nature. For the main factor in the nature of an animal is much more the final cause than the necessary material. There are indeed passages in which even Empedocles hits upon this, and following the guidance of fact, finds himself constrained to speak of the final cause as constituting the essence and real nature of things. Such, for instance, is the case when he explains what is a bone. For he does not merely describe its material and say it is this one element, or those two or three elements, or a compound of all the elements, but states the law or plan of their combination, and takes this to constitute the bone. As with a bone, so manifestly is it with the flesh and all other similar parts. The reason why our predecessors failed in hitting upon this method of treatment was, that they were not in possession of the notion of formal cause, nor of any definition of essence. The first who came near it was Democritus, and he was far from adopting it as a necessary method in natural science, but was merely brought to it, in spite of himself, by constraint of facts. In the time of Socrates, a nearer approach was made to the method, but at this period men gave up enquiring into the works of nature, and philosophers diverted their attention to political science and to the virtues which benefit mankind. Of the method itself, the following is an example. In dealing with respiration, we must show that it takes place for such or such a final object, and we must also show that this and that part of the process is necessitated by this and that other stage of it. By necessity, we shall sometimes mean hypothetical necessity, the necessity, that is, that the requisite antecedents shall be there if the final end is to be reached, and sometimes absolute necessity, such necessity as that between substances and their inherent properties and characters. Thus it is necessary, if we are to live, that there shall be alternating discharges and returns of heat from and to the body, and a necessary condition for this is the inflow of air. Here at once we have a necessity in the former of the two senses, but the reduction of the internal heat by refrigeration produces, as a necessary result, the outflow of the air, while vice versa, the reduction of the cold by the internal heat produces an inflow. This is a necessity in the second of the two senses. In the foregoing, we have an example of the method which we must adopt, and also an example of the kind of phenomena, the causes of which we have to investigate. Chapter 2. Some writers propose to reach the definitions of the ultimate forms of animal life by bipartite division, but this method is often difficult and often impracticable. Sometimes the final differentia of the subdivision is sufficient by itself, and the antecedent differentiae are mere surplusage. Thus, in the series footed, two-footed, cloven-footed, the last term is all expressive by itself, and to append the higher terms is only an idle iteration. Again, it is not permissible to break up a natural group, birds for instance, by putting its members under different bifurcations, as is done in the published dichotomies, where some birds are ranked with animals of the water, and others with animals of the air. The group birds and the group fishes happen to be named, while other natural groups have no popular names. For instance, the groups that we may call sanguineous and exsanguineous are not known popularly by any designations. If such natural groups are not to be broken up, the method of dichotomy cannot be employed, for it necessarily involves such breaking up and dislocation. The group of the many-footed, for instance, would, under this method, have to be dismembered, and some of its kinds distributed among land animals, others among water animals. Chapter 3. Again, privative terms inevitably form one branch of dichotomous division, as we see in the proposed dichotomies. But privative terms, in their character of privatives, admit of no subdivision. For there can be no specific forms of what is non-existent, of featherless, for instance, or of footless, as there are of feathered and of footed. Yet a generic differentia must be subdivisable, for otherwise what is there that makes it generic rather than specific? There are to be found generic, that is, specifically subdivisable differentiae, feathered, for instance, and footed. For feathers are divisible into barbed and unbarbed, and feet into many-cleft, like those of a bird, or two-cleft, like those of an ox, or uncloven and undivided, like those of a horse. Now, even with differentiae capable of this specific subdivision, it is difficult enough so to make the classification, as that each animal shall be comprehended in some one subdivision, and in not more than one. But far more difficult, nay impossible, is it to do this, if we start with a dichotomy into two contradictories. Suppose, for instance, we start with the two contradictories, feathered and unfeathered. We shall find that the ant, the glowworm, and some other animals fall under both divisions. For each differentia must be presented by some species. There must be some species, therefore, under the privative heading. Now, specifically distinct animals cannot present in their essence a common, undifferentiated element, but any apparently common element must really be differentiated. Bird and man, for instance, are both two-footed, but their two-footedness is diverse and differentiated. So, any two sanguineous groups must have some difference in their blood if their blood is part of their essence. From this it follows that a privative term, being insusceptible of differentiation, cannot be a generic differentia, for if it were, there would be a common, undifferentiated element in two different groups. Again, if the species are ultimate indivisible groups, that is, are groups with indivisible differentiae, and if no differentia be common to several groups, the number of differentiae must be equal to the number of species. If a differentia, though not divisible, could yet be common to several groups, then it is plain that in virtue of that common differentia specifically distinct animals would fall into the same division. It is necessary then that none of the differentiae that belong to the ultimate or indivisible groups shall be common, for otherwise, as already said, specifically distinct animals will come into one and the same division, but this would violate one of the requisite conditions, which are as follows. No ultimate group must be included in more than a single division. Different groups must not be included in the same division, and every group must be found in some division. It is plain then that we cannot get at the ultimate specific forms of the animal, or any other kingdom, by bifurcate division. If we could, the number of ultimate differentiae would equal the number of ultimate animal forms, which is inconceivable. For assume an order of beings whose prime differentiae are white and black. Each of these branches will bifurcate, and their branches again, and so on till we reach the ultimate differentiae, whose number will be 4 or some other multiple of 2, and will also be the number of the ultimate species comprehended in the order. A species is constituted by the combination of differentia and matter, for no animal nor a portion of an animal is purely material or purely immaterial, in other words, purely corporeal or purely incorporeal, as repeatedly observed. Further, the differentiae must be elements of the essence, and not merely properties or attributes. Thus, if figure is the term to be divided, it must not be divided into figures whose angles are equal to 2 right angles, and figures whose angles are together greater than 2 right angles. For it is only an attribute of a triangle, and not part of its essence, that its angles are equal to 2 right angles. Again, the bifurcations must be contradictories, like white and black, straight and bent, and if we characterize one branch by either term, we must characterize the other by its opposite, and not, for example, characterize one branch by a color, the other by a mode of progression, swimming for instance. Furthermore, living beings cannot be divided by the functions common to body and soul, by flying for instance, and walking, as we see them divided in the current dichotomies. For some groups, ants for instance, fall under both divisions, some ants flying, while others do not. Similarly, the division into wild and tame must be rejected, as it also would involve the disruption of a species into different groups. For in almost all species in which some members are tame, there are other members that are wild. Such, for example, is the case with men, horses, oxen, dogs in India, pigs, goats, sheep, groups which, if double, ought to have what they have not, namely different appellations, and which, if single, prove that wildness and tameness do not amount to specific differences. And whatever single element we take as a basis of division, the same difficulty will occur. The method, then, that we must adopt is to attempt to recognize the natural groups, following the indications afforded by the instincts of mankind, which led them, for instance, to form the class of birds and the class of fishes, each of which groups combines a multitude of differentiae, and is not defined by a single one as in dichotomy. The method of dichotomy is either impossible, for it would put a single group under different divisions, or dissimilar groups under the same division, or it only furnishes a single ultimate differentia for each species, which either alone or with its series of antecedents has to constitute the whole essence. If, again, a new differential character be introduced at any stage into the division, the necessary result is that the unity of the whole and the continuity of the division become merely a unity and continuity of agglomeration, like the unity and continuity of a series of sentences coupled together by conjunctive particles. For instance, suppose we have the bifurcation feathered and featherless, and then divide feathered into wild and tame, or into white and black. Tame and white have no essential relation to feathered, but are the commencement of an independent bifurcation, and are foreign to the series at the end of which they are introduced. As we said then, we must define at the outset by a multiplicity of differentiae. If we do so, privative terms will be available which are unavailable to the dichotomist. The impossibility of reaching the definition of any of the ultimate forms by dichotomy of the larger group, as some propose, is manifest also from the following considerations. It is impossible that a single differentia, either by itself or with its antecedents, shall express the whole essence of a species. In saying a single differentia by itself, I mean such an isolated differentia as cloven-footed. In saying a single differentia with its antecedents, I mean such a series as footed, two-footed, cloven-footed. The very continuity of such a series of successive differentiae in a division is intended to show that it is their combination that expresses the character of the resulting unit or ultimate group. But one is misled by the usages of language into imagining that it is merely the final term of the series. Cloven-footed, for instance, that constitutes the whole differentia, and that the antecedent terms footed, two-footed are superfluous. Now, it is evident that such a series cannot consist of many terms, for if one divides and subdivides, one soon reaches the final differential term, but for all that, one has not got to the ultimate division, that is, to the species. No single differentia, I repeat either by itself or with its antecedents, can possibly express the essence of a species. Suppose, for example, man to be the animal to be defined. The single differentia will be cloven-footed, either by itself or with its antecedents, footed and two-footed. Now, if man was nothing more than a cloven-footed animal, this single differentia would duly represent his essence. But seeing that this is not the case, more differentiae than this one will necessarily be required to define him, and these cannot come under one division, for each single branch of a dichotomy ends in a single differentia, and cannot possibly include several differentiae belonging to one and the same animal. It is impossible then to reach any of the ultimate animal forms by dichotomous division. Chapter 4. It deserves inquiry why a single name denoting a single group was not invented by mankind as an appellation to comprehend the two groups of water animals and winged animals. For there are certain attributes common to the two, and differentiating them from the rest of the animal kingdom. However, the present nomenclature is just. Groups that only differ in degree and in the more or less of an identical element that they possess are aggregated under a single class. Groups whose attributes are not identical but analogous are separated. For instance, bird differs from bird by gradation or by excess and defect. Some birds have long feathers, others short ones, but all are feathered. Bird and fish are more remote, and only agree in having analogous organs. For what in the bird is feather, in the fish is scale. Such analogies can scarcely, however, serve universally as indications for the formation of groups. For almost all animals present analogies in their corresponding parts. The individuals comprised within a species, such as Socrates and Coriscus, are the real existences. But inasmuch as these individuals possess one common specific form, it will suffice to state the universal attributes of the species, that is, the attributes common to all its individuals, once for all, as otherwise there will be endless reiteration, as has already been pointed out. But as regards the larger groups, such as birds, which comprehend many species, there may be a question. For, on the one hand, it may be urged that as the ultimate species represent the real existences, it will be well, if practicable, to examine these ultimate species separately, just as we examine the species man separately. To examine, that is, not the whole class birds collectively, but the ostrich, the crane, and the other indivisible groups or species belonging to the class. On the other hand, however, this course would involve repeated mention of the same attribute, as the same attribute is common to many species, and so far would be irrational and tedious. Perhaps then it will be best to treat generically the universal attributes of the groups that have a common nature and contain closely allied subordinate forms, whether they are groups recognized by a true instinct of mankind, such as birds and fishes, or groups not popularly known by a common appellation, but withal composed of closely allied subordinate groups, and only to deal individually with the attributes of a single species, when such species, man for instance, and any other such, if such there be, stands apart from others, and does not constitute with them a larger natural group. It is generally similarity in the shape of particular organs, or of the whole body, that has determined the formation of the larger groups. It is in virtue of such a similarity that birds, fishes, cephalopoda, and testacea have been made to form each a separate class. In their respective subdivisions, the organs are not merely analogous, as the bone of man and the spine of fish, but are identical, with the exception of certain corporeal differentiations in respect of largeness, smallness, hardness, softness, smoothness, roughness, and other oppositions of this kind, and, in one word, in respect of degree. We have now touched upon the canons for criticizing the method of natural science, and have considered what is the most systematic and easy course of investigation. We have also dealt with division, and the mode of conducting it, so as best to attain the ends of science, and have shown how dichotomy is either impracticable or inefficacious for its professed purposes. Having laid this foundation, we proceed to the next topic, and by way of introduction, we observe that Chapter 5. Some members of the universe are ungenerated, imperishable, and eternal, while others are subject to generation and decay. The former are excellent, beyond compare and divine, but less accessible to knowledge. The evidence that might throw light on them, and on the problems which we long to solve respecting them, is furnished but scantily by sensation, whereas respecting perishable plants and animals, we have abundant information, living as we do in their midst, and ample data may be collected concerning all their various kinds, if only we are willing to take sufficient pains. Both departments, however, have their special charm. The scanty conceptions to which we can attain of celestial things give us, from their excellence, more pleasure than all our knowledge of the world in which we live, just as a half glimpse of persons that we love is more delightful than a leisurely view of other things, whatever their number and dimensions. On the other hand, in certitude and in completeness, our knowledge of terrestrial things has the advantage. Moreover, their greater nearness and affinity to us balances somewhat the loftier interest of the heavenly things that are the objects of the higher philosophy. Having already treated of the celestial world as far as our conjectures could reach, we proceed to treat of animals without omitting, to the best of our ability, any member of the kingdom, however ignoble. For if some have no graces to charm the sense, yet even these, by disclosing to intellectual perception the artistic spirit that designed them, give immense pleasure to all who can trace links of causation and are inclined to philosophy. Indeed, it would be strange if mimic representations of them were attractive, because they disclose the mimetic skill of the painter or sculptor, and the original realities themselves were not more interesting, to all at any rate who have eyes to discern the reason that presided over their formation. We therefore must not recoil with childish aversion from the examination of the humbler animals. Every realm of nature is marvelous, and, as Heraclitus, when the strangers who came to visit him found him warming himself at the furnace in the kitchen, is reported to have bidden them not to be afraid to enter, as even in that kitchen divinities were present, so we should venture on the study of every kind of animal without distaste. For each and all will reveal to us something natural and something beautiful. Absence of haphazard and conduciveness of everything to an end are to be found in nature's works in the highest degree, and the resultant end of her generations and combinations is a form of the beautiful. If any person thinks the examination of the rest of the animal kingdom an unworthy task, he must hold in like disesteem the study of man. For no one can look at the primordia of the human frame, blood, flesh, bones, vessels, and the like, without much repugnance. Moreover, in every inquiry, the examination of material elements and instruments is not to be regarded as final, but as ancillary to the conception of the total form. Thus, the true object of architecture is not bricks, mortar, or timber, but the house, and so the principal object of natural philosophy is not the material elements, but their composition, and the totality of the form to which they are subservient, and independently of which they have no existence. The course of exposition must be first to state the attributes common to whole groups of animals, and then to attempt to give their explanation. Many groups, as already noticed, present absolutely common attributes, that is to say, absolutely identical affections, and absolutely identical organs, feet, feathers, scales, and the like, while in other groups the affections and organs are only so far identical as that they are analogous. For instance, some groups have lungs, others have no lung, but an organ analogous to a lung in its place. Some have blood, others have no blood, but a fluid analogous to blood, and with the same office. To treat of the common attributes in connection with each individual group would involve, as already suggested, useless iteration. So much for this topic. As every instrument and every bodily member subserves some partial end, that is to say, some special action, so the whole body must be destined to minister to some plenary sphere of action. Thus the saw is made for sawing, for this is its function, and not sawing for the saw. Similarly, the body too must somehow or other be made for the soul, and each part of it for some subordinate function to which it is adapted. We have then first to describe the common functions, common, that is, to the whole animal kingdom, or to certain large groups, or to the members of a species. In other words, we have to describe the attributes common to all animals, or to assemblages, like the class of birds, of closely allied groups differentiated by gradation, or to groups like man not differentiated into subordinate groups. In the first case, the common attributes may be called analogous, in the second generic, in the third specific. When a function is ancillary to another, a like relation manifestly obtains between the organs which discharge these functions, and similarly, if one function is the end of another, their respective organs will stand to each other in the same relation. Other phenomena there are that are neither ancillary to higher ones, nor the end of lower ones, but the inevitable results of the existing conditions under which the animal is living. Instances of what I mean by functions and affections are reproduction, growth, copulation, waking, sleep, locomotion, and other similar vital actions. Instances of what I mean by parts are nose, eye, face, and other so-called members or limbs, and also the more elementary parts of which these are made. So much for the method to be pursued. Let us now try to set forth the causes of all vital phenomena, whether universal or particular, and in so doing, let us follow that order of exposition which conforms, as we have indicated, to the order of nature. End of Book 1. Chapters 1 through 7 of Book 2 of On the Parts of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by William Ogle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. The nature and the number of the parts of which animals are severally composed are matters which have already been set forth in detail in the book of Researches about Animals. We have now to inquire what are the causes that in each case have determined this composition, a subject reserved by us for separate consideration. Now, there are 3 degrees of composition, and of these, the first in order, as all will allow, is composition out of what some call the elements, such as air, earth, water, fire. Perhaps, however, it would be more accurate to say composition out of the elementary forces, nor indeed out of all of these, but out of a limited number of them, as defined in previous treatises. For fluid and solid, hot and cold, form the material of all composite substances, and all other differences are secondary to these. Such differences, that is, as heaviness or lightness, density or rarity, roughness or smoothness, and any other such properties of matter as there may be. The second degree of composition is that by which the homogeneous parts of animals, such as bone, flesh, and the like, are constituted out of the primary substances. The third and last stage is the composition which forms the heterogeneous parts, such as face, hand, and the rest. Now, the order of actual development and the order of logical existence are always the inverse of each other. For that which is antecedent in the true order of nature is posterior in the order of development, and that is genetically last which is logically first. That this is so is manifest by induction. For a house does not exist for the sake of bricks and stones, but these materials for the sake of the house. And the same is the case with the materials of other bodies. For generation is a process from a something to a something, that which is generated having a cause in which it originates and a cause in which it ends. The originating cause is the primary efficient cause, which is something already endowed with tangible existence, while the final cause is some definite and predictable form. For man generates man, and plant generates plant, and in each case out of the material which environs both. In order of time, then, the material and the generative process must necessarily be anterior to the being that is generated. But in logical order, the definitive character and form of each being precedes the material. This is evident if one only tries to define the process of formation. For the definition of house building includes and presupposes that of the house. But the definition of the house does not include nor presuppose that of house building. And the same is true of all other productions. So that it must necessarily be that the elementary material exists for the sake of the homogeneous parts, seeing that these are genetically posterior to it, just as the heterogeneous parts are posterior genetically to them. For these heterogeneous parts have reached the end and goal, having the third degree of composition, in which degree generation or development often attains its final term. Animals, then, are composed of homogeneous parts, and are also composed of heterogeneous parts. The former, however, exist for the sake of the latter. For the active functions and operations of the body are carried on by these, that is, by the heterogeneous parts, such as the eye, the nostril, the whole face, the fingers, the hand, and the whole arm. But inasmuch as there is a great variety in the functions and motions, not only of aggregate animals, but also of the individual organs, it is necessary that the substances out of which these are composed shall present a diversity of properties. For some purposes, softness is advantageous; for others, hardness. Some parts must be capable of extension, others of flexion. Such properties, then, are distributed separately to the different homogeneous parts, one being soft, another hard, one fluid, another solid, one viscous, another brittle, whereas each of the heterogeneous parts presents a combination of multifarious properties. For the hand, to take an example, requires one property to enable it to effect pressure, and another and different property for simple prehension. For this reason, the active or executive parts of the body are compounded out of bones, sinews, flesh, and the like, but not these latter out of the former. So far, then, as has yet been stated, the relations between these two orders of parts are determined by a final cause. We have, however, to inquire whether necessity may not also have a share in the matter, and it must be admitted that these mutual relations could not from the very beginning have possibly been other than they are. For heterogeneous parts can be made up out of homogeneous parts, either from a plurality of them, or from a single one, as is the case with some of the viscera, which, varying in configuration, are yet, to speak broadly, formed from a single homogeneous substance. But that homogeneous substances should be formed out of a combination of heterogeneous parts is clearly an impossibility. For these causes, then, some parts of animals are simple and homogeneous, while others are composite and heterogeneous, and, dividing the parts into the active or executive and the sensitive, each one of the former is, as before said, heterogeneous, and each one of the latter homogeneous. For it is in homogeneous parts alone that sensation can occur, as the following considerations show. Each sense is confined to a single kind or order of sensibles, and its organ must therefore be such as to admit the action of that kind, and of no other. It must therefore have the properties of that kind, and of no other, for that which is endowed with a property in posse is acted upon by that which has the like property in esse. The oneness of its sensibles implies then the oneness or homogeneity of the sense organ. Thus it is that while no physiologists ever dream of saying of the hand or face or other such part that one is earth, another water, another fire, they couple each separate sense organ with a separate element, asserting this one to be air and that other to be fire. Sensation, then, is confined to the simple or homogeneous parts, but, as might reasonably be expected, the organ of touch, though still homogeneous, is yet the least simple of all the sense organs. For touch, more than any other sense, appears to be correlated to several distinct kinds of objects, and to recognize more than one category of contrasts. Heat and cold, for instance, solidity and fluidity, and other similar oppositions. Accordingly, the organ which deals with these varied objects is, of all the sense organs, the most corporeal, being either the flesh or the substance which in some animals takes the place of flesh. Now, as there cannot possibly be an animal without sensation, it follows as a necessary consequence that every animal must have some homogeneous parts, for these alone are capable of sensation, the heterogeneous parts serving for the active functions. Again, as the sensory faculty, the motor faculty, and the nutritive faculty are all lodged in one and the same part of the body, as was stated in a former treatise, it is necessary that the part which is the primary seat of these principles shall, on the one hand, in its character of general sensory recipient, be one of the simple parts, and on the other hand, shall, in its motor and active character, be one of the heterogeneous parts. For this reason, it is the heart which in sanguineous animals constitutes this central part, and in bloodless animals it is that which takes the place of a heart. For the heart, like the other viscera, is one of the homogeneous parts, for if cut up, its pieces are homogeneous in substance with each other, but it is at the same time heterogeneous in virtue of its definite configuration, and the same is true of the other so-called viscera, which are indeed formed from the same material as the heart. For all these viscera have a sanguineous character owing to their being situated upon vascular ducts and branches. For just as a stream of water deposits mud, so the various viscera, the heart excepted, are as it were deposits from the stream of blood in the vessels. And as to the heart, the very starting point of the vessels, and the actual seat of the force by which the blood is first fabricated, it is but what one would naturally expect, that out of the selfsame nutriment of which it is the recipient, its own proper substance shall be formed. Such then are the reasons why the viscera are of sanguineous aspect, and why in one point of view they are homogeneous, in another heterogeneous. (Ch. 2). Of the homogeneous parts of animals, some are soft and fluid, others hard and solid, and of the former, some are fluid permanently, others only so long as they are in the living body. Among the fluids are blood, serum, lard, suet, marrow, semen, bile, milk when present, flesh, and their various analogues. For the parts enumerated are not to be found in all animals, some animals only having parts analogous to them. Of the hard and solid homogeneous parts, bone, fish spine, sinew, blood vessel are examples. The last of these points to a subdivision that may be made in the class of homogeneous parts. For in some of them the whole and a portion of the whole are synonymous. Thus a portion of vessel is still called vessel, while in others there is not this identity of name. And so far these parts agree with the heterogeneous parts, for a portion of a face is never called face. The first question to be asked is, what are the causes to which these homogeneous parts owe their existence? The causes are various, and this whether the parts be solid or fluid. Thus, one set of homogeneous parts represent the material out of which the heterogeneous parts are formed. For each separate organ is constructed of bones, sinews, flesh, and the like, which are either essential elements in its formation or contribute to the proper discharge of its function. A second set are the nutriment of the first, and are invariably fluid. For all growth occurs at the expense of fluid matter, while a third set are the residue of the second. Such, for instance, are the feces, and in animals that have a bladder, the urine, the former being the dregs of the solid nutriment, the latter of the fluid. Even the individual homogeneous parts present variations which are intended in each case to render them more serviceable for their purpose. The variations of the blood may be selected to illustrate this, for different bloods differ in their degrees of thinness or thickness, of clearness or turbidity, of coldness or heat, and this whether we compare the bloods from different parts of the same individual, or the bloods of different animals. For in the individual, all the differences just enumerated distinguish the blood of the upper and of the lower halves of the body, and, dealing with classes, one section of animals is sanguineous, while the other has no blood, but only something resembling it in its place. As regards the results of such differences, the thicker and the hotter blood is, the more conducive is it to strength, while in proportion to its thinness and its coldness is its suitability for sensation and intelligence. A like distinction exists also in the fluids, which are analogous to blood. This explains how it is that bees and other similar creatures are of a more intelligent nature than many sanguineous animals, and that of sanguineous animals those are the most intelligent whose blood is thin and cold. Noblest of all are those whose blood is hot, and at the same time thin and clear, for such are suited alike for the development of courage and of wisdom. Accordingly, the upper parts are superior in these respects to the lower, the male superior to the female, and the right side to the left. As with the blood, so also with the other parts, homogeneous and heterogeneous alike. For here also such variations as occur must be held either to be related to the essential constitution and mode of life of the several animals, or in other cases to be merely matters of slightly better or slightly worse. Two animals, for instance, may have eyes, but in one these eyes may be of fluid consistency, while in the other they are hard, and in one there may be eyelids, in the other no such appendages. In such a case, the fluid consistency and the presence of eyelids, which are intended to add to the accuracy of vision, are differences of degree. As to why all animals must of necessity have blood, or something of a similar character, and what the nature of blood may be, these are matters which can only be considered when we have first discussed hot and cold. For the natural properties of many substances are referable to these two elementary principles, and it is a matter of frequent dispute what animals or what parts of animals are hot and what cold. For some maintain that water animals are hotter than such as live on land, asserting that their natural heat counterbalances the coldness of their medium, and again that bloodless animals are hotter than those with blood, and females than males. Parmenides, for instance, and some others declare that women are hotter than men, and that it is the warmth and abundance of their blood which causes their menstrual flow, while Empedocles maintains the opposite opinion. Again, comparing the blood and the bile, some speak of the former as hot and of the latter as cold, while others invert the description. If there be this endless disputing about hot and cold, which of all things that affect our senses are the most distinct, what are we to think as to our other sensory impressions? The explanation of the difficulty appears to be that the term hotter is used in several senses, so that different statements, though in verbal contradiction with each other, may yet all be more or less true. There ought then to be some clear understanding as to the sense in which natural substances are to be termed hot or cold, solid or fluid. For it appears manifest that these are properties on which even life and death are largely dependent, and that they are moreover the causes of sleep and waking, of maturity and old age, of health and disease, while no similar influence belongs to roughness and smoothness, to heaviness and lightness, nor in short to any other such properties of matter. That this should be so is but in accordance with rational expectation, for hot and cold, solid and fluid, as was stated in a former treatise, are the foundations of the physical elements. Is then the term hot used in one sense or in many? To answer this, we must ascertain what special effect is attributed to a hotter substance, and if there be several such, how many these may be. A body then is in one sense said to be hotter than another if it impart a greater amount of heat to an object in contact with it. In a second sense, that is said to be hotter which causes the keener sensation when touched, and especially if the sensation be attended with pain. This criterion, however, would seem sometimes to be a false one, for occasionally it is the idiosyncrasy of the individual that causes the sensation to be painful. Again, of two masses of one and the same substance, the larger is said to have more heat than the smaller. Again, of two things, that is the hotter, which the more readily melts a fusible substance, or sets on fire an inflammable one. Again, of two bodies, that is said to be the hotter, which takes the longer time in cooling, as also we call that which is rapidly heated hotter than that which is long about it, as though the rapidity implied proximity, and this again similarity of nature, while the want of rapidity implied distance, and this again dissimilarity of nature. The term hotter is used then in all the various senses that have been mentioned, and perhaps in still more. Now, it is impossible for one body to be hotter than another in all these different fashions. Boiling water, for instance, though it is more scalding than flame, yet has no power of burning or melting combustible or fusible matter, while flame has. So again, this boiling water is hotter than a small fire, and yet gets cold much more rapidly and completely. For in fact, fire never becomes cold, whereas water invariably does so. Boiling water again is hotter to the touch than oil, yet it gets cold and coagulates more rapidly than this other fluid. Blood again is hotter to the touch than either water or oil, and yet coagulates before them. Iron again, and stones, and other similar bodies are much longer in getting heated than water, but when once heated, burn other substances with a much greater intensity. Another distinction is this. In some of the bodies which are called hot, the heat is derived from without, while in others it belongs to the bodies themselves, and it makes a most important difference whether the heat has the former or the latter origin. For to call that one of two bodies the hotter which is possessed of heat, we may almost say accidentally and not of its own essence, is very much the same thing as if, finding that some man in a fever was a musician, one were to say musicians are hotter than healthy men. Of that which is hot per se, and that which is hot per accidens, the former is the slower to cool, while not rarely the latter is the hotter to the touch. The former again is the more burning of the two, flame for instance, as compared with boiling water, while the latter, as the boiling water, which is hot per accidens, is the more heating to the touch. From all this it is clear that it is no simple matter to decide which of two bodies is the hotter, for the first may be the hotter in one sense, the second the hotter in another. Indeed, in some of these cases it is impossible to say simply even whether a thing is hot or not, for the actual substratum may not itself be hot, but may be receptive of heat as an attribute, as supposing hot water or hot iron had single names, would be the case with the substratum of the substances denoted by such names. It is after this manner that blood is hot. In such cases, in those, that is, in which the substratum owes its heat to an external influence, it is plain that cold is not a mere privation, but an actual existence. There is no knowing but that even fire may be another of these cases, for the substratum of fire may be smoke or charcoal, And though the former of these is always hot, smoke being an uprising vapour, yet the latter becomes cold when its flame is extinguished, as also would oil and pine wood under similar circumstances. But even substances that have been burnt nearly all possess some heat, cinders for example and ashes, the dejections also of animals, and among the excretions bile, because some residue of heat has been left in them after their combustion. It is in another sense that pine wood and fat substances are hot, namely because they rapidly assume the actuality of fire. Heat appears to cause both coagulation and melting. Now, such things as are formed merely of water are solidified by cold, while such as are formed of nothing but earth are solidified by fire. Hot substances again are solidified by cold, and when they consist chiefly of earth, the process of solidification is rapid and the resulting substance is insoluble. But when their main constituent is water, the solid matter is again soluble. What kinds of substances, however, admit of being solidified, and what are the causes of solidification, are questions that have already been dealt with more precisely in another treatise. In conclusion, then, seeing that the terms hot and hotter are used in many different senses, and that no one substance can be hotter than others in all these senses, we must, when we attribute this character to an object, add such further statements as that this substance is hotter per se, though that other is often hotter per accidens, or again, that this substance is potentially hot, that other actually so, or again, that this substance is hotter in the sense of causing a greater feeling of heat when touched, while that other is hotter in the sense of producing flame and burning. The term hot being used in all these various senses, it plainly follows that the term cold will also be used with like ambiguity. So much then as to the signification of the terms hot and cold, hotter and colder. Chapter 3. In natural sequence, we have next to treat of solid and fluid. These terms are used in various senses. Sometimes, for instance, they denote things that are potentially, at other times things that are actually, solid or fluid. Ice, for example, or any other solidified fluid, is spoken of as being actually and accidentally solid, while potentially and essentially it is fluid. Similarly, earth and ashes and the like, when mixed with water, are actually and accidentally fluid, but potentially and essentially are solid. Now, separate the two constituents in this last instance, and you have on the one hand the watery part, capable of passing by imbibition into other substances, and this is both potentially and actually fluid. And on the other hand, you have the earthy part, and this is both potentially and actually solid. It is to bodies that are solid in this double manner that the term solid is most properly and absolutely applicable. So also the opposite term, fluid, is strictly and absolutely applicable to that only which is both potentially and actually fluid. The same remark applies also to hot bodies and to cold. These distinctions then being laid down, it is plain that blood is essentially hot in so far as that heat is connoted in its name, just as if boiling water were denoted by a single term, boiling would be connoted in that term. But the substratum of blood, that which it is in substance while it is blood in form, is not hot. Blood then in a certain sense is essentially hot, and in another sense is not so. For heat is included in the definition of blood, just as whiteness is included in the definition of a white man, and so far therefore blood is essentially hot. But so far as blood becomes hot from some external influence, it is not hot essentially. As with hot and cold, so also is it with solid and fluid. We can therefore understand how some substances are hot and fluid so long as they remain in the living body, but become perceptibly cold and coagulate so soon as they are separated from it, while others are hot and consistent while in the body, but when withdrawn undergo a change to the opposite condition, and become cold and fluid. Of the former, blood is an example; of the latter, bile. For while blood solidifies when thus separated, yellow bile under the same circumstances becomes more fluid. We must attribute to such substances the possession of opposite properties in a greater or less degree. In what sense then the blood is hot, and in what sense fluid, and how far it partakes of the opposite properties, has now been fairly explained. Now, since everything that grows must take nourishment, and nutriment in all cases consists of fluid and solid substances, and since it is by the force of heat that these are concocted and changed, it follows that all living things, animals and plants alike, must on this account, if on no other, have a natural source of heat. This natural heat, moreover, must belong to many parts, seeing that the organs by which the various elaborations of the food are affected are many in number. For first of all there is the mouth, and the parts inside the mouth, on which the first share in the duty clearly devolves, in such animals at least as live on food which requires disintegration. The mouth, however, does not actually concoct the food, but merely facilitates concoction, for the subdivision of the food into small bits facilitates the action of heat upon it. After the mouth come the upper and the lower abdominal cavities, and here it is that concoction is effected by the aid of natural heat. Again, just as there is a channel for the admission of the unconcocted food into the stomach, namely the mouth, and in some animals the so-called esophagus, which is continuous with the mouth and reaches to the stomach, so must there also be other and more numerous channels by which the concocted food or nutriment shall pass out of the stomach and intestines into the body at large, and to which these cavities shall serve as a kind of manger. For plants get their food from the earth by means of their roots, and this food is already elaborated when taken in, which is the reason that plants produce no excrement, the earth and its heat serving them in the stead of a stomach. But animals, with scarcely an exception, and notably all such animals as are capable of locomotion, are provided with a stomachal sac, which is, as it were, an internal substitute for the earth. They must therefore have some instrument which shall correspond to the roots of plants, with which they may absorb their food from this sac, so that the proper end of the successive stages of concoction may at last be attained. The mouth then, its duty done, passes over the food to the stomach, and there must necessarily be something to receive it in turn from this. This something is furnished by the blood vessels which run throughout the whole extent of the mesentery, from its lowest part right up to the stomach. A description of these will be found in the treatises on anatomy and natural history. Now, as there is a receptacle for the entire matter taken as food, and also a receptacle for its excremental residue, and again a third receptacle, namely the vessels which serve as such for the blood, it is plain that this blood must be the final nutritive material in such animals as have it, while in bloodless animals the same is the case with the fluid which represents the blood. This explains why the blood diminishes in quantity when no food is taken, and increases when much is consumed, and also why it becomes healthy and unhealthy according as the food is of the one or the other character. These facts then, and others of a like kind, make it quite plain that the purpose of the blood in sanguineous animals is to subserve the nutrition of the body. They also explain why no more sensation is produced by touching the blood than by touching one of the excretions of the food, whereas when the flesh is touched, sensation is produced. For the blood is not continuous nor united by growth with the flesh, but simply lies loose in its receptacle, that is, in the heart and vessels. The manner in which the parts grow at the expense of the blood, and indeed the whole question of nutrition, will find a more suitable place for exposition in the treatise on Generation and Development, and in other writings. For our present purpose, all that need be said is that the blood exists for the sake of nutrition, that is, the nutrition of the parts, and with this much let us therefore content ourselves. Chapter 4. What are called fibres are found in the blood of some animals, but not of all. There are none, for instance, in the blood of deer and of roes, and for this reason the blood of such animals as these never coagulates. For that portion of the blood which consists mainly of water is not liable to coagulation, this process occurring only in the earthy part, that is, in the fibres, during the evaporation of the moisture. Some, at any rate, of the animals with watery blood have a keener intellect than those whose blood is of an earthier nature. This is due not so much to the coldness of their blood as to its thinness and purity, neither of which qualities belongs to the earthy matter. For the thinner and purer its fluid is, the more active is an animal's sensibility. Thus it is that some exsanguineous animals, notwithstanding their want of blood, are yet more intelligent than some among the sanguineous kinds. Such, for instance, as already said, is the case with bees and ants, and whatever other animals there may be of a like nature. At the same time, too great an excess of water makes animals timorous, for fear chills the body, so that in animals whose heart contains so watery a mixture, the way is, as it were, prepared for the operation of this emotion, for water is congealed by cold. This also explains why bloodless animals are, as a general rule, more timorous than such as have blood, so that they remain motionless when frightened, and discharge their excretions, and in some instances change colour. Such animals, on the other hand, as have thick and abundant fibres in their blood, are of a more earthy nature, and of a choleric temperament, and liable to bursts of passion. For anger is productive of heat, and solids, when they have been made hot, give off more heat than fluids. The fibres, therefore, being earthy and solid, are turned into so many hot embers in the blood, like the embers in a vapour bath, and cause ebullition in the fits of passion. This explains why bulls and boars are so choleric and so passionate, for their blood is exceedingly rich in fibres, and the bull's at any rate coagulates more rapidly than that of any other animal. If these fibres, that is to say, if the earthy constituents of which we are speaking, are taken out of the blood, the fluid that remains behind will no longer coagulate, just as the watery residue of mud will not coagulate after removal of the earth. But if the fibres are left, the fluid coagulates, as also does mud under the influence of cold. For when the heat is expelled by the cold, the fluid, as has been already stated, passes off with it by evaporation, and the residue is dried up and solidified, not by heat but by cold. So long, however, as the blood is in the body, it is kept fluid by animal heat. The character of the blood affects both the temperament and the sensory faculties of animals in many ways. This is indeed what might reasonably be expected, seeing that the blood is the material of which the whole body is made. For nutriment supplies the material, and the blood is the ultimate nutriment. It makes then a considerable difference whether the blood be hot or cold, thin or thick, turbid or clear. The watery part of the blood is serum, and it is watery either owing to its not being yet concocted, or owing to its having become corrupted, so that one part of the serum is the resultant of a necessary process, while another part is material intended to serve for the formation of the blood. Chapter 5. The differences between lard and suet correspond to differences of blood. For both are concocted blood, being that surplus of it which, though well concocted and highly nutritious, has not been expended in forming the fleshy substance of the animal, but remains over owing to the superabundance of food. That such is the composition of these substances is evident from their sheeny appearance. For a sheeny look in fluids comes from their being compounded of air and of fire. It follows from what has been said that no exsanguineous animals have either lard or suet, for they have no blood. Among sanguineous animals, those whose blood is dense are likely to have suet rather than lard. For suet is of an earthy nature, that is to say, it contains but a small proportion of water, and is chiefly composed of earth. And this it is that makes it coagulate, just as the fibrous matter of blood coagulates, or broths, which contain such fibrous matter. Thus it is that in those horned animals that have no front teeth in the upper jaw, the fat consists of suet. For the very fact that they have horns and huckle bones shows that their composition is rich in earthy matter. For all such appurtenances are solid and earthy in character. On the other hand, in those hornless animals that have front teeth in both jaws, and whose feet are divided into toes, there is no suet, but in its place lard, and this, not being of an earthy character, neither coagulates nor dries up into a friable mass. Both lard and suet, when present in moderate amount, are beneficial, for they contribute to health and strength, while they are no hindrance to sensation. But when they are present in great excess, they are injurious and destructive. For were the whole body formed of them, it would perish. For an animal is an animal in virtue of its sensory part, that is, in virtue of its flesh, or of the substance analogous to flesh. But the blood, as before stated, is not sensitive, as therefore is neither lard nor suet, seeing that they are nothing but concocted blood. Were then the whole body composed of these substances, it would be utterly without sensation. Such animals, again, as are excessively fat, age rapidly. for their blood is used up in forming fat, and so they have but little of it left. And when there is but little blood, the way is already open for decay. For decay may be said to be deficiency of blood, the scantiness of which renders it liable, like all bodies of small bulk, to be injuriously affected by any chance excess of heat or cold. For the same reason, fat animals are less prolific than others. For that part of the blood which should go to form semen and seed is used up in the production of lard and suet, which are nothing but concocted blood, so that in these animals there is either no reproductive excretion at all, or only a scanty amount. So much then of blood and serum, and of lard and suet. Each of these has been described, and the purposes told for which they severally exist. Chapter 6. The marrow also is of the nature of blood, and not, as some think, the germinal force of the semen. That this is the case is quite evident in very young animals. For in the embryo the marrow of the bones has a blood-like appearance, which is but consistent with the fact that the parts are all constructed out of blood, and that it is on blood that the embryo is nourished. But as the young animal grows up and ripens into maturity, the marrow changes its colour, just as do the external parts and the viscera. For the viscera also in very young animals have each and all a blood-like look, owing to the large amount of this fluid which they contain. The consistency of the marrow agrees with that of the fat. For when the fat consists of lard, then the marrow also is oily and lard-like. But when the concocted blood is converted into suet, and does not assume the form of lard, then the marrow also has a suety character. In those animals, therefore, that have horns and are without upper front teeth, the marrow has the character of suet, while it takes the form of lard in those that have front teeth in both jaws, and that also have the foot divided into toes. What has been said hardly applies to the spinal marrow, for it is necessary that this shall be continuous and extend without break through the whole backbone, inasmuch as this bone consists of separate vertebrae. But were the spinal marrow either of soft fat or of suet, it could not hold together in such a continuous mass as it does, but would either be too fluid or too frangible. There are some animals that can hardly be said to have any marrow. These are those whose bones are strong and solid, as is the case with the lion. For in this animal the marrow is so utterly insignificant that the bones look as though they had none at all. However, as it is necessary that animals shall have bones, or something analogous to them, such as the fish spines of water animals, it is also a matter of necessity that some of these bones shall contain marrow. For the substance contained within the bones is the nutriment out of which these are formed. Now, the universal nutriment, as already stated, is blood, and the blood within the bone, owing to the heat which is developed in it from its being thus surrounded, undergoes concoction, and self-concocted blood is suet or lard, so that it is perfectly intelligible how the marrow within the bone comes to have the character of these substances. So also it is easy to understand why in those animals that have strong and solid bones, some of these should be entirely void of marrow, while the rest contain but little of it. For here the nutriment is all spent in forming the bones. Those animals that have fish spines in place of bones have no other marrow than that of the chine. For in the first place they have naturally but a small amount of blood, and secondly, the only hollow fish spine is that of the chine. In this, then, marrow is formed, this being the only spine in which there is space for it, and moreover being the only one which, owing to its division into parts, requires a connecting bond. This too is the reason why the marrow of the chine, as already mentioned, is somewhat different from that of other bones. For having to act the part of a clasp, it must be of glue-like tenacity, and at the same time sinewy, so as to admit of stretching. Such then are the reasons for the existence of marrow in those animals that have any, and such its nature. It is the surplus of the sanguineous nutriment apportioned to the bones and fish spines, which has undergone concoction, owing to its being enclosed within them. Chapter 7. From the marrow we pass on in natural sequence to the brain. For there are some who think that the brain itself consists of marrow, and that it forms the commencement of that substance, because they see that the spinal marrow is continuous with it. In reality, the two may be said to be utterly opposite to each other in character. For of all the parts of the body there is none so cold as the brain, whereas the marrow is of a hot nature, as is plainly shown by its sheeny appearance, and by its fatness. Indeed, this is the very reason why the brain and spinal marrow are continuous with each other. For wherever the action of any part is in excess, nature so contrives as to set by it another part with an excess of contrary action, so that the excesses of the two may counterbalance each other. Now, that the marrow is hot is clearly shown by many indications. The coldness of the brain is also manifest enough. For in the first place it is cold even to the touch, and secondly, of all the fluids of the body, it is the one that has the least blood, for in fact it has no blood at all in its proper substance. This makes it the most consistent of all the fluids. This brain is not an excretion, nor yet is it one of the parts which are anatomically continuous with each other, but it has a character peculiar to itself, as might indeed be expected. That it has no continuity with the organs of sense is plain from simple inspection, and is still more clearly shown by the fact that, when it is touched, no sensation is produced, in which respect it resembles the blood of animals and their excrement. The purpose of its presence in animals is no less than the preservation of the whole body. How it effects this will be seen from what follows. Some writers assert that the soul is fire, or some such force. This, however, is but a rough and inaccurate assertion, and it would perhaps be better to say that the soul is incorporate in some substance of a fiery character. The reason for this being so is that of all substances there is none so suitable for ministering to the operations of the soul as that which is possessed of heat. For the functions of the soul are nutrition and motion, and it is by heat that these are most readily effected. To say, however, that the soul is fire is much the same thing as to confound the augur or the saw with the carpenter or his craft, simply because the work is wrought by the two in conjunction. So far then, this much is plain, that all animals must necessarily have a certain amount of heat. But as all influences require to be counterbalanced, so that they may be reduced to moderation and brought to the mean, for in the mean and not in either extreme lies the true and rational position, nature has contrived the brain as a counterpoise to the region of the heart, with its contained heat, and has given it to animals to moderate the latter, compounding it of earth and water. For this reason it is that every sanguineous animal has a brain, whereas no bloodless creature has such an organ, unless indeed it be as the pulp by analogy. For where there is no blood, there in consequence there is but little heat. The brain then tempers the heat and seething of the heart. In order, however, that it may not itself be absolutely without heat, but may have a moderate amount, branches run from both blood vessels, that is to say, from the great vessel, and from what is called the aorta, and end in the membrane which surrounds the brain, while at the same time, in order to prevent any injury from the heat, these encompassing vessels, instead of being few and large, are numerous and small, and their blood scanty and clear, instead of being abundant and thick. We can now understand why defluxions have their origin in the head, and occur whenever the parts about the brain have more than a due proportion of coldness. For when the nutriment steams upwards through the blood vessels, its refuse portion is chilled by the influence of this region, and forms defluxions of phlegm and serum. We must suppose, to compare small things with great, that the like happens here as occurs in the production of showers. For when vapour steams up from the earth under the influence of heat, and is carried into the upper regions, so soon as it reaches the cold air that is above the earth, it condenses again into water, owing to the refrigeration, and falls back to the earth as rain. These, however, are matters which may be suitably considered in the Principles of Diseases, so far as natural philosophy has anything to say to them. It is the brain again, or in animals that have no brain, the part analogous to it, which is the cause of sleep. For either by chilling the blood that streams upwards after food, or by some other similar influences, it produces heaviness in the region in which it lies, which is the reason that drowsy persons hang the head, and causes the heat to escape downwards in company with the blood. It is the accumulation of this in excess in the lower part that produces complete sleep, taking away the power of standing upright from such animals as are able to assume that posture, and from the rest the power of holding up the head. These, however, are matters which have been separately considered in the treatises on Sensation and on Sleep. That the brain is a compound of earth and water is shown by what occurs when it is boiled. For when so treated it turns hard and solid, inasmuch as the water is evaporated by the heat, and leaves the earthy part behind. Just the same occurs when pulse and other fruits are boiled, for these also are hardened by the process, because the water which enters into their composition is driven off, and leaves the earth, which is their main constituent, behind. Of all animals, man has the largest brain in proportion to his size, and it is larger in men than in women. This is because the region of the heart and of the lung is hotter and richer in blood in man than in any other animal, and in men than in women. This again explains why man, alone of animals, stands erect, for the heat, overcoming any opposite inclination, makes growth take its own line of direction, which is from the centre of the body upwards. It is then as a counterpoise to his excessive heat that in man's brain there is this superabundant fluidity and coldness, and it is again owing to this superabundance that the cranial bone, which some call the bregma, is the last to become solidified. So long does evaporation continue to occur, through it under the influence of heat. Man is the only sanguineous animal in which this takes place. Man, again, has more sutures in his skull than any other animal, and the male more than the female. The explanation is again to be found in the greater size of the brain, which demands free ventilation proportionate to its bulk. For if the brain be either too fluid or too solid, it will not perform its office, but in the one case will freeze the body, and in the other will not cool it at all, and thus will cause disease, madness, and death. For the cardiac heat and the centre of life is most delicate in its sympathies, and is immediately sensitive to the slightest change or affection of the blood on the outer surface of the brain. The fluids which are present in the animal body at the time of birth have now nearly all been considered. Amongst those that appear only at a later period are the residua of the food, which include the deposits of the belly and also those of the bladder. Besides these, there is the semen and the milk, one or the other of which makes its appearance in appropriate animals. Of these fluids, the excremental residua of the food may be suitably discussed by themselves when we come to examine and consider the subject of nutrition. Then will be the proper time to explain in what animals they are found, and what are the reasons for their presence. Similarly, all questions concerning the semen and the milk may be dealt with in the treatise on generation, for the former of these fluids is the very starting point of the generative process, and the latter has no other ground of existence than generative purposes. End of chapter 7 of book 2. Chapters 8 through 17 of book 2 of On the Parts of Animals by Aristotle, translated by William Ogle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 8. We have now to consider the remaining homogeneous parts, and will begin with flesh, and with the substance that, in animals that have no flesh, takes its place. The reason for so beginning is that flesh forms the very basis of animals, and is the essential constituent of their body. Its right to this precedence can also be demonstrated logically, for an animal is by our definition something that has sensibility, and chief of all that has the primary sensibility, which is that of touch, and it is the flesh or analogous substance which is the organ of this sense. And it is the organ, either in the same way as the eye is the organ of sight, that is, it constitutes the primary organ of the sense, or it is the organ and the medium through which the object acts, combined, that is, it answers to the eye with some or other transparent medium attached to it. Now, in the case of the other senses, it was impossible for nature to unite the medium with the sense organ, nor would such junction have served any purpose. But in the case of touch, she was compelled by necessity to do so. For of all the sense organs, that of touch is the only one that has a corporeal medium, or at any rate its medium is more corporeal than any other. Regarding then the flesh in its sensory character, it is plain that all the other parts exist on its account. By the other parts I mean the bones, the skin, the sinews, and the blood vessels, and again the hair and the various kinds of nails, and anything else there may be of a like character. Thus the bones are a contrivance to give security to the soft parts, to which purpose they are adapted by their hardness; and in animals that have no bones, the same office is fulfilled by some analogous substance, as by cartilage in some fishes, and by fish spine in others. Now, in some animals, this supporting substance is situated within the body, while in some of the bloodless species it is placed on the outside. The latter is the case in all the Crustacea, as the Carcini and the Carabi. It is the case also in the Testacea, as for instance in the several species known by the general name of oysters. For in all these animals the fleshy substance is within, and the earthy matter, which holds the soft parts together and keeps them from injury, is on the outside. For the shell not only enables the soft parts to hold together, but also, as the animal is bloodless and so has but little natural warmth, surrounds it, as a chaufferette does the embers, and keeps in the smouldering heat. Similar to this seems to be the arrangement in another and distinct genus of animal, namely in the tortoises, including the Chelone and the several kinds of Emys. But in insects and in cephalopods the plan is entirely different, there being moreover a contrast between these two themselves. For in neither of these does there appear to be any bony or earthy part worthy of notice, distinctly separated from the rest of the body. Thus in the cephalopods the mass of the body consists of a soft flesh-like substance, or rather of a substance which is intermediate to flesh and sinew, and not so readily destructible as actual flesh. I call this substance intermediate to flesh and sinew, because it is soft like the former, while it admits of stretching like the latter. Its cleavage, however, is such that it splits not longitudinally like sinew, but into circular segments, this being the most advantageous condition so far as strength is concerned. These animals have also a part inside them corresponding to the spinous bones of fishes. For instance, in the cuttlefishes there is what is known as the os sepii, and in the calamaries there is the so-called gladius. In the poulps, on the other hand, there is no such internal part, because the body, or, as it is termed in them, the head, forms but a short sac, whereas it is of considerable length in the other two. And it was this length which led nature to assign to them their hard support, so as to ensure their straightness and inflexibility, just as she has assigned to sanguineous animals their bones or their fish spines, as the case may be. To come now to insects, in these the arrangement is quite different from that of the cephalopods, quite different also from that which obtains in sanguineous animals, as indeed has been already stated. For in an insect there is no distinction into soft and hard parts, but the whole body is hard. The hardness, however, being of such a character as to be more flesh-like than bone, and more earthy and bone-like than flesh. The purpose of this is to make the body of the insect less liable to get broken into pieces. Chapter 9. There is a resemblance between the osseous and the vascular systems, for each has a central part in which it begins, and each forms a continuous whole. For no bone in the body exists as a separate individuality in itself, but each is either a portion of what may be considered a continuous whole, or at any rate is linked with the rest by contact and by attachments, so that nature may use adjoining bones either as though they were actually continuous and formed a single bone, or for purposes of flexure, as though they were two and distinct. And, similarly, no blood vessel has in itself a separate individuality, but they all form parts of one whole. For an isolated bone, if such there were, would in the first place be unable to perform the office, for the sake of which bones exist. For were it discontinuous and separated from the rest by a gap, it would be perfectly unable to produce either flexure or extension. Nor only so, but it would actually be injurious, acting like a thorn or an arrow lodged in the flesh. Similarly, if a vessel were isolated and not continuous with the vascular center, it would be unable to retain the blood within it in a proper state. For it is the warmth derived from this center that hinders the blood from coagulating. Indeed, the blood, when withdrawn from its influence, actually becomes putrid. Now, the center or origin of the blood vessels is the heart, and the center or origin of the bones, in all animals that have bones, is what is called the chine. With this, all the other bones of the body are in continuity, for it is the chine that keeps the body extended and straight. But since it is absolutely necessary that the body of an animal shall bend during locomotion, this chine, while it is one in virtue of the continuity of its parts, yet by its division into vertebrae is made to consist of many segments. It is from this chine that the bones of the limbs proceed, and with it they are continuous in those animals that have limbs. And these bones form joints at the place where the limbs admit of flexure, being fastened together by sinews, and having their extremities adapted to each other, either by the one being hollowed and the other rounded, or by both being hollowed and including between them a huckle bone as a connecting bolt, so as to allow of flexure and extension. For without some such arrangement, these movements would be utterly impossible, or at any rate would be performed with great difficulty. There are some joints, again, in which the lower end of the one bone and the upper end of the other are alike in shape. In these cases, the bones are bound together by sinews, and cartilaginous pieces are interposed in the joint to serve as a kind of padding, and to prevent the two extremities from grating against each other. Round about the bones, and attached to them by thin fibrous bands, grow the fleshy parts, for the sake of which the bones themselves exist. For just as an artist, when he is moulding an animal out of clay or other soft substance, takes first some solid body as a basis, and around this moulds the clay, so also has nature acted in fashioning the animal body out of flesh. Thus we find all the fleshy parts, with one exception, supported by bones, which serve, when the parts are organs of motion, to facilitate flexure, and when the parts are motionless, act as a protection. The ribs, for example, which enclose the chest, are intended to ensure the safety of the heart and neighboring viscera. The exception of which mention was made is the belly. The walls of this are in all animals devoid of bones, in order that there may be no hindrance to the expansion which necessarily occurs in this part after a meal, nor in females any interference with the growth of the embryo which is lodged here. Now, the bones of viviparous animals, of such, that is, as are not merely externally, but also internally viviparous, vary but very little from each other in point of strength, which in all of them is considerable. For the vivipara, in their bodily proportions, are far above other animals, and many of them occasionally grow to an enormous size, as is the case in Libya and in hot and dry countries generally. But the greater the bulk of an animal, the stronger, the bigger, and the harder are the supports which it requires, and comparing the big animals with each other, this requirement will be most marked in those that live a life of rapine. Thus it is that the bones of males are harder than those of females, and the bones of flesh-eaters that get their food by fighting are harder than those of herbivora. Of this the lion is an example, for so hard are its bones that, when struck, they give off sparks, as though they were flints. It may be mentioned also that the dolphin, inasmuch as it is viviparous, is provided with bones, and not merely with fish spines. In those sanguineous animals, on the other hand, that are oviparous, the bones present successive, slight variations of character. Thus in birds there are bones, but these are not so strong as the bones of the vivipara. Then come the oviparous fishes, where there is no bone, but merely fish spine. In the serpents, too, the bones have the character of fish spine, excepting in the very large species, where the solid foundation of the body requires to be stronger, in order that the animal itself may be strong, the same reason prevailing as in the case of the vivipara. Lastly, in the Selachia, as they are called, the fish spines are replaced by cartilage. For it is necessary that the movements of these animals shall be of an undulating character, and this again requires the solid framework of the body to be pliable, and not rigid in its motions. Moreover, in these Selachia, nature has used all the earthy matter on the skin, and she is unable to distribute to many different parts one and the same superfluity of material. Even in viviparous animals, many of the bones are cartilaginous. This happens in those parts where it is to the advantage of the surrounding flesh that its solid base shall be soft and mucilaginous. Such, for instance, is the case with the ears and nostrils, for in projecting parts such as these, rigid substances would soon get broken. Cartilage and bone are indeed fundamentally the same thing, the differences between them being merely matters of degree. This is manifested in the fact that neither cartilage nor bone, when once cut off, grows again. Now, the cartilages of these land animals are without marrow, that is, without any distinctly separate marrow. For the marrow, which in bones is distinctly separate, is here mixed up with the whole mass, and gives a soft and mucilaginous consistence to the cartilage. But in the Selachia, the chine, though it is cartilaginous, yet contains marrow, for here it stands in the stead of a bone. Very nearly resembling the bones to the touch are such parts as nails, hoofs, claws, horns, and the beaks of birds, all of which are intended to serve as means of defense. For the organs which are made out of these substances, and which are called by the same names as the substances themselves, the organ hoof, for instance, and the organ horn, are contrivances to ensure the preservation of the animals to which they severally belong. In this class, too, must be reckoned the teeth, which in some animals have but a single function, namely the mastication of the food, while in others they have an additional office, namely to serve as instruments of offense, as is the case with all animals that have sharp interfitting teeth or that have tusks. All these parts are necessarily of a solid and earthy character, for the value of a weapon depends on such properties. Their earthy character explains how it is that all such parts are much more developed in viviparous quadrupeds than in man. For there is always more earth in the composition of these animals than in that of the human body. However, not only all these parts, but such others as are nearly connected with them, skin for instance, bladder, membrane, hairs, feathers, and their analogues, and any other similar parts that there may be, will be considered farther on with the heterogeneous parts. There we shall examine into the causes which produce them, and into the objects of their presence severally in the bodies of animals. For, as with the heterogeneous parts, so with these, it is from a consideration of their functions that alone we can derive any knowledge of them. The reason for dealing with them at all in this part of the treatise, and classifying them with the homogeneous parts, is that under one and the same name are confounded the entire organs and the substances of which they are composed. But of all these substances, flesh and bone form the basis. Semen and milk were also passed over when we were considering the homogeneous fluids, for the treatise on generation will afford a more suitable place for their examination, seeing that the former of the two is the very foundation of the thing generated, while the latter is its nourishment. Chapter 10. Let us now make, as it were, a fresh beginning, and consider the heterogeneous parts, taking those first which are the first in importance. For in all animals, at least in all the perfect kinds, there are two parts more essential than the rest, namely the part which serves for the ingestion of food, and the part which serves for the discharge of its residue. For without food, growth and even existence is impossible. Intervening again between these two parts, there is invariably a third, in which is lodged the vital principle. As for plants, though they are included by us among things that have life, yet are they without any part for the discharge of residue. For the food which they absorb from the ground is already concocted, and they give off as its equivalent their seeds and fruits. Plants again, inasmuch as they are without locomotion, present no great variety in their heterogeneous parts. For, where the functions are but few, few also are the organs required to effect them. The configuration of plants is a matter then for separate consideration. Animals, however, that not only live but feel, present a much greater multiformity of parts, and this diversity is greater in some animals than in others, being most varied in those to whose share has fallen not mere life, but life of high degree. Now, such an animal is man. For of all living beings with which we are acquainted, man alone partakes of the divine, or at any rate partakes of it in a fuller measure than the rest. For this reason, then, and also because his external parts and their forms are more familiar to us than those of other animals, we must speak of man first, and this the more fitly because in him alone do the natural parts hold their natural position, his upper part being turned towards that which is upper in the universe. For of all animals, man alone stands erect. In man, then, the head is destitute of flesh, this being the necessary consequence of what has already been stated concerning the brain. There are indeed some who hold that the life of man would be longer than it is, were his head more abundantly furnished with flesh. and they account for the absence of this substance by saying that it is intended to add to the perfection of sensation. For the brain they assert to be the organ of sensation, and sensation, they say, cannot penetrate to parts that are too thickly covered with flesh. But neither part of this statement is true. On the contrary, were the region of the brain thickly covered with flesh, the very purpose for which animals are provided with a brain would be directly contravened. For the brain would itself be heated to excess, and so quite unable to cool any other part. And as to the latter half of their statement, the brain cannot be the cause of any of the sensations, seeing that it is itself as utterly without feeling as any one of the excretions. These writers see that certain of the senses are located in the head, and are unable to discern any reason for this. They see also that the brain is the most peculiar of all the animal organs, and out of these facts they form an argument by which they link sensation and brain together. It has, however, already been clearly set forth in the treatise on sensation that it is the region of the heart that constitutes the sensory center. There also it was stated that two of the senses, namely touch and taste, are manifestly directly dependent on the heart, and that as regards the other three, namely hearing, sight, and the centrally placed sense of smell, it is the character of their sense organs which causes them to be lodged as a rule in the head. Vision is so placed in all animals, but such is not invariably the case with hearing or with smell. For fishes and the like hear and smell, and yet have no visible organs for these senses in the head, a fact which demonstrates the accuracy of the opinion here maintained. Now that vision, whenever it exists, should be in the neighborhood of the brain, is but what one would rationally expect. For the brain is fluid and cold, and vision is of the character of water, water being of all transparent substances the one most easily confined. Moreover, it cannot but necessarily be that the more precise senses will have their precision rendered still greater if ministered to by parts that have the purest blood. For the motion of the heat of blood destroys sensory activity. For these reasons, the organs of the precise senses are lodged in the head. It is not only the forepart of the head that is destitute of flesh, but the hind part also. For in all animals that have a head, it is this head which more than any other part requires to be held up. But were the head heavily laden with flesh, this would be impossible, for nothing so burdened can be held upright. This fact is an additional proof that the absence of flesh from the head has no reference to brain sensation, for there is no brain in the hinder part of the head, and yet this is as much without flesh as is the front. In some animals, hearing as well as vision is lodged in the region of the head. Nor is this without a rational explanation. For what is called the empty space is full of air, and the organ of hearing is, as we say, formed of air. Now, there are channels which lead from the eyes to the blood vessels that surround the brain, and similarly there is a channel which leads back again from each ear and connects it with the hinder part of the head. But no part that is without blood is endowed with sensation, as neither is the blood itself, but only certain parts formed of blood. so that none of the bloodless parts of sanguineous animals are endowed with sensation, nor their blood itself, for no such part is sensitive in any animal. The brain in all animals that have one is placed in the front part of the head, because the direction in which sensation acts is in front, and because the heart, from which sensation proceeds, is in the front part of the body, and lastly, because the instruments of sensation are the blood-containing parts, and the cavity in the posterior part of the skull is destitute of blood vessels. As to the position of the sense organs, they have been arranged by nature in the following suitable manner. The organs of hearing are so placed as to divide the circumference of the hand into two equal halves, for they have to hear not only sounds which are directly in a line with themselves, but sounds from all quarters. The organs of vision are placed in front, because sight is exercised only in a straight line, and moving as we do in a forward direction, it is necessary that we should see before us in the direction of our motion. Lastly, the organs of smell are placed with good reason between the eyes. For as the body consists of two parts, a right half and a left, so also each organ of sense is double. In the case of touch, this is not apparent, the reason being that the primary organ of this sense is not the flesh or analogous part, but lies internally. In the case of taste, which is merely a modification of touch, and which is placed in the tongue, the fact is more apparent than in the case of touch, but still not so manifest as in the case of the other senses. However, even in taste the fact is evident enough, for in some animals the tongue is plainly forked. The double character of the sensations is, however, much more conspicuous in the other organs of sense. For there are two ears and two eyes, and the nostrils, though combined together, are also two. Were these latter otherwise disposed and separated from each other as are the ears, neither they nor the nose in which they are placed would be able to perform their office. For in such animals as have nostrils, olfaction is effected by means of inspiration, and the organ of inspiration is placed in front and in the middle line. This is the reason why nature has brought the two nostrils together and placed them as the central of the three sense organs, setting them symmetrically on either side of a perpendicular line, where they benefit by the inspiratory motion. In other animals than man, the arrangement of these sense organs is also such as is adapted in each case to the special requirements. Chapter 11. For instance, in quadrupeds, the ears project from the head and are set to all appearance above the eyes. Not that they are in reality above the eyes, but they seem to be so because the animal does not stand upright, but has its head hung downwards. This being the usual attitude of the animal when in motion, it is of advantage that its ears shall be high up and very movable, for they can then be turned in all directions and readily take in sounds from all quarters. Chapter 12. In birds, on the other hand, there are no ears, but only the auditory passages. This is because their skin is hard, and because they have feathers instead of hairs, so that they have not got the proper material for the formation of ears. Exactly the same is the case with such oviparous quadrupeds as are clad with scaly plates, and the same explanation applies to them. There is also one of the viviparous quadrupeds, namely the seal, that has no ears, but only the auditory passages. The explanation of this is that the seal, though a quadruped, is a quadruped of stunted formation. Chapter 13. Men and birds and quadrupeds, viviparous and oviparous alike, have their eyes protected by lids. In the vivipara, there are two of these, and both are used by these animals, not only in closing the eye, but also in the act of blinking, whereas the oviparous quadrupeds and the heavy-bodied birds, as well as some others, use only the lower lid to close the eye, while birds blink by means of a membrane connected with the canthus. The reason for the eyes being thus protected is that nature has made them of fluid consistency, in order to ensure keenness of vision. For had they been covered with hard skin, they would, it is true, have been less liable to get injured by anything falling into them from without, but they would not have been sharp-sighted. It is then to ensure keenness of vision that the skin over the pupil is fine and delicate, while the lids are superadded as a protection from injury. It is as a still further safeguard that all these animals blink, and man most of all. This action, which is not performed from deliberate intention, but from a natural instinct, serving to keep objects from falling into the eyes, and being more frequent in man than in the rest of these animals, because of the greater delicacy of his skin. These lids are made of a roll of skin, and it is because they are made of skin and contain no flesh that neither they nor the similarly constructed prepuce unite again when once cut. As to the oviparous quadrupeds, and such birds as resemble them in closing the eye with the lower lid, it is the hardness of the skin of their hands which makes them do so. For such birds as have heavy bodies are not made for flight, and so the materials which would otherwise have gone to increase the size of the feathers are diverted thence and used to augment the thickness of the skin. Birds, therefore, of this kind close the eye with the lower lid, whereas pigeons and the like use both upper and lower lids for the purpose. As birds are covered with feathers, so oviparous quadrupeds are covered with scaly plates, and these in all their forms are harder than hairs, so that the skin also to which they belong is harder than the skin of hairy animals. In these animals, then, the skin on the head is hard, and so does not allow of the formation of an upper eyelid, whereas lower down the integument is of a flesh-like character, so that the lower lid can be thin and extensible. The act of blinking is performed by the heavy-bodied birds by means of the membrane already mentioned, and not by this lower lid. For in blinking rapid motion is required, and such is the motion of this membrane, whereas that of the lower lid is slow. It is from the inner canthus, that is, from the one nearest to the nostrils, that the membrane comes. For it is better to have one starting point for nictitation than two, and in these birds this starting point is the junction of eye and nostrils, an anterior starting point being preferable to a lateral one. Oviparous quadrupeds do not blink in like manner as the birds, for, living as they do on the ground, they are free from the necessity of having eyes of fluid consistency and of keen sight, whereas these are essential requisites for such birds as have to use their eyes at long distances. This too explains why birds with talons that have to search for prey by eye from aloft, and therefore soar to greater heights than other birds, are sharp-sighted, while common fowls and the like that live on the ground and are not made for flight have no such keenness of vision, for there is nothing in their mode of life which imperatively requires it. Fishes and insects and the hard-skinned crustacea present certain differences in their eyes, but so far resemble each other as that none of them have eyelids. As for the hard-skinned crustacea, it is utterly out of the question that they should have any, for an eyelid to be of use requires the action of the skin to be rapid. These animals, then, have no eyelids, and, in default of this protection, their eyes are hard, just as though the lid were attached to the surface of the eye, and the animal saw through it. Inasmuch, however, as such hardness must necessarily blunt the sharpness of vision, nature has endowed the eyes of insects, and still more those of crustacea, with great mobility, just as she has given some quadrupeds very movable ears, in order that they may be able to turn to the light and catch its rays, and so see more plainly. Fishes, however, have eyes of a fluid consistency, for all animals that move much about have to use their vision at considerable distances. If now they live on land, the air in which they move is transparent enough, but the water in which fishes live is a hindrance to sharp sight, though it has this advantage over the air, that it does not contain so many objects to knock against the eyes. The risk of collision being thus small, nature, who makes nothing in vain, has given no eyelids to fishes, while, to counterbalance the opacity of the water, she has made their eyes of fluid consistency. Chapter 14. All animals that have hairs on the body have lashes on the eyelids, but birds and animals with scale-like plates, being hairless, have none. The Libyan ostrich, indeed, forms an exception, for though a bird, it is furnished with eyelashes. This exception, however, will be explained hereafter. Of hairy animals, man alone has lashes on both lids, for in quadrupeds there is a greater abundance of hair on the back than on the under side of the body, whereas in man the contrary is the case, and the hair is more abundant on the front surface than on the back. The reason for this is that hair is intended to serve as a protection to its possessor. Now, in quadrupeds, owing to their inclined attitude, the under or anterior surface does not require so much protection as the back, and is therefore left bald, in spite of its being the nobler of the two sides. But in man, owing to his upright attitude, the anterior and posterior surfaces of the body are on an equality as regards need of protection. Nature, therefore, has assigned the protective covering to the nobler of the two surfaces, for invariably she brings about the best arrangement of such as are possible. This, then, is the reason that there is no lower eyelash in any quadruped, though in some a few scattered hairs sprout out under the lower lid. This also is the reason that they never have hair in the axillae, nor on the pubes, as man has. Their hair, then, instead of being collected in these parts, is either thickly set over the whole dorsal surface, as is the case for instance in dogs, or sometimes forms a mane, as in horses and the like, or as in the male lion, where the mane is still more flowing and ample. So again, whenever there is a tail of any length, nature decks it with hair, with long hair if the stem of the tail be short, as in horses, with short hair if the stem be long. Regard also being had to the condition of the rest of the body, for nature invariably distributes her material by subtracting from one part and giving to another. Thus, when she has covered the general surface of an animal's body with an excess of hair, she leaves a deficiency in the region of the back. This, for instance, is the case with bears. No animal has so much hair on the head as man. This, in the first place, is the necessary result of the fluid character of his brain, and of the presence of so many sutures in his skull. For wherever there is the most fluid and the most heat, there also must necessarily occur the greatest outgrowth. But secondly, the thickness of the hair in this part has a final cause, being intended to protect the head, by preserving it from excess of either heat or cold. And as the brain of man is larger and more fluid than that of any other animal, it requires a proportionately greater amount of protection. For the more fluid a substance is, the more readily does it get excessively heated or excessively chilled, while substances of an opposite character are less liable to such injurious affections. This, however, is a digression, into which we have been led by the close connection of hair and eyelashes, the causes to which these latter owe their existence being the real matter in hand. We must therefore put off all further details concerning the hair till the proper occasions arrive, and then return to the full consideration of the subject. Chapter 15. Both eyebrows and eyelashes exist for the protection of the eyes, the former that they may shelter them like the eaves of a house from any fluids that trickle down the head, the latter to act like the palisades which are sometimes placed in front of enclosures, and to keep out any objects which might otherwise get in. The brows are placed over the junction of two bones, which is the reason that in old age they often become so bushy as to require cutting. The lashes are set at the terminations of small blood vessels, for the vessels come to an end where the skin itself terminates, and in all places where these endings occur, the exudation of moisture of a corporeal character necessitates the growth of hairs, unless there be some operation of nature which interferes by diverting the moisture to another purpose. Chapter 16. In the generality of viviparous quadrupeds, there is no great variety in the forms of the organ of smell. In those of them, however, whose jaws project forwards and taper to a narrow end, so as to form what is called a snout, the nostrils are placed in this projection, there being no other available plan, while in the rest there is a more definite demarcation between nostrils and jaws. But in no animal is this part so peculiar as in the elephant, where it attains an extraordinary size and strength. For the elephant uses its nostril as a hand, this being the instrument with which it conveys food, fluid and solid alike, to its mouth. With it, too, it tears up trees, coiling it round their trunks. In fact, it applies it generally to the purposes of a hand. For the elephant has the double character of a land animal and of one that lives in swamps. Seeing then that it has to get food in the water, and yet must necessarily breathe inasmuch as it is a land animal and has blood, seeing also that its excessive weight prevents it from passing rapidly from water to land, as some other sanguineous vivipara that breathe can do, it becomes necessary that it shall be suited alike for life in the water and for life on dry land. Just then as divers are sometimes provided with instruments for respiration, through which they can draw air from above the water, and thus may remain for a long time under the sea, so also have elephants been furnished by nature with their lengthened nostril, and whenever they have to traverse the water, they lift this up above the surface and breathe through it. For the elephant's proboscis, as already said, is a nostril. Now, it would have been impossible for this nostril to have the form of a proboscis had it been hard and incapable of bending, for its very length would then have prevented the animal from supplying itself with food, being as great an impediment as the horns of certain oxen that are said to be obliged to walk backwards while they are grazing. It is therefore soft and flexible, and being such is made in addition to its own proper functions to serve the office of the forefeet, nature in this following her wonted plan of using one and the same part for several purposes. For in polydactylous quadrupeds, the forefeet are not intended merely to support the body, but also to serve as hands. But in elephants, though they must be reckoned polydactylous, as their foot has neither cloven nor solid hoof, the forefeet, owing to the great size and weight of the body, are reduced to the condition of mere supports, and indeed their slow motion and unfitness for bending make them useless for any other purpose. A nostril, then, is given to the elephant for respiration as to every other animal that has a lung, and is lengthened out and endowed with its power of coiling, because the animal has to remain for considerable periods of time in the water, and is unable to pass thence to dry ground with any rapidity. But as the feet are shorn of their full office, the same part is also, as before said, made by nature to supply their place, and give such help as otherwise would be rendered by them. As to other sanguineous animals, the birds, the serpents, and the oviparous quadrupeds, in all of them there are the nostril holes placed in front of the mouth, but in none are there any distinctly formed nostrils, nothing, in fact, which can be called nostrils except from a functional point of view. A bird, at any rate, has nothing which can properly be called a nose, for its so-called beak is a substitute for jaws. The reason for this is to be found in the natural conformation of birds, for they are winged bipeds, and this makes it necessary that their head and neck shall be of light weight, just as it makes it necessary that their breastbone shall be narrowed. The beak, therefore, with which they are provided is formed of a bone-like substance, in order that it may serve as a weapon as well as for nutritive purposes, but is made of narrow dimensions to suit the small size of the head. In this beak are placed the olfactory passages, but there are no nostrils, for such could not possibly be placed there. As for those animals that have no respiration, it has already been explained why it is that they are without nostrils, and perceive odours either through gills or through a blowhole, or, if they are insects, by the hyposoma, and how their power of smelling depends, like their motions, upon the innate spirit of their bodies, which in all of them is implanted by nature and not introduced from without. Under the nostrils are the lips, in such sanguineous animals, that is, as have teeth. For in birds, as already has been said, the purposes of nutrition and defense are fulfilled by a bone-like beak, which forms a compound substitute for teeth and lips. For supposing that one were to cut off a man's lips, unite his upper teeth together, and similarly his under ones, and then were to lengthen out the two separate pieces thus formed, flattening them on either side and making them project forwards, supposing, I say, this to be done, we should at once have a bird-like beak. The use of the lips in all animals except man is to preserve and guard the teeth, and thus it is that the distinctness with which the lips are formed is in direct proportion to the degree of nicety and perfection with which the teeth are fashioned. In man, the lips are soft and flesh-like, and capable of separating from each other. Their purpose, as in other animals, is to guard the teeth, but they are more especially intended to serve a higher office, contributing, in common with other parts, to man's faculty of speech. For, just as nature has made man's tongue unlike that of other animals, and in accordance with what I have said is her not uncommon practice, has used it for two distinct operations, namely, for the perception of savours and for speech, so also has she acted with regard to the lips, and made them serve both for speech and for the protection of the teeth. For vocal speech consists of combinations of the letters, and most of these it would be impossible to pronounce were the lips not moist, nor the tongue such as it is. For some letters are formed by closures of the lips, and others by applications of the tongue. But the differences of these movements, their nature and their number, are questions, the discussion of which belongs to the writers on articulation. It was necessary, however, for us to follow up the several parts in question at once to the function now assigned to them, and to show that they are of a character well suited for its performance. Therefore, it is then that they are made of flesh, and the flesh of man is softer than that of any other animal, the reason for this being that of all animals man has the most delicate sense of touch. Chapter 17. The tongue is placed under the vaulted roof of the mouth. In land animals it presents but little diversity, but in other animals it is variable, and this whether we compare them as a class with such as live on land, or compare their several species with each other. It is in man that the tongue attains its greatest degree of freedom, of softness, and of breadth, the object of this being to render it suitable for its double function. For its softness fits it for the perception of savours, a sense which is more delicate in man than in any other animal, softness being most impressionable by touch, of which sense taste is but a variety. The same softness again, together with its breadth, adapts it for the articulation of letters and for speech. For these qualities, combined with its freedom from attachment, are those which suit it best for advancing and retiring in every direction. That this is so is plain if we consider the case of those who are tongue-tied in however slight a degree, for their speech is indistinct and lisping, that is to say, they have not got the full power of uttering letters. In being broad is comprised the possibility of becoming narrow, for in the great the small is included, but not the great in the small. What has been said explains why, even among birds, those that are most capable of pronouncing letters are such as have the broadest tongues, and why the viviparous and sanguineous quadrupeds, where the tongue is hard and thick, and not free in its motions, have a very limited vocal articulation. Some birds have a considerable variety of notes. These are the smaller kinds, but it is the birds with talons that have the broader tongues, and consequently the greater aptitude for speech. All birds use their tongues to communicate with each other, but some do this in a greater degree than the rest, so that in some cases it even seems as though actual instruction were imparted from one to another by its agency. These, however, are matters which have already been discussed in the Researches concerning Animals. As to those oviparous and sanguineous animals that live not in the air but on the earth, their tongue in most cases is tied down and hard, and is therefore useless for vocal purposes. In the serpents, however, and in the lizards, it is long and forked, so as to be suited for the perception of savours. So long indeed is this part in serpents that, though small while in the mouth, it can be protruded to a great distance. In these same animals it is forked, and has a fine and hair-like extremity, because of their extreme liking for dainty food. For by this arrangement they derive a twofold pleasure from savours, their gustatory sensation being as it were doubled. Even some bloodless animals have an organ that serves for the perception of savours, and in sanguineous animals such an organ is invariably present. For even in such of these as would seem to an ordinary observer to have nothing of the kind, some of the fishes, for example, there is a kind of shabby representative of a tongue, much like what exists in river crocodiles. In most of these cases, the apparent absence of the part can be rationally explained on some or other ground. For, in the first place, the interior of the mouth in animals of this character is invariably spinous. Secondly, in water animals there is but short space of time for the perception of savours, and as the use of this sense is thus of short duration, shortened also is the separate part which subserves it. The reason for their food being so rapidly transmitted to the stomach is, that they cannot possibly spend any time in sucking out the juices, for were they to attempt to do so, the water would make its way in during the process. Unless, therefore, one pulls their mouth very widely open indeed, the projection of this part is quite invisible. The region exposed by thus opening the mouth is spinous, for it is formed by the close apposition of the gills, which are of a spinous character. In crocodiles, the immobility of the lower jaw also contributes in some measure to stunt the development of the tongue. For the crocodile's tongue is adherent to the lower jaw, and its upper and lower jaws are, as it were, inverted. For in other animals it is the upper jaw which is the immovable one. The tongue, then, of this animal does not adhere to the upper jaw, because that would interfere with the ingestion of food, but adheres to the lower jaw, because this is, as it were, the upper one which has changed its place. Moreover, it is the crocodile's lot, though a land animal, to live the life of a fish. And this again necessarily involves an indistinct formation of the part in question. The roof of the mouth resembles flesh, even in many of the fishes, and in some of the river species, as for instance in the fishes known as coprini, is so very flesh-like and soft as to be taken by careless observers for a tongue. The tongue of fishes, however, though it exists as a separate part, is never distinctly visible like this, as has been already explained. Again, as the gustatory sensibility is intended to serve animals in the selection of food, it is not diffused equally over the whole surface of the tongue-like organ, but is placed chiefly in the tip, and for this reason it is the tip which is the only part of the tongue separated in fishes from the rest of the mouth. As all animals are sensible to the pleasure derivable from food, they all feel a desire for it, for the object of desire is the pleasant. The part, however, in which food produces the sensation is not precisely alike in all of them, but while in some it is free from attachments, in others, where it is not required for vocal purposes, it is united with the base of the mouth. In some again it is hard, in others soft or flesh-like. Thus even the crustacea, the carabi, for instance, and the like, and the cephalopods, such as the sepias and the poulps, have some such part inside the mouth. As for the insects, some of them have the part which serves as tongue inside the mouth, as is the case with ants, and as is also the case with many testacea, while in others it is placed externally. In this latter case it resembles a sting or piercer, and is hollow and spongy, so as to serve at one and the same time for the tasting and for the sucking up of nutriment. This is plainly to be seen in flies and bees, and all such animals, and likewise in some of the testacea. In the purpurae, for instance, so strong is this part that it enables them to bore holes through the hard covering of shellfish, of the spiral snails, for example, that are used as bait to catch them. So also gadflies and cattleflies can pierce through the skin of man, and some of them even through the skins of other animals. Such, then, in these animals is the nature of the tongue, which is thus as it were the counterpart of the elephant's nostril. For, as in the elephant, the nostril is used as a weapon, so in these animals the tongue serves as a piercer or sting. In all other animals the tongue agrees with the description already given. End of chapter 17 and end of book 2. Chapters 1 through 5 of book 3 of On the Parts of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by William Ogle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. We have next to consider the teeth, and with these the mouth, that is, the cavity which they enclose and form. The teeth have one invariable office, namely, the reduction of the food. But besides this general function, they have other special ones, and these differ in different groups. Thus, in some animals, the teeth serve as weapons, but this with a distinction. For there are offensive weapons, and there are defensive weapons, and while in some animals, as the wild carnivora, the teeth answer both purposes, in many others, both wild and domesticated, they serve only for defense. In man, the teeth are admirably constructed for their general function, the front ones being sharp, so as to cut the food into bits, and the hinder ones broad and flat, so as to grind it to a pulp, while between these and separating them are the dog teeth, which, in accordance with the rule that the mean partakes of both extremes, share in the characters of those on either side, being broad in one part, but sharp in another. Similar distinctions of shape are presented by the teeth of other animals, with the exception of those whose teeth are one and all of the sharp kind. In man, however, the number and the character of the teeth have been mainly determined by the requirements of speech. For the front teeth of man contribute in many ways to the formation of letter sounds. In some animals, however, the teeth, as already said, serve merely for the reduction of food. When, besides this, they serve as offensive and defensive weapons, they may either be formed into tusks, as for instance is the case in swine, or may be sharp-pointed and interlock with those of the opposite jaw, in which case the animal is said to be saw-toothed. The explanation of this latter arrangement is as follows. The strength of such an animal is in its teeth, and the efficacy of these depends on their sharpness. In order, then, to prevent their getting blunted by mutual friction, such of them as serve for weapons fit into each other's interspaces, and are so kept in proper condition. No animal that is saw-toothed is at the same time furnished with tusks, for nature never makes anything superfluous or in vain. She gives, therefore, tusks to such animals as strike in fighting, and serrated teeth to such as bite. Sows, for instance, have no tusks, and accordingly sows bite instead of striking. A general principle must here be noted, which will be found applicable not only in this instance, but in many others that will occur later on. Nature allots each weapon, offensive or defensive, to those animals alone that can use it, or if not to them alone, to them in a more marked degree, and she allots it in its most perfect state to those that can use it best, and this whether it be a sting, or a spur, or horns, or tusks, or what it may of a like kind. Thus, as males are stronger and more choleric than females, it is in males alone that such parts as those just mentioned are found, or at any rate it is in males that they are found in the highest degree of perfection. For though females are of course provided with such parts as are no less necessary to them than to males, the parts, for instance, which subserve nutrition, they have even these in an inferior degree, and the parts which answer no such necessary purpose they do not possess at all. This explains why stags have horns, while does have none, why the horns of cows are different from those of bulls, and similarly the horns of ewes from those of rams. It explains also why the females are often without spurs in species where the males are provided with them, and accounts for similar facts relating to other such parts. All fishes have teeth of the serrated form, with the single exception of the fish known as the scarus. In many of them there are teeth even on the tongue and on the roof of the mouth. The reason for this is that, living as they do in the water, they cannot but allow this fluid to pass into the mouth with the food. The fluid thus admitted, they must necessarily discharge again without delay. For were they not to do so, but to retain it for a time while triturating the food, the water would run into their digestive cavities. Their teeth, therefore, are all of the sharp kind, so as to serve for comminution of their food, and at the same time are numerous, and set in many parts, that by their very abundance, in the absence of any grinding faculty, they may mince the food into small bits. Their teeth are also curved, because these are almost the only weapons which they possess. In all these offices of the teeth, the mouth also takes its part. But besides these functions, it is subservient to respiration in all such animals as breathe and are cooled by external agency. For nature, as already said, uses the parts which are common to all animals for many special purposes, and this of her own accord. Thus the mouth has one universal function in all animals alike, namely its alimentary office, but in some, besides this, the special duty of serving as a weapon is attached to it; in others, that of ministering to speech; and again in many, though not in all, the office of respiration. All these functions are thrown by nature upon one single organ, the construction of which she varies so as to suit the variations of office. Therefore it is that in some animals the mouth is contracted, while in others it is of wide dimensions. The contracted form belongs to such animals as use the mouth merely for nutritive, respiratory, and vocal purposes, whereas in such as use it as a means of defense, it has a wide gape. This is its invariable form in such animals as are saw-toothed; for seeing that their mode of warfare consists in biting, it is advantageous to them that their mouth shall have a wide opening; for the wider it opens, the greater will be the extent of the bite, and the more numerous will be the teeth called into play. What has just been said applies to fishes as well as to other animals, and thus in such of them as are carnivorous and made for biting, the mouth has a wide gape, whereas in the rest it is small, being placed at the extremity of a tapering snout; for this form is suited for their purposes, while the other would be useless. In birds the mouth consists of what is called the beak, which in them is a substitute for lips and teeth. This beak presents variations in harmony with the functions and protective purposes which it serves. Thus in those birds that are called crooked-clawed it is invariably hooked, inasmuch as these birds are carnivorous and eat no kind of vegetable food whatsoever; for this form renders it serviceable to them in obtaining the mastery over their prey, and is better suited for deeds of violence than any other. Moreover, as their weapons of offence consist of this beak and of their claws, these latter also are more crooked in them than in the generality of birds. Similarly, in each other kind of bird the beak is suited to the mode of life. Thus in woodpeckers it is hard and strong, as also in crows and birds of crow-like habit, while in the smaller birds it is delicate, so as to be of use in collecting seeds and picking up minute animals. In such birds again as eat herbage, and such as live on the edges of marshes, those for example that swim and have webbed feet, the bill is broad, or adapted in some other way to the mode of life. For a broad bill enables a bird to dig into the ground with ease, just as among quadrupeds does the broad snout of the pig, an animal which, like the birds in question, lives on roots. Moreover, in these root-eating birds, and in some others of like habits of life, the tips of the bill end in hard points, which gives them additional facility in dealing with herbaceous food. The several parts which are set on the head have now pretty nearly all been considered. In man, however, the part which lies between the head and the neck is called the face; this name, in Greek prosopon, being, it would seem, derived from the function of the part. For as man is the only animal that stands upright, he is also the only one that looks directly in front, in Greek proson, and the only one whose voice is emitted in that direction. Chapter 2. We have now to treat of horns, for these also, when present, are appendages of the head. they exist in none but viviparous animals, though in some ovipara certain parts are metaphorically spoken of as horns, in virtue of a certain resemblance. To none of such parts, however, does the proper office of a horn belong, for they are never used, as are the horns of vivipara, for purposes which require strength, whether it be in self-protection or in offensive strife. So also no polydactylous animal is furnished with horns, for horns are weapons of strife, and these polydactylous animals possess other means of security. For to some of them nature has given claws, to others teeth suited for combat, and to the rest some or other adequate defensive appliance. There are horns, however, in most of the cloven-hoofed animals, and in some of those that have a solid hoof, serving them as an offensive weapon, and in some cases also as a defensive one. There are horns also in all animals that have not been provided by nature with some other means of security. Such means, for instance, as speed, which has been given to horses, or excessive bulk of body, which is sufficient in itself to protect an animal from being destroyed by others, and which has been given to camels, and in a still greater measure to elephants. Other animals, again, are protected by the possession of tusks, and among these are the swine, though they have a cloven hoof. All animals, again, whose horns are but useless appendages, have been provided by nature with some additional means of security. Thus deer are endowed with speed, for the large size and great branching of their horns makes these a source of detriment rather than of profit to their possessors. Similarly endowed are the boobalus and gazelle, for though these animals will stand up against some enemies and defend themselves with their horns, yet they run away from such as are fierce and valiant. The bonassus, again, whose horns curve inwards towards each other, and are therefore of no use as weapons, is provided with a means of protection in the discharge of its excrement, and of this it avails itself when frightened. There are some other animals besides the bonassus that have a similar mode of defense. In no case, however, does nature ever give more than one adequate means of protection to one and the same animal. Most of the animals that have horns are cloven-hoofed, but the Indian ass, as they call it, is also reported to be horned, though its hoof is solid. Again, as the body, so far as regards its organs of motion, consists of two distinct parts, the right and the left, so also, and for like reasons, the horns of animals are, in the great majority of cases, two in number. Still there are some that have but a single horn, the oryx, for instance, and the so-called Indian ass, in the former of which the hoof is cloven, while in the latter it is solid. In such animals the horn is set in the centre of the head, for as the middle belongs equally to both extremes, this arrangement is the one that comes nearest to each side having its own horn. Again, it would appear consistent with reason that the single horn should go with the solid rather than with the cloven hoof. For hoof, as also claw, is of the same nature as horn, so that the two naturally undergo division simultaneously and in the same animals. Again, since the division of the cloven hoof depends on deficiency of material, it is but rationally consistent that nature, when she gave an animal an excess of material for the hoofs, which thus became solid, should have taken away something from the upper parts, and so made the animal to have but one horn. Rightly too did she act when she chose the head whereon to set the horns, and Aesop's Momus is beside the mark when he finds fault with the bull for not having its horns upon its shoulders. For from this position, says he, they would have delivered their blow with the greatest force, whereas on the head they occupy the weakest part of the whole body. Momus was but dull-sighted in making this hostile criticism, for had the horns been set on the shoulders, or had they been set on any other part than they are, the encumbrance of their weight would have been increased, not only without any compensating gain whatsoever, but with the disadvantage of impeding many bodily operations. For the point whence the blows could be delivered with the greatest force was not the only matter to be considered, but the point also whence they could be delivered with the widest range. But as the bull has no hands, and cannot possibly have its horns on its feet or on its knees, where they would prevent flexion, there remains no other site for them but the head, and this therefore they necessarily occupy. In this position, moreover, they are much less in the way of the movements of the body than they would be elsewhere. Deer are the only animals in which the horns are solid throughout, and are also the only animals that cast them. This casting is not simply advantageous to the deer from the increased lightness which it produces, but seeing how heavy the horns are, is a matter of actual necessity. In all other animals the horns are hollow for a certain distance, and the end alone is solid, this being the part of use in a blow. At the same time, to prevent even the hollow part from being weak, the horn does not grow out of the skin, but has a solid piece from the bones fitted into its cavity. For this arrangement is not only that which makes the horns of the greatest service in fighting, but that which causes them to be as little of an impediment as possible in the other actions of life. Such then are the reasons for which horns exist, and such the reasons why they are present in some animals, absent from others. Let us now consider how the necessary results of the material nature are made available by rational nature for a final cause. In the first place, then, the larger the bulk of animals, the greater is the amount of corporeal and earthy matter which they contain. Thus no very small animal is known to have horns, the smallest horned animal that we are acquainted with being the gazelle. But in all our speculations concerning nature, what we have to consider is the general rule. For that is natural which applies either universally or generally. And thus, when we say that the largest animals have most earthy matter, we say so because such is the general rule. Now, this earthy matter is used in the animal body to form bone. But in the larger animals there is an excess of it, and this excess is turned by nature to useful account, being converted into weapons of defense. Part of it necessarily flows to the upper portion of the body, and this is allotted by her in some cases to the formation of tusks and teeth, in others to the formation of horns. Thus it is that no animal that has horns has also front teeth in both jaws, those in the upper jaw being deficient. For nature, by subtracting from the teeth, adds to the horns, the nutriment which in most animals goes to the former being here spent on the augmentation of the latter. Does, it is true, have no horns, and yet are equally deficient with the males as regards the teeth. The reason, however, for this is that they, as much as the males, are naturally horn-bearing animals. But they have been stripped of their horns because these would not only be useless to them, but actually baneful, whereas the greater strength of the males causes these organs, though equally useless, to be much less of an impediment. In other animals, where this material is not secreted from the body in the shape of horns, it is used to increase the size of the teeth, in some cases of all the teeth, in others merely of the tusks, which thus become so long as to resemble horns projecting from the jaws. Chapter 3. So much then of the parts which appertain to the head. Below the head lies the neck, in such animals as have one. This is the case only with those that have the parts to which a neck is subservient. These parts are the larynx and what is called the esophagus. Of these, the former, or larynx, exists for the sake of respiration, being the instrument by which such animals as breathe inhale and discharge the air. Therefore it is that, when there is no lung, there is also no neck. Of this condition, the fishes are an example. The other part, or esophagus, is the channel through which food is conveyed to the stomach, so that all animals that are without a neck are also without a distinct esophagus. Such a part is in fact not required of necessity for nutritive purposes, for it has no action whatsoever on the food. Indeed, there is nothing to prevent the stomach from being placed directly after the mouth. This, however, is quite impossible in the case of the lung. For there must be some sort of tube common to the two divisions of the lung, by which the breath may be apportioned to their respective bronchi, and thence pass into the air pipes, and such an arrangement will be the best for giving perfection to inspiration and respiration. The organ then concerned in respiration must of necessity be of some length, and this again necessitates there being an esophagus to unite mouth and stomach. This esophagus is of a flesh-like character, and yet admits of extension like a sinew. This latter property is given to it that it may stretch when food is introduced, while the flesh-like character is intended to make it soft and yielding, and to prevent it from being grasped by particles as they pass downwards, and so suffering damage. On the other hand, the windpipe and the so-called larynx are constructed out of a cartilaginous substance, for they have to serve not only for respiration, but also for vocal purposes, and an instrument that is to produce sounds must necessarily be not only smooth, but firm. The windpipe lies in front of the esophagus, although this position causes it to be some hindrance to the latter in the act of deglutition. For if a morsel of food, fluid or solid, slips into it by accident, choking and difficult breathing and violent cough ensue. This must be a matter of astonishment to any of those who assert that it is by the windpipe that an animal imbibes fluid. For the consequences just mentioned occur invariably whenever a particle of food slips in, and are quite obvious. Indeed, on many grounds, it is ridiculous to say that this is the channel through which animals imbibe fluid. For there is no passage leading from the lung to the stomach, such as the esophagus, which we see leading thither from the mouth. Moreover, when any cause produces sickness and vomiting, it is plain enough whence the fluid is discharged. It is manifest also that fluid, when swallowed, does not pass directly into the bladder and collect there, but goes first into the stomach. For when red wine is taken, the dejections of the stomach are seen to be coloured by its dregs, and such discoloration has been even seen on many occasions inside the stomach itself in cases where there have been wounds opening into that organ. However, it is perhaps silly to be minutely particular in dealing with silly statements such as this. The windpipe, then, owing to its position in front of the esophagus, is exposed, as we have said, to annoyance from the food. To obviate this, however, nature has contrived the epiglottis. This part is not found in all viviparous animals, but only in such of them as have a lung, nor in all of these, but only in such as at the same time have their skin covered with hairs, and not either with scaly plates or with feathers. In such scaly and feathered animals there is no epiglottis, but its office is supplied by the larynx, which closes and opens, just as in the other case the epiglottis falls down and rises up, rising up during the ingress or egress of breath, and falling down during the ingestion of food, so as to prevent any particle from slipping into the trachea. Should there be the slightest want of accuracy in this movement, or should an inspiration be made during the ingestion of food, choking and coughing ensue, as already has been noticed. So admirably contrived, however, is the movement both of the epiglottis and of the tongue, that while the food is being ground to a pulp in the mouth, the tongue very rarely gets caught between the teeth, and while the food is passing over the epiglottis, seldom does a particle of it slip into the windpipe. The animals which have been mentioned as having no epiglottis owe this deficiency to the dryness of their flesh and to the hardness of their skin. For an epiglottis made of such materials would not admit of easy motion. In fact, it would take a longer time to shut down an epiglottis made of the peculiar flesh of these animals, and shaped like that of those with hairy skins, than to bring the edges of the trachea itself into contact with each other. Thus much, then, as to the reasons why some animals have an epiglottis, while others have none, and thus much also as to its use. It is a contrivance of nature to remedy the vicious position of the windpipe in front of the esophagus. That position is the result of necessity. For it is in the front and centre of the body that the heart is situated, in which we say is the principle of life and the source of all motion and sensation. For sensation and motion are exercised in the direction which we term forwards, and it is on this very relation that the distinction of before and behind is founded. But where the heart is, there and surrounding it is the lung. Now, inspiration which occurs for the sake of the lung and for the sake of the principle which has its seat in the heart is effected through the windpipe. Since then the heart must of necessity lie in the very front place of all, it follows that the larynx also and the windpipe must of necessity lie in front of the esophagus. For they lead to the lung and heart, whereas the esophagus leads to the stomach. And it is an universal law that, as regards above and below, front and back, right and left, the nobler and more honourable part invariably is placed uppermost, in front, and on the right, rather than in the opposite positions, unless some more important object stands in the way. Chapter 4. We have now dealt with the neck, the esophagus, and the windpipe, and have next to treat of the viscera. These are peculiar to sanguineous animals, some of which have all of them, others only a part, while no bloodless animals have any at all. Democritus, then, seems to have been mistaken in the notion he formed of the viscera, if he fancied that the reason why none were discoverable in bloodless animals was that these animals were too small to allow them to be seen. For in sanguineous animals, the heart and liver are visible enough when the body is only just formed, and while it is still extremely small. For these parts are to be seen in the egg sometimes as early as the 3rd day, being then no bigger than a point, and are visible also in aborted embryos, while still excessively minute. Moreover, as the external organs are not precisely alike in all animals, but each creature is provided with such as are suited to its special mode of life and motion, so is it with the internal parts, these also differing in different animals. Viscera, then, are peculiar to sanguineous animals, and this accords with the fact that the viscera are each and all formed from sanguineous material, as is plainly to be seen in the newborn young of these animals. For in such the viscera are more sanguineous and of greater bulk in proportion to the body than at any later period of life, because the nature of the material and its abundance are most distinctly marked in objects at the period of their first formation. There is a heart, then, in all sanguineous animals, and the reason for this has already been given. For that sanguineous animals must necessarily have blood is self-evident, and as the blood is fluid, it is also a matter of necessity that there shall be a receptacle for it, and it is clearly to meet this requirement that nature has devised the blood vessels. These again must necessarily have one primary source, for it is preferable that there shall be one such, when possible, rather than several. This primary source of the vessels is the heart, for the vessels clearly are from it, and not through it. Moreover, being as it is homogeneous, it has the character of a blood vessel. Again, its position is that of a primary or dominating part. For nature, when no other more important purpose stands in her way, places the more honourable part in the more honourable position, and the heart lies about the centre of the body, but rather in its upper than its lower half, and also more in front than behind. This is most evident in the case of man, but even in other animals there is a tendency in the heart to assume a similar position in the centre of the necessary part of the body, that is to say, of the part which terminates in the vent for excrement. For the limbs vary in position in different animals, and are not to be counted with the parts which are necessary for life, for life can be maintained even when they are removed, while it is self-evident that the addition of them to an animal is not destructive of it. There are some who say that the vessels commence in the head. In this they are clearly mistaken. For in the first place, according to their representation, there would be many sources for the vessels, and these scattered, and secondly, these sources would be in a region that is manifestly cold, as is shown by its intolerance of chill, whereas the region of the heart is as manifestly hot. Again, as already said, the vessels extend through all the other viscera, but no vessel extends through the heart. From this it is quite evident that the heart is a part of the vessels, and their origin, and for this it is well suited by its structure. For its central part consists of a thick and hollow body, and is more overfull of blood, as though the vessels took thence their origin. It is hollow to serve for the reception of the blood, while its wall is thick, that it may serve to protect the source of heat. For here, and here alone, in all the viscera, and in fact in all the body, there is blood without blood vessels, the blood elsewhere being always contained within vessels. Nor is this but consistent with reason, for the blood is conveyed into the vessels from the heart, but none passes into the heart from without. For in itself it constitutes the origin and fountain, or primary receptacle of the blood. It is, however, from dissections and from observations on the process of development that the truth of these statements receives its clearest demonstration. For the heart is the first of all the parts to be formed, and no sooner is it formed than it contains blood. Moreover, the motions of pain and pleasure, and generally of all sensation, plainly start from the heart, and find in it their ultimate termination. This, indeed, reason would lead us to expect, for the starting point must, whenever possible, be one, and of all places, the best suited for a starting point is the centre. For the centre is one, and is equally or almost equally within reach of every part. Again, as neither the blood itself, nor yet any part which is bloodless, is endowed with sensation, it is plain that that part which first has blood, and which holds it as it were in a receptacle, must be the primary source of sensation. And that this part is the heart is not only a rational inference, but is also evident to the senses. For no sooner is the embryo formed, than its heart is seen in motion like a living creature, and this before any of the other parts, as though it constituted the starting point of life in all animals that have blood. A further evidence of the truth of what has been stated is the fact that no sanguineous animal is without a heart. For the primary source of blood must of necessity be present in them all. It is true that sanguineous animals not only have a heart, but also invariably have a liver, but no one could ever deem the liver to be the primary organ either of the whole body or of the blood. For the position in which it is placed is far from being that of a primary or dominating part, and moreover, in the most perfectly finished animals there is another part, the spleen, which, as it were, counterbalances it. Still further, the liver contains no spacious receptacle in its substance, as does the heart, but has its blood in a vessel like all the other viscera. The vessel, moreover, extends through it, and no vessel whatsoever originates in it, for it is from the heart that all the vessels take their rise. Since then, one or other of these two parts must be the central source, and since it is not the liver which is such, it follows of necessity that it is the heart which is the source of the blood, as also the primary organ in other respects. For the definitive characteristic of an animal is the possession of sensation, and the first sensory part is that which first has blood, that is to say, is the heart, which is the source of blood, and the first of the parts to contain it. The apex of the heart is pointed and more solid than the rest of the organ. It lies against the breast, and entirely in the anterior part of the body, in order to prevent that region from getting chilled. For in all animals there is comparatively but little flesh over the breast, whereas there is a more abundant covering of that substance on the posterior surface, so that the heat has in the back a sufficient amount of protection. In all animals but man, the heart is placed in the centre of the pectoral region, but in man it inclines a little towards the left, so that it may counterbalance the chilliness of that side, for the left side is colder in man as compared with the right, than in any other animal. It has already been stated that even in fishes the heart holds the same position as in other animals, and the reasons have been given why it appears not to do so. The apex of the heart, it is true, is in them turned towards the head, but this in fishes is in the front aspect, for it is the direction in which their motion occurs. The heart again is abundantly supplied with sinews, as might reasonably be expected, for the motions of the body commence from the heart, and are brought about by traction and relaxation. The heart, therefore, which, as already said, is as it were a living creature inside its possessor, requires some such subservient and strengthening parts. In no animals does the heart contain a bone, certainly in none of those that we have ourselves inspected, with the exception of the horse and a certain kind of ox. In these exceptional cases, the heart, owing to its large bulk, is provided with a bone as a support, just as the bones serve as supports for the body generally. In animals of great size, the heart has 3 cavities; in smaller animals it has 2; and in all has at least 1. The reason for this, as already stated, is that there must be some place in the heart to serve as a receptacle for the first blood, which, as has been mentioned more than once, is formed in this organ. But inasmuch as the main blood vessels are 2 in number, namely the so-called great vessel and the aorta, each of which is the origin of other vessels, inasmuch moreover as these 2 vessels present differences, hereafter to be discussed, when compared with each other, it is of advantage that they also shall themselves have distinct origins. This advantage will be obtained if each side have its own blood, and the blood of one side be kept separate from that of the other. For this reason the heart, whenever it is possible, has 2 receptacles; and this possibility exists in the case of large animals, for in them the heart, as the body generally, is of large size. Again, it is still better that there shall be 3 cavities, so that the middle and odd one may serve as a common origin for both sides; but this requires the heart to be of greater magnitude, so that it is only in the largest animals that the heart has 3 cavities. Of these 3 cavities, it is the right which has the most abundant and the hottest blood; and this explains why the limbs on the right side of the body are also warmer than those on the left. The left cavity has the least blood of all, and the coldest, while in the middle cavity the blood, as regards quantity and heat, is intermediate to the other 2, being, however, of purer quality than either. For it behoves the supreme part to be as tranquil as possible, and this tranquillity can be ensured by the blood being pure and of moderate amount and warmth. In the heart of animals there is also a kind of joint-like division, something like the sutures of the skull. This is not, however, attributable to the heart being formed by the union of several parts into a compound whole, but is rather, as already said, the result of a joint-like division. These jointings are most distinct in animals of keen sensibility, and less so in those that are of duller feeling, in swine for instance. Different hearts differ also from each other in their sizes and in their degrees of firmness. and these differences somehow extend their influence to the temperaments of the animals. For in animals of low sensibility, the heart is hard and solid, while it is softer in such as are endowed with keener feeling. So also, when the heart is of large size, the animal is timorous, while it is more courageous if the organ be smaller and of moderate bulk. For in the former, the bodily affection which results from terror already pre-exists, for the bulk of the heart is out of all proportion to the animal's heat, which being small is reduced to insignificance in the large space, and thus the blood is made colder than it would otherwise be. The heart is of large size in the hare, the deer, the mouse, the hyena, the ass, the leopard, the marten, and in pretty nearly all other animals that are either manifestly timorous, or that betray their cowardice by their spitefulness. What has been said of the heart as a whole is no less true of its cavities and of the blood vessels, these also, if of large size, being cold. For just as a fire of equal size gives less heat in a large room than in a small one, so also does the heat in a large cavity or a large blood vessel, that is, in a large receptacle, have less influence than in a small one. The more spacious, moreover, these cavities and vessels are, the greater is the amount of spirit which they contain, and the greater its effect. For all hot substances are cooled by the motion of external objects. Thus it is that no animal that has large cavities in its heart, or large blood vessels, is ever fat, the vessels being indistinct, and the cavities small in all or most fat animals. The heart again is the only one of the viscera, and indeed the only part of the body that is unable to tolerate any serious affection. This is but what might reasonably be expected. For if the primary or dominant part be diseased, there is nothing from which the other parts which depend upon it can derive succour. A proof that the heart is thus unable to tolerate any morbid affection is furnished by the fact that never has it been seen diseased in a sacrificial victim, though this is not the case with the other viscera. For the kidneys are frequently found to be full of stones and growths and small abscesses, as also is the liver, the lung, and more than all the spleen. There are also many other affections which are seen to occur in these parts, those which are least liable to such being the portion of the lung which is close to the windpipe, and the portion of the liver which lies about the junction with the great blood vessel. This again admits of a rational explanation. For it is in these parts that the lung and liver are most closely in communion with the heart. On the other hand, when animals die, not by sacrifice but from disease, they are found on dissection to have morbid affections of the heart. (Ch. 5). Thus much of the heart, its nature, and the end and cause of its existence in such animals as have it. In due sequence we have next to discuss the blood vessels, that is to say, the great vessel and the aorta. For it is into these two that the blood first passes when it quits the heart, and all the other vessels are but offshoots from them. Now that these vessels exist on account of the blood has already been stated. For every fluid requires a receptacle, and in the case of the blood, the vessels are that receptacle. Let us now explain why these vessels are two, and why they spring from one single source, and extend throughout the whole body. The reason, then, why these two vessels coalesce into one centre and spring from one source is that the sensory soul is in all animals actually one. In sanguineous animals, one not only actually, but potentially; but in some bloodless animals, one actually only, and not potentially. And this oneness of the sensory soul determines a corresponding oneness of the part in which it primarily abides. Where, however, the sensory soul is lodged, there also, and in the selfsame place, must necessarily be the source of heat; and again, where this is, there also must be the source of the blood, seeing that it thence derives its warmth and fluidity. Thus then, in the oneness of the part in which is lodged the prime source of sensation and of heat, is involved the oneness of the source in which the blood originates; and this again explains why the blood vessels have one common starting point. The vessels, again, are two, because the body of every sanguineous animal that is capable of locomotion is bilateral; for in all such animals there is a distinguishable before and behind, a right and left, an above and below. Now, as the front is more honourable and of higher supremacy than the hinder aspect, so also, and in like degree, is the great vessel superior to the aorta. For the great vessel is placed in front, while the aorta is behind. The former again is plainly visible in all sanguineous animals, while the latter is in some indistinct, and in some not discernible at all. Lastly, the reason for the vessels being distributed throughout the entire body is that in them, or in parts analogous to them, is contained the blood, or the fluid which in exsanguineous animals takes the place of blood, and that the blood, or analogous fluid, is the material from which the whole body is made. Now, as to the manner in which animals are nourished, and as to the ways and means by which they absorb nutriment from the stomach, these are matters which will be more suitably considered and explained in the treatise on Generation and Development. But inasmuch as the parts are, as already said, formed out of the blood, it is but rational that the flow of the blood should extend, as it does, throughout the whole of the body. For since each part is formed of blood, each must have blood through and in its substance. To give an illustration of this, the watercourses in gardens are so constructed as to distribute water from one single source or fount into numerous channels, which divide and subdivide so as to convey it to all parts. And again, in house building, stones are thrown down along the whole ground plan of the foundation walls, because the garden plants in the one case grow at the expense of the water, and the foundation walls in the other are built out of the stones. Now, just after the same fashion has nature laid down channels for the conveyance of the blood throughout the whole body, because this blood is the material out of which the whole fabric is made. This fact becomes very evident in bodies that have undergone great emaciation, for in such there is nothing to be seen but the blood vessels; just as when fig leaves or vine leaves or the like have dried up, there is nothing left of them but their vessels. The explanation of these facts is that the blood or fluid which takes its place is potentially body and flesh, or substance analogous to flesh. Now, just as in irrigation the larger dikes are permanent, while the smaller ones are soon filled up with mud and disappear, again to become visible when the deposit of mud ceases, so also do the largest blood vessels remain permanently open, while the smallest ones are converted actually into flesh, though potentially they are no whit less vessels than before. This too explains why, so long as the flesh of an animal is in its integrity, blood will flow from any part of it whatsoever that is cut, though no vessel, however small, be visible in it. Yet there can be no blood unless there be a blood vessel. The vessels then are there, but are invisible owing to their being clogged up, just as the dikes for irrigation are invisible until they have been cleared of mud. As the blood vessels advance, they become gradually smaller and smaller, until at last their tubes are too fine to admit the thick blood. This fluid can therefore no longer find its way through them, though they still give passage to the moisture which we call sweat, and especially so when the body is heated and the mouths of the small vessels are dilated. Instances indeed are not unknown of persons who, in consequence of a cachectic state, have secreted sweat that resembled blood, their body having become loose and flabby, and their blood watery, owing to the heat in the small vessels having been too scanty for its concoction. For, as was before said, every mixture of earth and water, and both nutriment and blood are such, becomes thicker from concoction. The inability of the heat to effect concoction may be due either to its being absolutely small in amount, or to its being small in proportion to the quantity of food, when this has been taken in excess. This excess, again, may be of two kinds, either quantitative or qualitative, for all substances are not equally amenable to concoction. The larger the channels, the more easily does the blood flow through them. Thus it is that when hemorrhages occur from the nostrils and gums and fundament, and sometimes also from the mouth, they are of a passive kind and not violent, as are those from the windpipe. The great vessel and the aorta, which above lie somewhat apart, lower down exchange positions, and by so doing give compactness to the body. For when they reach the point where the legs diverge, they each split into two, and the great vessel passes from the front to the rear, and the aorta from the rear to the front. By this they contribute to the unity of the whole fabric. For, as in plated work the parts hold more firmly together because of the interweaving, so also by the interchange of position between the blood vessels are the anterior and posterior parts of the body more closely knit together. A similar exchange of position occurs also in the upper part of the body between the vessels that have issued from the heart. The details, however, of the mutual relations of the different vessels must be looked for in the treatises on anatomy and the researches concerning animals. So much, then, as concerns the heart and the blood vessels. We must now pass on to the other viscera and apply the same method of enquiry to them. End of chapter 5 of book 3. Chapters 6 through 15 of book 3 of On the Parts of Animals by Aristotle. Translated by William Ogle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 6. The lung, then, is an organ found in all the animals of a certain class, because they live on land. For there must of necessity be some or other means of cooling down the heat of the body, and in sanguineous animals, as they are of an especially hot nature, the cooling agency must be an external one, whereas in the bloodless kinds the innate spirit is sufficient of itself for the purpose. The external cooling agent must be either air or water. In fishes, the agent is water. Fishes, therefore, never have a lung, but have gills in its place, as was stated in the treatise on respiration. But animals that breathe are cooled by air. These, therefore, are all provided with a lung. All land animals breathe, and even some water animals, such as the whale, the dolphin, and all the spouting cetacea. For many animals lie halfway between terrestrial and aquatic. Some that are terrestrial and that inspire air being nevertheless of such a bodily constitution that they abide for the most time in the water, and some that are aquatic, partaking so largely of the land character that respiration constitutes for them the main condition of life. The organ of respiration is the lung. This derives its motion from the heart, but it is its own large size and spongy texture that affords amplitude of space for the entrance of the breath. For when the lung rises up, the breath streams in and is again expelled when the lung contracts. It has been stated, but incorrectly, that it is to the lung that the beating of the heart is due. That this is not so is shown by the phenomenon of palpitation occurring, so to speak, in man alone, inasmuch as man alone is influenced by hope and expectation. Again, in most animals the heart is at a distance from the lung and placed above it, so that its beating can in no degree be brought about by this latter. The lung differs much in different animals, for in some it is of large size and contains blood, while in others it is smaller and of spongy texture. In the vivipara it is large and rich in blood because of their natural heat, while in the ovipara it is small and dry, but capable of expanding to a vast extent when inflated. Among terrestrial animals, the oviparous quadrupeds, such as lizards, tortoises, and the like, have this kind of lung, and among inhabitants of the air, the animals known as birds. For in all these the lung is spongy and like foam. For it is bladdery and collapses from a large bulk to a small one, as does foam when it runs together. In this too lies the explanation of the fact that these animals are little liable to thirst and drink but sparingly, and that they are able to remain for a considerable time under water. For inasmuch as they have but little heat, the very motion of the lung, air-like and void, suffices by itself to cool them for a considerable period. These animals, speaking generally, are also distinguished from others by their smaller bulk. For heat promotes growth, and abundance of blood is a sure indication of heat. Heat again tends to make the body erect, and thus it is that man is the most erect of animals, and the vivipara more erect than other quadrupeds. For no viviparous animal, be it apodous or be it possessed of feet, is so given to creep into holes as are the ovipara. The lung then exists for respiration, and this is its universal office. But the amount of blood it contains, and its structure generally, varies with the requirements of different groups of animals. There is, however, no one term to denote all animals that have a lung, no designation, that is, like the term bird, applicable to the whole of a certain class. Yet the possession of a lung is a part of their essence, just as much as the presence of certain characters constitutes the essence of a bird. Chapter 7. Of the viscera, some appear to be single, as the heart and lung, others to be double, as the kidneys, while of a third kind it is doubtful in which class they should be reckoned. For the liver and the spleen would seem to lie halfway between the single and the double organs, for they may be regarded either as constituting each a single organ, or as a pair of organs resembling each other in character. In reality, however, all the organs are double. The reason for this is that the body itself is double, consisting of two halves, which are however combined together under one supreme centre. For there is an upper and a lower half, a front and a rear, a right side and a left. This explains why it is that even the brain and the several organs of sense tend in all animals to consist of two parts, and the same explanation applies to the heart with its cavities. The lung again in ovipara is divided to such an extent that these animals look as though they had actually two lungs. As to the kidneys, no one can overlook their double character. But when we come to the liver and the spleen, anyone might fairly be in doubt. The reason of this is that in animals that necessarily have a spleen, this organ is such that it might be taken for a kind of bastard liver, while in those in which a spleen is not an actual necessity, but is merely present, as it were, by way of token, in an extremely minute form, the liver plainly consists of two parts, of which the larger tends to lie on the right side, and the smaller on the left. Not but what there are some ovipara in which this condition is comparatively indistinctly marked, while on the other hand there are some vivipara in which the liver is manifestly divided into two parts. Examples of such division are furnished by the hares of certain regions that have the appearance of having two livers, and by some fishes, especially the cartilaginous kinds. It is the position of the liver on the right side of the body that is the main cause for the formation of the spleen, the existence of which thus becomes to a certain extent a matter of necessity in all animals, though not of very stringent necessity. The reason then why the viscera are bilateral is, as we have said, that there are two sides to the body, a right and a left. For each of these sides aims at similarity with the other, and so likewise do their several viscera. And as the sides, though dual, are knit together into unity, so also do the viscera tend to be bilateral, and yet one by unity of constitution. Those viscera which lie below the diaphragm exist one and all on account of the blood vessels, serving as a bond by which these vessels, while floating freely, are yet held in connection with the body. For the vessels give off branches which run to the body through the outstretched structures, like so many anchor lines thrown out from a ship. The great vessel sends such branches to the liver, the spleen, and the kidneys, and these viscera, the liver and spleen on either side, and the kidneys behind, attach the great vessel immovably to the body. The aorta sends similar branches to the kidneys, but none to the liver, nor to the spleen. These viscera then contribute in this manner to the compactness of the animal body. The liver and spleen assist moreover in the concoction of the food, for both are rich in blood and therefore of a hot character. The kidneys, on the other hand, take part in the separation of the excretion which flows into the bladder. The heart, then, and the liver are essential constituents of every animal. The liver, that it may effect concoction; the heart, that it may lodge the central source of heat. For some or other part there must be which, like a hearth, shall hold the kindling fire, and this part must be well protected, seeing that it is, as it were, the citadel of the body. All sanguineous animals, then, need these two parts, and this explains why these two viscera, and these two alone, are invariably found in them all. In such of them, however, as breathe, there is also as invariably a third, namely the lung. The spleen, on the other hand, is not invariably present, and, in those animals that have it, is only present of necessity, in the same sense as the excretions of the belly and of the bladder are necessary, in the sense, that is, of being an inevitable concomitant. Therefore it is that in some animals the spleen is but scantily developed as regards size. This, for instance, is the case in such feathered animals as have a hot stomach. Such are the pigeon, the hawk, and the kite. It is the case also in oviparous quadrupeds, where the spleen is excessively minute, and in many of the scaly fishes. These same animals are also without a bladder, because the loose texture of their flesh allows the residual fluid to pass through and to be converted into feathers and scales. For the spleen attracts the residual humours from the stomach, and, owing to its blood-like character, is enabled to assist in their concoction. Should, however, this residual fluid be too abundant, or the heat of the spleen be too scanty, the body becomes sickly from over-repletion with food. Often, too, when the spleen is affected by disease, the belly becomes hard, owing to the reflux into it of the fluid, just as happens to those who form too much urine, for they also are liable to a similar diversion of the fluids into the belly. But in those animals that have but little superfluous fluid to excrete, such as birds and fishes, the spleen is never large, and in some exists no more than by way of token. So also in the oviparous quadrupeds it is small, compact, and like a kidney, for their lung is spongy, and they drink but little, and such superfluous fluid as they have is diverted to the formation of feathers. On the other hand, in such animals as have a bladder, and whose lung contains blood, the spleen is watery, both for the reason already mentioned, and also because the left side of the body is more watery and colder than the right. For each of two contraries has been so placed as to go together with that which is akin to it in another pair of contraries. Thus right and left, hot and cold, are pairs of contraries, and right is conjoined with hot, after the manner described, and left with cold. The kidneys, when they are present, exist not of actual necessity, but as matters of greater finish and perfection. For by their special character they are suited to serve in the excretion of the fluid which collects in the bladder. In animals, therefore, where this fluid is very abundantly formed, their presence enables the bladder to perform its proper office with greater perfection. Since then both kidneys and bladder exist in animals for one and the same function, we must next treat of the bladder, though in so doing we disregard the due order of succession in which the parts should be enumerated. For not a word has yet been said of the midriff, which, though not one of the viscera, is yet one of the parts that environ them, and has to be considered with them. (Ch. 8). It is not every animal that has a bladder. those only being apparently intended by nature to have one whose lung contains blood. To such it was but reasonable that she should give this part; for the character of their lung, with its abundant blood, causes them to be the thirstiest of animals, and makes them require a more than ordinary quantity, not merely of solid, but also of liquid nutriment. This increased consumption necessarily entails the production of an increased amount of residue, which thus becomes too abundant to be concocted by the stomach and excreted with its own residual matter. The residual fluid must therefore of necessity have a receptacle of its own, and thus it comes to pass that all animals whose lung contains blood are provided with a bladder. Those animals, on the other hand, that are without a lung of this character, and that either drink but sparingly, owing to their lung being of a spongy texture, or that never imbibe fluid at all for drinking's sake, but only as nutriment, insects for instance, and fishes, and that are moreover clad with feathers or scales or scaly plates, all these animals, owing to the small amount of fluid which they imbibe, and owing also to such residue as there may be being converted into feathers and the like, are invariably without a bladder. The tortoises, which are comprised among animals with scaly plates, form the only exception, and this is merely due to the imperfect development of their natural conformation, the explanation of the matter being that in the sea tortoises the lung is flesh-like and contains blood, resembling the lung of the ox, and that in the land tortoises it is of larger size in comparison with the bulk of the body than in other animals of the same class. Moreover, inasmuch as the covering which invests them is dense and shell-like, so that the moisture cannot exhale through the porous flesh, as it does in birds and in snakes and other animals with scaly plates, such an amount of secretion is formed that some special part is required to receive and hold it. This then is the reason why these animals alone of their kind have a bladder, the sea tortoises a large one, the land tortoises an extremely small one. Chapter 9. What has been said of the bladder is equally true of the kidneys, for these also are wanting in all animals that are clad with feathers, or with scales, or with plates, the sea and land tortoises forming the only exception. In some of the birds, however, there are flattened kidney-like bodies, as though the flesh allotted to the formation of the kidneys, unable to find one single place of sufficient size, had been distributed over several regions. The emys has neither bladder nor kidneys, for the softness of its shell allows of the ready transpiration of fluid, and for this reason neither of the organs mentioned exists in this animal. All other animals, however, whose lung contains blood are, as before said, provided with kidneys, for nature uses these organs for two separate purposes, namely for the excretion of the residual fluid and to subserve the blood vessels, a channel leading to them from the great vessel. In the centre of the kidney is a cavity of variable size. This is the case in all animals excepting the seal. The kidneys of this animal are more solid than those of any other, and in form resemble the kidneys of the ox. The human kidneys are of similar shape, being as it were made up of numerous small kidneys, and not presenting one unbroken surface like the kidneys of sheep and other quadrupeds. For this reason, should the kidneys of a man be once attacked by disease, the malady is not easily expelled, for it is as though many kidneys were diseased and not merely one, which naturally enhances the difficulties of a cure. The duct which runs to the kidney from the great vessel does not terminate in the central cavity, but is expended in the substance of the organ, so that there is no blood in the cavity, nor is any coagulum found there after death. A pair of stout ducts, void of blood, run, one from the cavity of each kidney to the bladder, and other ducts, strong and continuous, lead into the kidneys from the aorta. The purpose of this arrangement is to allow the superfluous fluid to pass from the blood vessel into the kidney, and the resulting renal excretion to collect by the percolation of the fluid through the solid substance of the organ in its centre, where, as a general rule, there is a cavity. This, by the way, explains why the kidney is the most ill-savoured of all the viscera. From the central cavity, the fluid is discharged into the bladder by the ducts just mentioned, having already assumed in great degree the character of residuum. The bladder is, as it were, moored to the kidneys, for, as already has been mentioned, it is attached to them by strong ducts. These, then, are the purposes for which the kidneys exist, and such the functions of these organs. In all animals that have kidneys, that on the right is placed higher than that on the left. For, inasmuch as motion commences from the right, the organs on this side become stronger than those on the left, and must all push forward in advance of their opposite fellows, as may be seen in the fact that men even raise the right eyebrow more than the left, and that the former is more arched than the latter. The right kidney, being thus drawn upwards, is brought into contact with the liver, for the liver in all animals lies on the right side. Of all the viscera, the kidneys are those that have the most fat. This is in the first place the result of necessity, because the kidneys are the parts through which the residual matters percolate. For the blood, which is left behind after this excretion, being of pure quality, is of easy concoction, and the final result of thorough blood concoction is lard and suet. For, just as a certain amount of heat is left in the ashes of solid substances, such as wood after combustion, so also does a remnant of the heat that has been developed remain in fluids after concoction, and this is the reason why oily matter is light and floats on the surface of other fluids. The fat is not formed in the kidneys themselves, the density of their substance forbidding this, but is deposited on their external surface. It consists of lard or of suet, according as the animal's fat is of the former or latter character. The difference between these two kinds of fat has already been set forth in other passages. The formation, then, of fat in the kidneys is the result of necessity, being, as explained, a consequence of the necessary conditions which accompany the possession of such organs. But at the same time, the fat has a final cause, namely, to ensure the safety of the kidneys, and to maintain their natural heat. For, placed as these organs are, close to the surface, they require a greater supply of heat than other parts. For, while the back is thickly covered with flesh, so as to form a shield for the heart and neighbouring viscera, the loins, in accordance with a rule that applies to all joints, are destitute of flesh, and fat is therefore formed as a substitute for it, so that the kidneys may not be without protection. The kidneys, moreover, by being fat, are the better enabled to secrete and concoct their fluid, for fat is hot, and it is heat that effects concoction. Such then are the reasons why the kidneys are fat, but in all animals the right kidney is less fat than its fellow. The reason for this is that the parts on the right side are naturally more solid and more suited for motion than those on the left. But motion is antagonistic to fat, for it tends to melt it. Animals then, as a general rule, derive advantage from their kidneys being fat, and the fat is often very abundant and extends over the whole of these organs. But should the like occur in the sheep, death ensues. Be its kidneys, however, as fat as they may, they are never so fat but that some part, if not in both, at any rate in the right one, is left free. The reason why sheep are the only animals that suffer in this manner, or suffer more than others, is that their fat is harder and more abundant than that of other animals. For the soft lard, of which the fat of some animals is composed, is of fluid consistence, so that there is not the same chance in their case of wind getting shut in and causing mischief. But it is to such an enclosure of wind that rot is due. And thus even in men, though it is beneficial to them to have fat kidneys, yet should these organs become overfat and diseased, deadly pains ensue. As to those animals whose fat consists of suet, their suet is not so dense as that of sheep, neither is it nearly so abundant. For of all animals, there is none in which the kidneys become so soon gorged with fat as in the sheep. Rot then is produced by the moisture and the wind getting shut up in the kidneys, and is a malady that carries off sheep with great rapidity. For the disease forthwith reaches the heart, passing thither by the aorta, and the great vessel, the ducts which connect these with the kidneys being of unbroken continuity. Chapter 10. We have now dealt with the heart and the lung, as also with the liver, spleen, and kidneys. The latter are separated from the former by the midriff, or as some call it, the phrenes. This divides off the heart and lung, and as already said, is called phrenes in sanguineous animals, all of which have a midriff, just as they all have a heart and a liver. For they require a midriff to divide the region of the heart from the region of the stomach, so that the centre wherein abides the sensory soul may be undisturbed, and not be overwhelmed, directly food is taken, by its upstreaming vapour, and by the abundance of heat then superinduced. For it was to guard against this that nature made a division, constructing the midriff as a kind of partition wall and fence, and so separated the nobler from the less noble parts, in all cases where a separation of upper and lower was possible. For the upper part is the more honourable, and is that for the sake of which the rest exists, while the lower part exists for the sake of the upper, and constitutes the necessary element in the body, inasmuch as it is the recipient of the food. That part of the midriff which is near the ribs is somewhat fleshy and thick, but the central part has more of a membranous character, for this structure gives it strength and capability of extension. Now that the midriff is as it were a curtain or screen to prevent heat mounting up from below, is shown by what happens should it, owing to its proximity to the stomach, attract thence the hot and residual fluid. For when this occurs, there ensues forthwith a marked disturbance of intellect and of sensation. It is indeed because of this that the midriff is called phrenes, as though it had some share in the process of thinking, for which the Greek term is phronein. In reality, however, it has no part whatsoever itself in the matter, but lying in close proximity to organs that have, it brings about the manifest changes of intelligence in question by acting upon them. This too explains why its central part is thin. For though this is in some measure the result of necessity, inasmuch as those portions of the fleshy whole which lie nearest to the ribs must necessarily be fleshier than the rest, yet besides this there is a final cause, namely to give it as small a proportion of moisture as possible. For had it been made of flesh throughout, it would have been more likely to attract and hold a large amount of fluid. That rapid heating of it affects sensation in a notable manner is shown by the phenomena of laughing. For when men are tickled, they are quickly set a laughing, because the motion quickly reaches this region, and even when the heating is more slowly applied, there is still a manifest affection and motion of the intellect in opposition to the will. That man alone is affected by tickling is due firstly to the delicacy of his skin, and secondly to the fact that he is the only animal that laughs. For to be tickled is to be set in laughter, the laughter being produced by such a motion as mentioned of the region of the armpit. It is said also that when men in battle are wounded anywhere near the midriff, they are seen to laugh, owing to the heat produced by the wound. This may possibly be the case. At any rate, it is a statement made by much more credible persons than those who tell the story of the human head, how it speaks after it is cut off. For so some assert, and even call in Homer to support them, representing him as alluding to this when he wrote, quote, "His head, still speaking, rolled into the dust," close quote, instead of, quote, "the head of the speaker," close quote. So fully was the possibility of such an occurrence accepted in Caria, that one of that country was actually brought to trial under the following circumstances. The priest of Zeus, Hoplosmius, had been murdered, but as yet it had not been ascertained who was the assassin. When certain persons asserted that they had heard the murdered man's head, which had been severed from the body, repeat several times the words, quote, "It was Cercidas that killed the man," close quote. Search was thereupon made, and a man of those parts, who bore the name of Cercidas, hunted out and put upon his trial. But it is impossible that any one should utter a word when the windpipe is severed, and no motion any longer derived from the lungs. Moreover, among the barbarians, where heads are chopped off with great rapidity, nothing of the kind has ever yet occurred. Why again does not the like occur in the case of other animals than man? For that none of them should laugh when their midriff is wounded is but what one would expect, for no animal but man ever laughs. So too, there is nothing irrational in supposing that the trunk may run forwards to a certain distance after the head has been cut off, seeing that bloodless animals at any rate can live, and that for a considerable time after decapitation, as has been set forth and explained in other passages. The purposes, then, for which the viscera severally exist have now been stated. It is of necessity upon the inner terminations of the vessels that they are developed, for moisture and that of a bloody character cannot but exude at these points, and it is of this, solidified and coagulated, that the substance of the viscera is formed. Thus they are of a bloody character, and in substance resemble each other, while they differ from other parts. Chapter 11. The viscera are enclosed each in a membrane, for they require some covering to protect them from injury, and require moreover that this covering shall be light. To such requirements membrane is well adapted, for it is close in texture so as to form a good protection, destitute of flesh so as neither to attract nor hold moisture, and thin so as to be light and not add to the weight of the body. Of the membranes, those are the stoutest and strongest which invest the heart and the brain, as is but consistent with reason. For these are the parts which require most protection, seeing that they are the main governing powers of life, and that it is to governing powers that guard is due. (Ch. 12). Some animals have all the viscera that have been enumerated; others have only some of them. In what kind of animals this latter is the case, and what is the explanation, has already been stated. Moreover, the selfsame viscera present differences in different possessors. For the heart is not precisely alike in all animals that have one, nor in fact is any viscous whatsoever. Thus the liver is in some animals split into several parts, while in others it is comparatively undivided. Such differences in its form present themselves even among the viviparous quadrupeds, but are more marked in fishes and in the oviparous quadrupeds, and this whether we compare them with each other or with the vivipara. As for birds, their liver very nearly resembles that of the vivipara, for in them, as in these, it is of a pure and blood-like colour. The reason of this is that the body in both these classes of animals admits of the freest exhalation, so that the amount of foul residual matter within is but small. Hence it is that some of the vivipara are without any gall bladder at all, for the liver takes a large share in maintaining the purity of composition and the healthiness of the body. For these are conditions that depend finally and in the main upon the blood, and there is more blood in the liver than in any of the other viscera, the heart only excepted. On the other hand, the liver of oviparous quadrupeds and of fishes is, as a rule, of a pale yellow, and there are even some in which its colour is utterly foul, so as to match the foul composition of their bodies. Such, for instance, is the case in the toad, the tortoise, and other similar animals. The spleen, again, varies in different animals. For in those that have horns and cloven hoofs, such as the goat, the sheep, and the like, it is of a rounded form, excepting when increased growth and size has caused some part of it to be lengthened out, as has happened in the case of the ox. In all polydactylous animals, on the other hand, it is elongated. Such, for instance, is the case in the pig, in man, and in the dog. While in animals with solid hoofs, it is of a form intermediate to these two, being broad in one part, narrow in another. Such, for example, is its shape in the horse, the mule, and the ass. (Ch. 13). The viscera differ from the flesh, not only in the turgid aspect of their substance, but also in position. For they lie within the body, whereas the flesh is placed on the outside. The explanation of this is that these parts partake of the character of blood vessels, and that while the former exist for the sake of the vessels, the latter cannot exist without them. (Ch. 14). Below the midline of the body lies the stomach, placed at the end of the oesophagus, when there is one, and in immediate contiguity with the mouth, when the oesophagus is wanting. Continuous with this stomach is what is called the gut. These parts are present in all animals, for reasons that are self-evident. For it is a matter of necessity that an animal shall receive the incoming food, and necessary also that it shall discharge the same when its goodness is exhausted. This residual matter, again, must not occupy the same place as the yet unconcocted nutriment. For as the ingress of food and the discharge of the residue occur at distinct periods, so also must they necessarily occur in distinct places. Thus there must be one receptacle for the ingoing food, and another for for the useless residue, and between these, therefore, a part in which the change from one condition to the other may be effected. These, however, are matters which will be more suitably set forth when we come to deal with development and nutrition. We must now consider the variations presented by the stomach and its subsidiary parts, for neither in size nor in shape are these parts uniformly alike in all animals. Thus the stomach is single in all such sanguineous and viviparous animals as have teeth in front of both jaws. It is single, therefore, in all the polydactylous kinds, such as man, dog, lion, and the rest; in all the solid-hoofed animals also, such as horse, mule, ass; and in all those which, like the pig, though their hoof is cloven, yet have front teeth in both jaws. When, however, an animal is of large size and feeds on substances of so thorny and ligneous a character as to be difficult of concoction, it may in consequence have several stomachs, as for instance is the case with the camel. A similar multiplicity of stomachs exists also in the horned animals, the reason being that horn-bearing animals have no front teeth in the upper jaw. The camel also, though it has no horns, is yet without upper front teeth. The explanation of this is that it is more essential for the camel to have a multiple stomach than to have these teeth. Its stomach then is shaped like that of animals without upper front teeth, and its dental arrangements being such as to match its stomach, the teeth in question are wanting. They would indeed be of no service. Its food, moreover, being of a thorny character, and its tongue necessarily made of a fleshy substance, nature uses the earthy matter which is saved from the teeth to give hardness to the palate. The camel ruminates like the horned animals because its multiple stomach resembles theirs. For all animals that have horns, the sheep for instance, the ox, the goat, the deer, and the like, have several stomachs. For since the mouth, owing to its lack of teeth, fails to perform its due office as regards the food, this multiplicity of stomachs is intended to supply its place, the several cavities receiving the food one from the other in succession, the first taking the unreduced substances, the second the same when somewhat reduced, the third when reduction is complete, and the fourth when the whole has become a smooth pulp. Such is the reason why there is this multiplicity of parts and cavities in animals with such dentition. The names given to the several cavities are the paunch, the honeycomb, the maniplies, and the reed. How these parts are related to each other in position and in shape must be looked for in the treatises on anatomy and the researches concerning animals. Birds also present variations in the part which acts as a recipient of the food, and the reason for these variations is the same as in the animals just mentioned. For here again it is because the mouth fails to perform its office, and fails even more completely. For birds have no teeth at all, nor any instrument whatsoever with which to comminute or grind down their food. It is, I say, because of this, that in some of them what is called the crop precedes the stomach and does the work of the mouth, while in others the oesophagus either is dilated throughout, or expands just before it enters the stomach, so as to form a preparatory storehouse for the unreduced food; or the stomach itself has a protuberance in some part, or is strong and fleshy, so as to be able to store up the food for a considerable period, and to concoct it in spite of its not having been ground into a pulp. For nature retrieves the inefficiency of the mouth by increasing the efficiency and heat of the stomach. Other birds there are, such namely as have long legs and live in marshes that have none of these provisions, but merely an elongated esophagus. The explanation of this is to be found in the moist character of their food. For all these birds feed on substances easy of reduction, and their food being moist and not requiring much concoction, their digestive cavities are of a corresponding character. Fish are provided with teeth, which are almost invariably of the serrated kind, for there is but one small section in which it is otherwise. Of these, the fish called scarus is an example, and this is probably the reason why this fish apparently ruminates, though no other fishes do so. For those horned animals that have no front teeth in the upper jaw also ruminate. In all fishes the teeth are sharp, so that these animals can divide their food, though imperfectly. For it is impossible for a fish to linger or spend time in the act of mastication, and therefore they have no teeth that are flat or suitable for grinding, for such teeth would be to no purpose. The esophagus, again, in some fishes is entirely wanting, and in the rest is but short. In order, however, to facilitate the concoction of the food, some of them, as the Cestrius, have a fleshy stomach resembling that of a bird, while most of them have numerous processes close against the stomach, to serve as a sort of antechamber in which the food may be stored up and undergo putrefaction and concoction. There is a contrast between fishes and birds in the position of these processes, for in fishes they are placed close to the stomach, while in birds, if present at all, they are lower down near the end of the gut. Some of the vivipara also have processes connected with the lower part of the gut, which serve the same purpose as that stated above. The whole tribe of fishes is of gluttonous appetite, owing to the arrangements for the reduction of their food being very imperfect, and much of it consequently passing through them without undergoing concoction, and of all, those are the most gluttonous that have a straight intestine. For as the passage of food in such cases is rapid, and the enjoyment derived from it in consequence but brief, it follows of necessity that the return of appetite is also speedy. It has already been mentioned that in animals with front teeth in both jaws, the stomach is of small size. It may be classed pretty nearly always under one or other of two headings, namely as resembling the stomach of the dog, or as resembling the stomach of the pig. In the pig, the stomach is larger than in the dog, and presents certain flat projections of moderate size, the purpose of which is to lengthen out the period of concoction, while the stomach of the dog is of small size, not much larger in calibre than the gut, and smooth on the internal surface. Not much larger, I say, than the gut, for in all animals after the stomach comes the gut. This, like the stomach, presents numerous modifications, for in some animals it is uniform when uncoiled and alike throughout, while in others it differs in different portions. Thus in some cases it is wider in the neighbourhood of the stomach, and narrower at the other end. This is the case in dogs, and explains why they have to strain so much in discharging their excrement, while in other animals, and these the majority, it is the upper portion that is the narrower, and the lower that is of greater width. Of larger size than in any of these animals, and much convoluted, are the intestines of those that have horns. The bulgings, moreover, both of their stomach and of their intestines are more prominent, in accordance with the larger bulk of their bodies generally. For the horned animals are, as a rule, of large bulk because of the thorough elaboration which their food undergoes. The gut, excepting in those animals where it runs in a straight line, invariably widens out as we get further from the stomach, and come to what is called the colon, and to a kind of cecal dilation. After this it again becomes narrower and convoluted. Then succeeds a straight portion which runs right on to the vent. This vent is known as the fundament, and is in some animals surrounded by fat, in others not so. All these varying parts have been so contrived by nature as to harmonize with the various operations that concern the food and the residue. For as the residue gets farther on and lower down, the space to contain it becomes ampler. This is suited to the wants of those animals that, owing either to their large size or to the heat of their digestive cavities, require more nutriment and consume more fodder than the rest. For it allows the food to remain stationary and undergo conversion. Neither is it without a purpose that, just as a narrower gut succeeds to the upper stomach, so also does the residual food, when its goodness is thoroughly exhausted, pass from the colon and the ample space of the lower stomach into a narrower channel, and into the spiral coil. For so nature can regulate her expenditure, and prevent the residual substances from being discharged all at once. Now, in all such animals as it behoves to be more temperate in the consumption of food than those we have been considering, the lower stomach presents no wide and roomy spaces, neither is their gut ever straight, but has numerous convolutions. For amplitude of space causes desire for ample food, and straightness of the intestine causes quick return of appetite. And thus it is that all animals whose food receptacles are either simple or spacious are of gluttonous habits, the latter eating enormously at a meal, the former making many meals at short intervals. Again, since the food in the upper stomach, having just been swallowed, must of necessity be quite fresh, while that which has reached the lower stomach must have had its juices exhausted and resemble dung, it follows of necessity that there must also be some intermediate part in which the change may be effected, and where the food will be neither perfectly fresh nor yet dung. And thus it is that in all such animals as we are now considering, there is found what is called the jejunum, which is a part of the small gut, of the gut, that is, which comes next to the stomach. For this jejunum lies between the upper cavity, which contains the yet unconcocted food, and the lower cavity, which holds the residual matter, which by the time it has got here is quite worthless. There is a jejunum in all animals, but it is only plainly visible in those of larger bulk, and in these only when they have abstained from food for a certain time. For thus alone can one hit on the exact period when the food lies halfway between the upper and lower cavities, a period which is very short, for the time occupied in the transition of food is but brief. In females this jejunum may occupy any part whatsoever of the upper intestine, but in males it comes just before the cecum and the lower stomach. Chapter 15. The substance called rennet is found in all animals that have a multiple stomach, but only in the hare among animals whose stomach is single. In the former, the rennet neither occupies the large paunch, nor yet the reticulum, nor the terminal abomasum, but is found in the cavity which separates this terminal one from the two first, namely in the so-called psalterium. It is the thick character of their milk which causes all these animals to have rennet, whereas in animals with a single stomach the milk is thin, and consequently no rennet is formed. It is this difference in thickness which makes the milk of horned animals coagulate, while that of animals without horns does not. Rennet forms in the hair because it feeds on herbage that has juice like that of the fig, for juice of this kind coagulates the milk in the stomach of the young animal. Why it is in the psalterium that rennet is formed in animals with multiple stomachs has been stated in the Problems. End of chapter 15 and end of book 3.